Chapter 1 Doomsday Golden Fox, Talent Reshaping. When Ye Chen opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a huge blue crystal. Where am I? How did I end up here? In his memory, the last image was of the out-of-control dump truck speeding toward him, and then darkness. But at this moment, he was lying here safe and sound. What's going on? However, seeing the surrounding environment covered in fog, a fragment flashed inexplicably in Ye Chen's mind. It seemed like a teacher was in class, and his voice echoed in my ears. Within 100 meters of the Lord Crystal, the fog of war will be dispelled. Lord Crystal? Is this something? When Ye Chen realized this, the memories in his mind suddenly came flooding back. Endless void, all the people's lords, arms, buildings, all races fighting for hegemony. After spending 10 minutes, Ye Chen finally figured out his situation. He was indeed killed by a dump truck. But at the same time, he also traveled to this world belonging to the Lord. This is an era where gods exist, and it is also an era where all races compete for hegemony and heavens compete. Planets, universes, dimensions, and planes are all constantly colliding in the endless void. In this world, everyone over the age of 18 will be summoned to the endless void and become a lord. And today is the day when Ye Chen becomes the lord. Compared with other time travelers, Ye Chen's status after time traveling can be considered noble. The Ye family is a family that can be called big or small. As a direct descendant, Ye Chen is naturally not short of money. However, the original owner's experience made him dumbfounded. As a qualified licking dog, the original owner seems to have only one goal in life. That is to spare no effort to please the school beauty. Yes, you heard that right. The original owner's goal is to please the school beauty at all costs. For this reason, he even exchanged the outstanding level Lord's Heart for the school beauty, while he used the ordinary level core. Good, good. Thinking of this, Ye Chen suddenly had the urge to slap this BD to death. Ordinary and extraordinary level heart of territory. The difference is not huge. In this world, as long as you are over 18 years old, you can obtain the heart of a lord. Relying on the heart of the lord, you can not only obtain your own territory, but also awaken the corresponding talents. But according to different potentials, Lord's heart can be divided into the following levels. The White Lord's heart is of ordinary quality. The Green Lord's heart is excellent quality. The Blue Lord's heart is of rare quality. The Purple Lord's heart is excellent quality. The Orange Lord's heart is of epic quality. The Golden Lord's heart is of legendary quality. There is even a red level mythical quality Lord's heart. The vast majority of people obtain Lord's hearts of ordinary and excellent quality. Without great opportunities, there is no possibility of becoming a top lord. As for the original owner's excellent Lord's heart, as long as he worked hard and received help from his family, he would have a high probability of becoming a top lord in the future. Even becoming a god and living forever is not impossible. However, what the original owner has done now is simply stupid to the extreme. Not only did he ruin his future, he also became the laughing stock of the whole school. But the most important thing is meeting the school beauty in my memory. Not responsible, not refusing, not taking the initiative. Ye Chen was also speechless. Good guy, this is not a proper White Lotus. It is estimated that if this guy becomes a top lord, he will have nothing to do with the original owner. After calling the system to no avail, Ye Chen rolled his eyes again, reluctantly accepting the result. However, the most important thing now is to become a lord first. After summoning the White Lord's heart, Ye Chen poured it into the crystal at his feet. Under a burst of white light, Ye Chen also awakened his lord talent. As expected, Ye Chen's lord talent was not very good. Light of Sin. Quality, ordinary. Attributes, all attributes of the evil camp in the territory are plus 10%, and all attributes of the good camp are minus 10%. Introduction, if possible, I still want to be a good person. Well, seeing this characteristic, Ye Chen really turned black. Based on the knowledge in your mind, there are 3 types of camps in this world: lawful, neutral, and chaotic. These 3 camps are further subdivided into good, neutral and evil. This led to the emergence of the 9 major camps: lawful good, lawful neutral, lawful evil; neutral good, absolutely neutral, neutral evil; chaotic good, chaotic neutral, chaotic evil. In the world of lords, the most difficult thing to control is the evil side's camp. First of all, the first problem with being called evil is that it has low loyalty and is extremely difficult to control. Even the lawful evil camp would inexplicably do things that left the lord speechless. Not to mention the chaotic evil camp, which won't listen to the lord's orders at all. This resulted in the evil camps being very unpopular with the lords. If there were too many evil camps in the territory, other camps would be encircled and suppressed. If there was only such a negative effect, Ye Chen could pretend that he didn't have this characteristic. But the good side's attributes will actually be reduced by 10%. Isn't this a lie? Ye Chen could only give an evaluation that meant nothing. No wonder, an ordinary lord's heart cannot become a strong person. From the talent awakened, you can see how unreliable it is. However, when Ye Chen was speechless, a completely different prompt suddenly appeared. To detect if the host becomes a lord, should the lord's talent be modified? Hearing this voice, Ye Chen's heart jumped. Sure enough, the ancients did not deceive me. All time travelers have golden fingers. No wonder I didn't hear the system's sound when I called just now. It turns out that it only appears after the talent is awakened. Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, a black gold 9-tailed fox suddenly emerged from Ye Chen's body. Seeing the appearance of this fox, Ye Chen's eyes widened. If I read that correctly, this fox seems to be the doomsday polar fox in Polar Fox TV. Natural disaster. Judgment. Doomsday. Win. The bell rang heavily and solemnly, and the thumping sound echoed in the air. Accompanied by the sound of the bell, 9 black and gold fox tails began to twine. Ye Chen saw the words about talent in front of him begin to fade and emit a dazzling light. When the light spreads, Ye Chen discovered that his talent had become completely new. Chapter 2: Everyone is evil. All villains. Quality: Red Myth. Attribute 1: the Lord's camp will be permanently planned as evil. Attribute 2: there is no upper limit for the recruitment of evil factions in the territory, the recruitment cost is reduced by 50%, and the recruitment speed is increased by 100%. Attribute 3: the evil camp in the territory is absolutely loyal to the Lord. Attribute 4: all attributes of the evil camp in the territory are increased by 100%. Attribute 5: unable to recruit troops and heroes outside the evil camp. Attribute 6: the more types of evil camps there are in the territory, the higher the additional talent bonus. Introduction: as a villain, you naturally have the strength of a villain, but the disadvantage is that you may be beaten by a group of righteous people. When he saw the reappearance of talent attributes, Ye Chen also opened his mouth wide. Compared with the previous ordinary level talent, this mythical level of talent can only be described with 2 words: heaven-defying. Although only heroes and troops from the evil camp can be recruited. But after solving the problem of betrayal by the evil camp, all this is not a big problem. And as a member of the evil camp, his combat power is much more powerful than that of characters from other camps. With the blessing of his talent, it will probably explode. There was just one thing: Ye Chen's camp was actually divided into the evil camp. After checking his own dashboard, Ye Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not divided into the chaotic evil camp. If it is just neutral evil, it will not cause siege from some camps. But recalling the original owner's behavior of licking the dog, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This is really a perfect villain template. But then again, what worries Ye Chen most now is not this talent, but the black and gold nine-tailed fox in his body. As a time traveler, of course you can recognize what it is. Like the extreme fox, this doomsday golden fox also has the power to create the world. Ye Chen asked excitedly when he thought that his golden finger had the power to create the world. System, what functions do you have? This system is the system of the great villains of the universe. The first function, endless transformation, can transform everything in the territory into villains. The second function is the power of creation. By accumulating villain values, you will be able to create all known things. Villain points can be obtained by killing monsters, destroying territories, or converting resources. Current villain value, 0. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh at the incredible level of this system. It is indeed the power of creation. He is actually able to create things out of thin air. But based on the current villain value, he doesn't have it yet, so he can only use the first function. It just so happens that after everyone awakens the territorial talent, a kind of military building will appear in the inventory belonging to the Lord. With Ye Chen's thought, he also extracted the initial barracks. Bramble Flower Barracks Template, normal. After placing it, you can summon the ordinary soldier type Bramble Flower. Absolutely neutral camp cannot recruit. Looking at the basic information on the initial barracks, Ye Chen was a little dumbfounded. You must know that not only everyone's Lord's heart is random, but the barracks are also random. Even if some people have poor talents, they can still get better units at the beginning, but it will be more difficult if they don't have talents in the later stage. Especially for top-notch units such as dragons and angels, once they are obtained, it is estimated that the novice trial will be stable. In comparison, the Zerg and plant types are the least popular. One is relatively weak and the other cannot move. And the most terrible thing about plant soldiers is that if too many plants are planted and the nutrients in the land cannot keep up, it is very likely that the soldiers will die. With such a cheating talent at random, coupled with the weakest plant unit in the initial barracks, Ye Chen felt that no one else was so lucky. If no system appeared, he would probably start spraying on the spot. And now, this barracks building can be used to test the effect of endless transformation. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to use endless transformation on the barracks template in his hand. Bite. You have used endless transformation on the thorn flower template, and it is being transformed. The estimated transformation time is 3 hours. Immediately afterwards, the barracks template was shrouded in black gold light, and seemed to be reorganizing into something new. Ye Chen thought for a while. It seemed that the novice protection had 7 hours of protection time, so it didn't matter the 3 hours of waiting. Ye Chen looked at the huge blue crystal beside him, thoughtfully. Since it can transform everything in the territory, then the Lord Crystal should be considered part of it, right? After trying to use endless transformation on the Lord Crystal, Ye Chen got the same prompt as expected. Bite. You are using endless transformation on the Lord Crystal and it is being transformed. The estimated completion time is 20 hours. Seeing this, Ye Chen also understood. Different buildings have different conversion times. And judging from the degree of transformation of his talent, this transformation is undoubtedly an exaggerated positive improvement. This actually made him look forward to the effects of the transformation even more. But at this moment, the communication column in Lord suddenly lit up. You have been pulled into the chat group of Jindu No. 1 Middle School. Anyway, it was idle time, so Ye Chen simply clicked on the chat group. He had already understood it when he received the memory before. This is something that has been done in the previous school. After becoming a lord, all the students in the school will be pulled into the same group chat. Facilitate communication of respective situations. However, after the chat group showed that Ye Chen had entered, the group chat paused strangely. Then the news came out. Li Qiwen, hey, isn't this our young master yet? How about it? Have you awakened any good talents? Everyone could see that this was a taunt. For getting a good and excellent lord's heart, he actually exchanged an ordinary quality lord's heart with the school beauty. This operation is really not something that ordinary licking dogs can do. An ordinary level lord's heart can only awaken elite level talents at best, so how much better will it be? But Ye Chen, who had now awakened his talent for mythology, didn't care at all. He just silently wrote down the person's name and responded calmly. It's not too high. It's just that I have awakened a mythical talent. Ye Chen knew that even if he told the truth, these people would not believe him at all. After all, he used that ordinary lord's heart in full view of everyone. Sure enough, messages started to appear in the group chat in the next second. Le Kiwen, haha, the joke you told, Mr. Yet, is so funny. AI Xingjin, they say that Mr. Yet is not only generous, but also humorous. He really deserves his reputation. As he said this, he also added a person named Su Minjiu. Beauty of Su University, can you tell me what level of talent you have awakened? It will also make our young master Ye happy. Su Minjiu was the target of the original owner's licking. This woman is incredible. In order to get this outstanding heart, she cried bitterly in front of the original owner, and hinted that as long as the male protagonist exchanges with her, she will be with him. No normal person would agree to such a verbal offer, right? But the original owner agreed. Now he wanted to see if the original owner had misjudged the person. Su Minjiu, I am very grateful to Mr. Ye for your support. Now I have awakened outstanding talents and recruited rare troops, ready to start the first wave of challenges. The group was suddenly filled with blessings, and Ye Chen's name seemed to be forgotten by everyone. Think about it, when Ye Chen got the heart of an outstanding lord, everyone was so enthusiastic about it. But now, the person has changed, and the object of pursuit has also changed. It's really sad. You have left your future in the hands of others. What I got in exchange was just classmate Yet, without any intention of protecting you. I have to say, the original owner, your vision is a bit poor. Then let me simply show you the true face of this woman. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Su Minjiu, what do you mean? I even gave you the heart of an outstanding lord. Didn't we agree to make our relationship public? In the eyes of others, this may just be a question uttered by a licking dog in grief and anger. But they never imagined that Ye Chen was actually giving Su Minjiu a chance. Without systematic help, his future would be really ruined. Ruining a person's future is no less than killing his father. If this woman doesn't know what's good, he doesn't mind sending her on her way to fulfill her role as the villain. However, before Su Minjiu could speak, someone impatiently interrupted. Le Kiwen mocked, oh, Master Ye still thinks of himself as the rich young master of the past? Now the status of the campus beauty of Suchao University is completely different. How could he fall in love with someone like you? AI Xingjin also echoed, yes, yes, the school beauty of Su University is now the top player in our #1 middle school. And you, a person who was abandoned by the Ye family, have the right to say such things. As he said this, he asked Su Minjiu, beauty of Su University, tell me, what is your relationship with this guy? After a few seconds of silence, Su Minjiu finally responded. We are just friends, but I will try my best to help him. Hearing Su Minjiu's words, the group suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen also felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. It might be that the original owner was sad. Don't worry, Ye Chen comforted, I will help you get back everything they owe us. Ye Chen's eyes turned to the military camp that was being reorganized not far away, with a sickly smile on his face. Chapter 3 The Evil Mother Tree, The Upcoming Attack. Bite. The Thorn Flower template has been reorganized. Congratulations on getting the Demon Mother Tree. The Evil Mother Tree? Is it actually this thing? Ye Chen was also very surprised when he heard the prompt. I didn't expect that this plant soldier would be transformed into this thing in the end. This thing is completely different from the plant soldiers in this world. The evil demon is the villain monster in Jihu TV. It not only has the ability to move, but also has the ability to grow infinitely, and can absorb other races as fertilizer to create alien species. After arriving, evil demons of God were even born to destroy the future world. Ye Chen has already begun to look forward to this kind of terrifying growth. It is indeed a villain system, and there is something special about the transformed arms. Evil Mother Tree. Quality, unique. Level 120th. Race plant. Alignment, neutral evil. Energy required for upgrade, 100. Current energy value, 0/20,000. Durability 5,000. Current hero, none. Currently parsed genes, none. Effect 1, Flesh and Blood Absorption. By absorbing the energy from flesh and blood, the evil mother tree can complete self-upgrading and breed evil disciples without the need for a divine source. Effect 2, Gene Analysis. By analyzing the genes of the same species of creature, the mother tree will consume energy to transform the evil demon. Effect 3, Desire Absorption. When enough desire is absorbed, the mother tree will give birth to a special evil demon. Effect 4, Unlocked. Well, not bad, not bad. Seeing these results, Ye Chen can be said to be very satisfied. Just look at the effect of the second article. The potential of the evil demon disciples definitely exceeds that of any other type of military force in the world. It can analyze the genes of other organisms and then transform them into evil demons. Although such a situation has never appeared in TV dramas, it does not hinder Ye Chen's understanding. This is equivalent to saying that as long as the genetic analysis of a creature is completed, the advantages of this creature will be transformed into the evil devil. Strength, speed, agility. Maybe then all the advantages of angels and dragons will be transformed into the evil demons. He couldn't imagine how powerful the evil demon disciples would be by then. Not to mention, the unlimited recruitment brought by his talent. One evil disciple may not be able to defeat angels and demons, but what about 100 or 10,000? If that doesn't work, the evil demon can still rely on his desire drive to become a disruptor, so he can always defeat him, right? But now, let's summon the evil mother tree first. The evil mother tree at this moment was just a miniature, so Ye Chen found a place in the territory to put down the evil mother tree. The moment it touched the ground, the demonic mother tree began to enlarge visibly to the naked eye. Eventually, it grew into a giant tree with a height of 30 meters, dense branches and leaves, covering the sky and the sun. At the top of the tree, countless vines are wrapped around each other, like an umbilical cord, connecting each fruit. From these fruits, a baby-like cry came. Yes, these are the initial forms of evil demon disciples. They are waiting for the evil mother tree to absorb enough energy to wake them up from their slumber and bring fear to the world. Master, I'm hungry. At this moment, a girl's voice sounded in Ye Chen's mind. He was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the person who made this sound was the evil mother tree in front of him. Master, Master, can you hear me? Seeing that Ye Chen didn't respond, the evil mother tree called out again. The evil mother tree that had just arrived in this world had not yet stored any energy in its body, so it eagerly asked for energy from Ye Chen. Several vines hung down, gently rubbing Ye Chen's neck, as if coquettishly. After Ye Chen reacted, he felt helpless and funny. Who would have thought that the evil mother tree that gave birth to countless evil disciples would actually make the voice of a cute girl? This contrast is indeed quite big. According to Ye Chen's imagination, the voice of the evil mother tree should be more like a mother. However, no matter how cute the sound is, its body is still a tree. Feeling the coquettish mood of the evil mother tree, Ye Chen threw 200 units of divine source at it. Since there is no flesh and blood now, we can only use the divine source to replenish energy. Wake up, children! A crisp and naughty girl's voice echoed in the air. Following this call, the vines on the top of the tree began to slowly descend. The evil demon fruit hanging on the vine gradually expanded and became larger and larger as it descended. When the fruits finally fell to the ground, they had completely transformed into human shapes. Each green evil demon stretched its body, slowly climbed up from the ground, and waited respectfully aside. Bite. But at the same time, a reminder also appeared in front of Ye Chen. Warning: the construction of the barracks has been completed, but the progress is obviously lower than other lords. Please have enough combat power as soon as possible. The first attack will arrive in 4 hours. In the endless void, after each race becomes a lord, they will be sent to some relatively safe trial worlds. The trial lasts for 7 days. During this period, the lords need to resist 7 challenges launched by the native residents of this world. Every time you complete a challenge, you will receive the Void Will trial reward. But what Ye Chen cared about the most was the final reward after the trial. It is said that this reward is very special and only exists in the novice trial. Only by receiving this reward can the Lord have the ability to protect himself. Therefore, even if some people from powerful forces disdain the rewards of these trials, they will still choose to conduct 7-day trials. For those civilians, this trial is even more important. People without background can barely achieve a certain level of combat power after these 7 days of trials. But there is a cruel truth behind this trial. These trial worlds are actually remnants of defeated planes. In order to avoid being completely destroyed, they were forced to become trial places. The lords will be rewarded if they succeed in the challenge. On the other hand, if the natives can kill the lord, they will also receive rewards, so that they have the opportunity to escape from the shackles of the trial world. The lords are unwilling to see their world reduced to a testing ground, while the natives are eager to escape this fate, so both sides will go all out. This is a life and death contest, and the contradiction is irreconcilable. Of course, this trial is still more biased towards the lord's side. The indigenous people can only challenge the new lords according to the number and level determined by the void rules, and their troops can be increased every day. I don't know what kind of monster I will encounter this time. However, looking at the fog of war surrounding him, Ye Chen realized that these aborigines were not without their advantages. This fog of war is the world's natural disturbance to invaders, but it has no effect on the indigenous people. Only when units from the Lord's camp pass by will the fog gradually dissipate. Due to the fog of war, it is difficult for new lords to predict where the attack will come from. In order to prevent enemies from sneaking into the Lord Crystal, the lords had to guard their territory. Affected by the fog of war, even if the forces are equal, the enemy appears to be more difficult to deal with. Therefore, it is not easy to pass the 7-day trial. However, after seeing the attributes of the evil demon disciple, Ye Chen immediately became more confident. If everything goes well, in this trial, I may be able to break the highest record in human history. Chapter 4: Infinite Growth, the First Wave of Attacks. Savage Evil Demon, Jungle World View. Level 1/20, 0/75. Quality: Unique. Race Plant. Alignment: Chaotic Evil. Constitution 50, S. Strength 30, S. Spirit 20, E. Agility 40, A. Recruitment cost, 10 points of divine source. Military talent, adapt to the world view and grow naturally. Skills, none. Introduction: a monster born from desire can change its shape according to changes in the world. It has unlimited evolutionary potential and can continue to evolve even if it stands still. Seeing the attributes of the evil demon disciple, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The only level of quality has undoubtedly surpassed everything in this world. An ordinary person's life, no matter how lucky he is, will only reach the level of myth. But Ye Chen just transformed the acquired arms and got such a powerful arm. This made him look forward to the subsequent transformation of the Lord Crystal. The evil demon, just like its name, is a monster born specifically for destruction. It exists to challenge order and bring chaos and fear, so it is extremely terrifying. In the world of G. Fox, evil demons have a record of wiping out all decent groups. Even for those special evil disciples, Ye Chen still had the opportunity to cultivate them. Moreover, Ye Chen saw that the demon disciples' growth attributes were also very powerful, with both strength and physique reaching an astonishing S level. And recruiting the divine source only requires 20 points, which is a bit unbelievable. The stronger the military unit, the more expensive it is to recruit, and the recruitment time is correspondingly longer. Even for ordinary quality units, the recruitment cost is 1 or 200 units of resources. Not to mention those mythical level troops, the cheapest one requires 500 units of divine source to recruit one. However, now, evil demon disciples with mythical attributes can be recruited with only 10 units of divine source, although this also benefits from Ye Chen's talent bonus. But even 20 units of divine source can recruit mythical level troops, which is unimaginable to others. Perhaps a single evil disciple cannot defeat the dragon, but the power of a group of evil disciples is completely different. Moreover, the evil demon also has the ability to change his own form according to the world view, which is very abnormal. In the world of lords, some arms are often acclimated due to different world views, but this problem does not exist with evil demon disciples. They will continue to change as the world changes. For example, now, in the world view of the jungle, the evil devils have become savage evil devils. Adaptation to world view. Effect: ability to adapt to changes brought about by different world views. Savage form: agility increased by 50% in the jungle. With this adaptation, the evil demons are as comfortable as a fish in water in this jungle. There seems to be another talent, what is it? While excited, Ye Chen clicked on another talent details. Natural growth. Effect: demonic disciples are plant soldiers that can grow naturally by absorbing nutrients, gain experience points without fighting, and can recover from injuries over time. Note: standing on the ground and absorbing nutrients will only gain experience points, while feeding with flesh and blood can increase some attribute values. Introduction. The death of the enemy will only make the evil demon stronger. Please enjoy taking everything from the enemy. I'll go, are you so awesome? Even though Ye Chen knew some of the characteristics of the evil demon disciples, he was also shocked by this piece of information. Automatically obtain experience points. Doesn't this mean, even if the evil demon disciples don't go out to kill monsters, will they gradually reach the full level? This is so terrible. For lords who know how to go in the direction of explosive soldiers, not having enough experience points is a very troublesome thing. But now, as long as the demon disciples stand on the ground, they can automatically gain experience points. This is terrible. As long as enough time is given, a group of full-level evil demons can be produced. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also directly threw the remaining divine source to the evil mother tree. The earlier the evil demon is born, the higher the level of challenge it can face. There are less than 4 hours left, which is enough for the evil demon disciples to gain a lot of experience. Wow, thank you, Master. The demonic mother tree was also happy to roll down the source of the gods and began to work hard to produce the demonic disciples. Seeing the demonic mother tree continuously giving birth to demonic disciples, Ye Chen also felt very satisfied. Not only the evil demon disciples, but also the evil demon mother tree is a terrifying existence. Other soldiers can only be recruited from the divine source, but the demonic mother tree can breed soldiers as long as it absorbs flesh and blood. Ye Chen estimated that not only the flesh and blood of his enemies, but also the flesh and blood of the evil demon disciples themselves, could become nutrients for the mother's body. This is equivalent to saying that as long as flesh and blood are continuously transported in, there is no need to worry about the loss of evil demon disciples. Ye Chen observed for a while and found that the evil demon would gain 1 experience point every minute. In less than 4 hours, the evil demon disciple should have gained about 240 experience points, and it is estimated that he can level up 2 more levels. Don't underestimate these two levels. For the initial attack, the gap between these two levels can already cause absolute crushing. Each lord has 1000 points of divine origin at the beginning, so Ye Chen will have 100 evil disciples. Not only are the number 10 times that of other lords, but with the talent of all evils, the speed at which the evil mother tree breeds evil disciples is also doubled. The evil demons climbed up from the ground one after another. They were green in shape and looked extremely tall. The only thing is that if the number of evil demons increases, management will also be a problem. You can't just order them all to attack at once, right? It seems that we will still have to recruit a few heroes in the future. And when I think of the heroes from the evil demon camp, Baraba, Boniu, Archimedes, and Guigua, I don't know who will be recruited first. There is also the Lord Crystal that is being transformed. Ye Chen is also looking forward to it very much. Don't know what it will turn into. While there were still a few hours left, Ye Chen led some evil demon disciples around the edge of the territory. 3 hours passed by like a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye evening had arrived. During this period of time, all the evil demon disciples in Ye Chen's territory reached level 2. He looked around. The tall evil demon disciples tightly guarded the evil demon mother tree and the Lord Crystal. Ye Chen was full of confidence. Other lords start with some ordinary soldiers at most, and the number cannot exceed 30 at most. And he had already gathered over 100 troops in just the first wave of attacks. This kind of configuration is unimaginable for any novice lord. If even a lineup like his cannot cope with this challenge, then this trial will be meaningless. Woo woo woo. As the countdown to the attack reached 0, strange calls were heard in the fog. A group of figures can be vaguely seen, holding bone clubs and moving swiftly through the fog. As the mist surged, these figures gradually became clear, revealing the ferocious outlines of the monsters. Chapter 5 Jungle Chimpanzees, The Terror of Evil Demons. I saw a group of black orangutans holding white bone clubs, fully 2 meters tall, and filled with evil energy rushing out of the fog. Ye Chen also had some confidence in his heart. The difficulty of the Lord trial attack is determined by the strength of the new Lord. Will of the Void will send natives of corresponding strength to challenge based on the Lord's talent and troop quality. The stronger the Lord's awakened talents and troops, the quantity and quality of the troops that the natives can send will increase accordingly. Normally speaking, the average player will never attack more than 20 monsters on the first day, and they are still some very weak races. But just by looking at the length of the bone sticks in the hands of these orangutans, Ye Chen knew that these orangutans were the dominant beings in the world. At a rough count, the number of orangutans is as high as 40 or 50. However, when he thought about his talents and arms, he felt it was reasonable. Although from the outside, the evil demons do not seem to be as strong as these orangutans, as plant soldiers, they have a unique advantage: there are no vital parts. This means that in a life and death struggle, the orangutan may decline due to injuries, but the evil demon can always maintain its best condition as long as their blood volume does not drop to 0. In addition, the number of orangutans on the opposite side is only half that of the evil demons, so the battle becomes even less suspenseful. Now he is looking forward to seeing how powerful the evil demon disciples can become after being absorbed by the evil demon mother tree. When the evil mother tree saw this, she also expressed her emotions excitedly: "Master, please let the children fight. These ferocious beasts look delicious." Hearing this, Ye Chen also sneered when looking at the orangutans opposite who were still beating their chests in protest. It seems that these orangutans have bad eyesight. 100 versus 50, do you think you can win? Kill them and bring back their bodies. But Ye Chen obviously didn't want to explain too much to them and directly gave the attack order. Immediately afterwards, after a red light appeared in the eyes of all the evil demon disciples, they rushed out at an extremely terrifying speed. The orangutans who were demonstrating couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition in their hearts when they saw the terrifying speed of the evil demons. Why do you feel that this green creature is more adapted to the environment here than they are? However, the evil demons were approaching quickly, and the apes had no room to retreat. Once they enter the novice lord's territory, there is no turning back. Only by defeating these green monsters and driving away or killing the human lords can they obtain the rewards of the will of the void. Although the monsters on the opposite side are more numerous and faster than them, they are not vegetarians either. To be able to become the overlord in this world, you still have two tools. Moreover, they also have weapons in their hands, so they can still deal with them if they can't defeat them. Is it possible that these bugs can still kill them? Roar! With a deafening roar, all the giant apes waved the bone clubs in their hands and rushed towards their opponents bravely. In an instant, two torrents of different colors collided together. Bang! 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 Seeing the evil demon's head being twisted with a stick, a trace of pride suddenly flashed in the eyes of one of the orangutans. However, the next moment, the demon's claws pierced its throat, and blood spurted out instantly. The orangutan covered his wound and backed away, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. It simply couldn't understand why this monster could fight back even if its head was smashed off. Meanwhile, other black orangutans suffered the same fate. Underestimating the enemy, he was severely wounded by the evil demon in one encounter. Facing the natural killing machines, they had no strength to resist, and the formation was directly broken up. What's left is a one-sided massacre. Some demons even snatched the bone sticks from these orangutans and used them as weapons. I have to say, the evil demon's learning ability is really strong. At the same time, several different prompts appeared in front of Ye Chen's eyes. Ding! The evil demon devours the blood of the level 4 jungle chimpanzee, and the experience and strength attributes will increase. Ding! The evil demon kills the level 4 jungle chimpanzee, and the experience value is plus 25. Ding! Successfully killed the level 4 jungle chimpanzee, villain value plus 1. Ding! The evil demon kills the level 6 jungle chimpanzee and raises the level to level 4. Savage evil demon, jungle world view. Grade 4/20, 20/75. Quality, unique. Race plant. Alignment, chaotic evil. Constitution, 230, S. Strength 210 plus 2, S. Spirit 32, E. Agility 100, A. Recruitment cost, 10 points of divine source. Military talent, adapt to the world view and grow naturally. Skills, none. Introduction, a monster born from desire can change its shape according to changes in the world. It has unlimited evolutionary potential and can continue to evolve even if it stands still. After calling up the attributes of the evil demons that had grown, Ye Chen also felt a little scary. The S-level strength and physical growth attributes of the evil demon disciples, coupled with the blessings of all villains, can increase the attribute value by 60 points at each level. This means that once the evil demons reach level 20, their strength and physical attributes will directly exceed the 1000-point mark. What kind of concept is this? Even if ordinary soldiers reach level 20, their attributes are only 1 or 200 points. In comparison, only level 4 evil demon disciples can easily defeat ordinary full-level soldiers. Moreover, evil demons also have the characteristic of self-growth. Once recruited, they can quickly grow to full-level existence even if they do not participate in combat. Not to mention, with further advancement and the emergence of special evil demons. Now coupled with the ability to grow through killing, this is terrifying. He is indeed a character who can destroy the world. Master, are these flesh and blood meant for me to absorb? At this time, the evil demon mother tree also looked like a foodie when she saw that the evil demon disciples were about to finish the battle. Hearing the demon mother tree's inquiry, Ye Chen also waved his hand and said, "It's okay, we are all our own people, you can just take it yourself from now on, no need to ask me." "Thank you, Master." When the evil demon mother tree heard this, she also began to instruct the evil demon disciples to move the corpses over. Then thick roots rolled up the flesh and blood. Ye Chen is also looking forward to this because he remembers that the evil mother tree also has the function of genetic analysis. Bite. At this moment, the battle in the fog finally came to an end. A crisp notification sound suddenly sounded in Ye Chen's ears, and at the same time, a message popped up in front of his eyes. Congratulations on completing the first day of the trial, the rewards will now begin. Battle settlement. Enemies: 40 level 2 to 5 jungle chimpanzees, 10 level 6 jungle chimpanzees. Rating SSS+. Settlement reward: 1000 wood, 10,000 divine sources, Lord's Mansion building template *1. Chapter 6: The Power of Creation, Transformation of the Lord's Mansion. Seeing the rewards after the battle, Ye Chen was also very satisfied. Otherwise, the Lord trial is a shortcut to make a fortune for the common people. During the Lord's trial, surviving every wave of attacks will bring the Lord what he needs. With this Lord's Mansion, Ye Chen doesn't need to blow the cold wind in the wild tonight. Ye Chen threw the rewarded building template directly next to the crystal, forming a dilapidated cabin. With upgrades, this room will become more and more luxurious. But obviously Ye Chen didn't have the patience. After using endless transformation twice, Ye Chen just thought, and 9 foxtails wrapped around him on the ground. Bite. You used endless transformation on the Lord's Mansion, the estimated transformation time is 1 hour. The transformation time this time was not that long, but this also made Ye Chen look forward to the transformation of the Lord Crystal even more. You must know that for a territory, the Lord Crystal is always the most important existence. As long as the Lord's Crystal is not destroyed, even if other buildings on the territory are destroyed, they will still have the opportunity to be repaired and rebuilt. Even if the Lord dies, he can still pay some price and be resurrected from the Lord Crystal. But if the Lord Crystal is finished, then the entire territory will not be recognized by the will of the void, and the Lord who loses the territory is completely finished. This time the Lord Crystal was transformed by Ye Chen. From a time perspective, this time it might bring him a big surprise. Forget it, let's see the effect of the power of creation first. Seeing that there were still 13 hours of transformation time, Ye Chen decided to put aside the city Lord's Mansion and the Lord's Crystal. In the battle just now, he defeated 50 jungle chimpanzees and obtained 50 villain points. In other words, the acquisition of villain value is not based on the level of the creature, but is directly related to the number of kills. Every time a creature is defeated, the corresponding villain value can be obtained. However, Ye Chen felt that this was reasonable. After all, the power of creation is not generated out of thin air. If someone gets happiness, then this part of the happiness will be deducted from others. This is a principle of equivalent exchange and the law of how the world operates. Next, Ye Chen also started experiments on the power of creation. Let's start with the most common stuff. As Ye Chen thought, a golden light flashed, and an apple suddenly appeared in his hand. No matter in terms of appearance or taste, this apple was no different from what Ye Chen had imagined. But Ye Chen felt that this villain value had not completely disappeared. In other words, the apple he embodied was not enough to consume any villain value, so the villain value was not directly deducted. But at the same time, he also had a feeling. If you do nothing within a certain period of time, this villain value will completely disappear. Thinking of this, he simply created all this villain value into apples. The next moment, the area where he was instantly flooded by a pile of apples. The demon disciples who were carrying the corpses were also stunned when they saw this scene. Seeing this scene, the evil mother tree also shouted anxiously, "Master, are you okay? Children, please save the master." Hearing the call of the evil mother tree, the evil followers immediately put down the corpse and rushed to the apple pile, trying to dig out Ye Chen. But then, an arm stretched out from the pile of apples, and Ye Chen's voice came, "It's okay, I'm okay." With the help of the evil demon disciples, Ye Chen successfully broke out of the pile of apples. But looking at the mountains of apples in the territory, I felt a little sigh. So many apples are worth a little villain value. Needless to say, if I open a fruit stall, I will make a lot of money. However, these are only the most common items. The next thing you want to try is something in the world of lords. His territory also lacked city defense tools. Ye Chen decided to create the most ordinary arrow tower as his further exploration of the power of creation. But just as he sketched the shape of the arrow tower in his mind, he immediately realized the number of villain points required to create such an arrow tower. What surprised him was that even the lowest level arrow tower required 1000 villain points. And things that are shaped with the power of creation cannot be transformed again. This made Ye Chen feel a little unworthy. After all, his biggest reliance is the product of endless transformation. If it were an ordinary arrow tower, there would be no need. So if things from the world of lords are not good, what about the things that don't belong to this world? Desire Drive, 80 villain value. ID Core, 20 villain value. Devil's Belt Buckle, 100 villain points. A set of interference soldier equipment only costs 200 villain points, which is much cheaper than arrow towers. It's just that he is still very poor, and it is useless to only materialize the ID core. But fortunately, you can also use resources to convert villain values. After the experiment, Ye Chen found that the conversion ratio of this resource was 100:1. In other words, every 100 divine sources can be converted into 1 villain point. Now Ye Chen only has 10,000 divine sources in hand, which can only convert 100 villain points. Since he needed to use the divine source to recruit troops and carry out construction, he decided not to transform for the time being. However, when Ye Chen tried to materialize the divine source, he only embodied 10 divine sources. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen secretly cursed the profiteer. The ratio of conversion back and forth is wrong. From this point of view, the most cost-effective way to obtain villain points is to kill monsters. Master, do you like apples very much? At this moment, the evil demon Mother Tree also asked curiously. Want one? Ye Chen invited with a smile. He also has a headache with these apples, and they can't be converted back into villains. If he doesn't find a way to deal with them, they will die. In response, the evil Mother Tree also shyly refused because she didn't like to eat fruits. However, since the evil Mother Tree had diverted his attention, Ye Chen took the opportunity to ask about the current situation of the Mother Tree. After absorbing the flesh and blood of 50 monsters, the evil Mother Tree should have gained a lot of benefits. Master, this time I feel that I can absorb at least 5,000 points of energy from these ferocious beasts. The evil Mother Tree also answered truthfully. How many? Ye Chen was also a little surprised. I originally thought that the 10,000 source crystals at the end of the battle would be generous enough. He didn't expect that the evil Mother Tree could bring him such a big surprise. Other lords killed monsters and threw the bodies away in vain. But the evil demon Mother Tree can turn waste into treasure and transform it into actual combat power. An energy value of more than 5,000 is equivalent to using 5,000 points of divine source directly for nothing. Moreover, the highest level of these absorbed ferocious beasts is only level 6, which already provides so much energy. If the evil Mother Tree can absorb a group of full-level ferocious beasts, then the energy she can obtain will be even greater. At that time, Ye Chen might be able to easily summon tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of demon followers, forming an almost unmatched army. Thinking of this, Ye Chen decisively ordered, Mother Tree, don't make any upgrades yet. All the existing energy will be used to breed evil demon disciples. And that's not all yet. Ye Chen took out another 8,000 divine sources and threw them to the Mother Tree, leaving only 2,000 as backup. He knew very well that the intensity of the indigenous people's daily attacks was determined by the strength and quality of the Lord's troops. After seeing the fighting power of the evil demon disciples, he didn't have to worry about his territory being destroyed. There are at most 24 hours before the next attack. Counting the time to breed the evil demon disciples, there are at least 22 hours left. According to the rule that evil disciples can accumulate 1 experience point every minute, after 22 hours, he will have at least 1,300 evil disciples reaching level 7. This amount is indeed astonishing. However, the demonic mother tree has a slightly different opinion. Master, are you sure you are pregnant now? Give me some more time, and I will be able to complete the genetic analysis of the jungle chimpanzees. By then, the evil demons will receive a wave of strengthening. After hearing this suggestion, Ye Chen changed his mind and decided to wait for the evil mother tree to complete its genetic analysis before making a decision. But after an hour, the light around the Lord's mansion suddenly dissipated. A strange castle appeared in front of Ye Chen. Chapter 7 Shocking, Rafflesia Floating Fortress. Bite. The reorganization of the Lord's mansion has been completed. Congratulations on getting the Rafflesia Floating Fortress. Seeing that the reorganization of the Lord's mansion was finally completed, Ye Chen's eyes lit up and he ran over excitedly. It's said to be a castle, but it's actually a super large evil demon. It looks like a huge parasitic plant living in an ancient city. The most important thing is that this is a flying fortress. In the G-Fox TV series, this castle has the firepower to destroy an entire city. Although the current size does not seem large, as long as it is continuously upgraded, it can reproduce the terrifying form in the TV drama. Rafflesia Floating Fortress. Grade 1/20. Upgrade required, 150 energy points. Current energy value, 0. Quality, Red Myth. Durability, 5000. Effect 1, Flesh and Flesh Absorption. Rafflesia Floating Fortress can absorb the energy from flesh and blood to achieve self-evolution and self-repair without relying on divine sources. Effect 2, Floating Fortress. The Rafflesia Fortress can fly freely in the air without consuming energy. Effect 3, Deadly Aroma. The castle can release a special aroma that attracts the enemy's attention and firepower. Effect 4, Absolute Defense. As the number of evil demons in the camp increases, the defense power of the Rafflesia Floating Fortress will be significantly enhanced. Effect 5, Life Sharing. When friendly units are inside the Rafflesia Fortress castle, all damage they receive will be absorbed by the castle itself. In addition, the life force of the castle can be used to repair these damages, realizing the transfer and recovery of damage. Skills: Rafflesia Entanglement, Corrosive Gas, King-Shaped Cannon. Introduction: In my castle, you don't have to worry about getting hurt. What does it mean to be awesome? This is really awesome. After seeing the description of Rafflesia Fortress Castle, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. When other lords get the Lord's Mansion, at most they get a place to rest. Even if the Lord's Mansion is of better quality, it only has a better life recovery effect. But the Lord's Mansion after Ye Chen's transformation became a completely different concept. First of all, it is the floating function of the fortress. It can fly freely in the air without losing energy. This alone can make a lord without anti-air capabilities helpless. Not to mention, this floating fortress also has the firepower to completely destroy the city and the iron wall defense that is completely immune to external attacks. As there are more demons in the camp, the defense of Rafflesia Fortress will continue to increase. In other words, if the enemy wants to destroy this castle, they must first reduce the number of evil demons. Otherwise, in Jihu TV, this thing is the final boss? Although it is still relatively small in size now, it has the same ability to absorb flesh and blood as the demonic mother tree, so it will be a matter of time before it grows up. When the time comes, standing on top of this castle, you will not only be able to grasp the overall vision, but also control the fortress for fire support. It is really exciting. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't wait to climb up to the castle and take a look. But, there seems to be no way up. At this moment, a calm male voice came from Ye Chen's ears. Master, do you want to enter the castle? Yes. This castle is alive, I almost forgot about that. Seeing Ye Chen nod, the male voice sounded again. Master, please don't mind. Immediately afterwards, a tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the fortress, gently picked up Ye Chen, and slowly sent him to the castle above. After entering the castle, Ye Chen found that the interior space was extremely spacious. At the same time, he felt as if he had established some kind of connection with the castle. This must be castle's life-sharing ability. With this ability, no one can kill him inside the castle until it is destroyed. However, when he reached the highest point of the castle and looked around, he found that the territory was surrounded by a layer of fog of war, and Ye Chen frowned. Although the castle has the ability to fly, the line of sight is blocked, making it impossible to clearly observe the surrounding environment, which is also a problem. As a result, the firepower of Rafflesia Fortress Castle will be difficult to accurately target and attack enemy units. In the Lord world, there are indeed some special buildings that can dispel the fog of war, but unfortunately, these buildings will not appear in the trial world. Faced with this situation, Ye Chen could only place his hope on the transformed Lord Crystal. Lord Crystal has the strongest ability to dispel the fog of war and may bring him unexpected surprises. But when I think about it, the Lord Crystal still needs 12 hours to transform, and the Mother Tree also needs time to analyze the genes. Since there were currently no urgent matters in the territory, Ye Chen decided to use this time to take a ride in the castle to observe the surrounding environment in person. Well, it was actually Ye Chen who wanted to go for a ride. However, the process of the castle taking off was very smooth, and there was no bump in the air. You could only see the scenery on the ground shrinking. It was not until it was 100 meters away from the ground that the castle began to move forward at a constant speed. Looking from above, except for the castle and territory, all areas on the ground are covered by the fog of war. Although there is no fog of war in the air, it is still impossible to detect the scenery on the ground. However, as the huge castle began to move, the fog of war on the ground began to be gradually dispelled. 10 minutes later, a few kilometers away from Ye Chen's territory, a lord who was building a territory couldn't help but froze when he saw the giant thing in the sky. Immediately afterwards, he reacted quickly and hid behind a big tree with lightning speed, watching the shocking scene in the sky with vigilance. A castle shaped like a Rafflesia flower slowly swam through the air. Although he did not know the origin of that castle, years of education told him that he must remain vigilant. His territory had just experienced a war and was in the process of resting. If you are targeted by this strange castle in the sky, the consequences will be disastrous. It wasn't until finally, when he saw the castle fading away, that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before I knew it, I was sweating profusely. After reacting, he immediately took a photo of the distant castle and sent it to the regional group, which immediately caused an uproar. Holy shit, what is this? Is there such a thing in the trial world? It's true, I just saw it too. It was so scary. When it flew over, I felt like my territory was going to be bombed. Maybe someone's talent is too powerful, which attracted such a powerful existence to impose sanctions. It's possible, but who can fight it at this stage? I guess we may have to wait until the last few waves of battles to deal with that person. Well, it's a good thing that my talent is not high, otherwise I would definitely not be able to face this kind of existence. I feel silent for the person who may have to face it. People in the regional group didn't know what this thing was, but looking at the monster-like figure, they directly assumed that this thing was a product of this world. But they never imagined that the owner of this weird castle was just a new lord like them. Looking at the news that was buzzing in the regional group, Ye Chen also smiled slightly. I didn't expect that after going out for a tour, I would be mistaken for the final boss. But that's fine, others temporarily think that he may not be a threat. When he finds those brats at school, you can see if he blasts them or not. However, at this moment, Ye Chen suddenly noticed that a difficult battle seemed to be going on in a territory not far away. Chapter 8, One Shot into the Soul, the terrifying firepower of the fortress. It had been 20 minutes since the first attack started. Basically all the lords ended the battle. But looking at the battle still going on below, Ye Chen suddenly became interested. I saw a group of humanoid monsters that looked like hedgehogs quickly shuttled through the territory of a lord. In the center of the territory, 2 giant turtles firmly protected the Lord Crystal with their bodies. On top of the Lord Crystal, a little fat man looked extremely anxious, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Even if Ye Chen's floating fortress appeared in sight, he ignored it because the situation in front of him was even more difficult. Ye Chen also saw the little fat man's current predicament at a glance. Although these 2 turtles have rough skin and thick flesh, their speed is obviously their weak point. Of course, this kind of weakness also depends on who you compare with. If it were an ordinary soldier, it would definitely not be as fast as these 2 turtles. But their opponents are a group of opponents who are fast and capable of long-range attacks. This hedgehog-like monster can shoot slender spikes from its body. Now that the 2 turtles are not as fast as them, and they have to protect the Lord Crystal from being destroyed, they directly become a living target. No matter how high the defense is, it will be a matter of time before he is beaten to death. Ye Chen thought about it and felt that this little fat guy had a relatively high military class and talent level. It was a pity to leave the trial in such a frustrated manner. Since the other party is not on his blacklist, it doesn't matter if he helps him. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also began to control the floating fortress to descend and approach the territory. Within the territory, the little fat man noticed that this weird castle began to descend. He was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and pressed the exit button with his hand. However, the next moment, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Outside the castle in the sky, the flowers suddenly emitted a strong breath. All the hedgehog monsters seemed to be attracted by some kind of strong attraction and ran crazily towards the castle. Immediately afterwards, as a terrifying beam of light streaked across the territory. Bite! There was also a prompt sound in his ear, and then several prompts popped up in front of him. Congratulations on completing the first day of the trial, the rewards will now begin. Tip: because other lords participated in the kill, your score has dropped. Battle Settlement. Enemies: 15 level 2 to 5 Thorn People, 5 level 6 Thorn People. Rating B. Settlement Reward: 200 Wood, 2000 Divine Source, Lord's Mansion Building Template *1. Looking at the prompt that suddenly popped up, the little fat man's eyes widened. When he first saw this weird castle, he thought it was a product of this world. But now when the prompt told him that this thing belonged to a lord, he was immediately stunned. As we all know, only novice lords can enter the trial world. In other words, this thing is the building of a novice lord. Are you kidding? Which novice lord starts flying in the sky with buildings? Especially when he saw the scorching trace left by the beam, his surprise was beyond words. What kind of talent has been awakened to have such a weird building at the beginning? It can not only fly in the air, but also shoot such terrifying beams. Fortunately, this person was not hostile to him. Otherwise, the shot just now would have attacked his own Lord Crystal. He was not sure whether the 2 dragon turtles could withstand such horrific damage. But the next moment, after seeing the castle tentacles in the sky throwing the corpses of the monsters into the mouth of the Rafflesia, it began to rise. He suddenly realized that the other party was preparing to leave. I suddenly felt anxious. Due to emotions and reasons, he would like to thank the other party for helping him. Not to mention, this is a very powerful lord. If you can make friends with him, you can ask him for help if you have difficulties in the future. However, no matter how much he waved and shouted, the castle in the sky ignored him and continued to move up into the sky, eventually disappearing from sight. Seeing this, although the little fat man was a little disappointed, he was still a little happy inside. Although I didn't get to know the owner of the castle, the crisis was finally resolved. Next, as long as we spend some resources to repair the barracks and recruit a few dragon turtles, the next attack will not have the problem of insufficient troops. As long as you are careful, you can pass this trial. However, the image of that huge castle still lingered in his mind. He wanted to know the identity of the castle owner. Out of curiosity, he also opened the regional chat group to see if there was any news about this castle. As a result, when he saw that everyone in the regional chat group was discussing this strange castle in the sky, his eyes suddenly lit up. On the other side of the sky, Ye Chen was also extremely satisfied with the performance of the Rafflesia floating fortress. The deadly aroma gathers the monsters, and then the king's focused cannon is fired into the soul, and finally all the monster corpses are recovered by the tentacles. After such a set of procedures, a wave of attacking enemies can be eliminated in seconds. However, this powerful skill is not unlimited. After the attack, the king's charged cannon also fell into a charging time of 8 hours. However, Ye Chen has a feeling that as the king's floating fortress is upgraded, the recharging time of skills will continue to decrease. But this time, after devouring the corpses of the 20 monsters, the Rafflesia floating fortress also gained 2,300 points of energy. I went out once and earned another 2,300 points of divine source, which was a good harvest. Without hesitation, Ye Chen directly upgraded the Rafflesia floating fortress. Rafflesia floating fortress. Grade 2/20. Upgrade required, 250 energy points. Current energy value, 2050. Slightly. Rafflesia floating fortress. Grade 3/20. Upgrade required, 350 energy points. Current energy value, 2050. Slightly. Rafflesia floating fortress. Grade 6/20. Upgrade required, 650 energy points. Current energy value, 0. Quality, Red Myth. Durability, 35,000. Slightly. As the level of Rafflesia floating fortress increases, the size of the fortress gradually increases. The charging time of the king's gathering cannon has also been shortened by 20 minutes. This made Ye Chen realize that his guess was right. As long as it continued to be upgraded, this floating fortress would eventually reproduce the appearance in the TV series. It would have an ironclad defense and enough firepower to easily destroy a city. Ye Chen was also a little emotional. An ordinary lord's mansion can be transformed into such a terrifying war weapon. This makes him look forward to what other buildings will look like after transformation. However, after a round of inspection, Ye Chen also received good news from the evil mother tree. The genes of jungle chimpanzees have been analyzed. Chapter 9: Strong Muscles and the Temptation of Delicious Food. Since the evil mother tree was transformed by Ye Chen, it has the ability to communicate with Ye Chen's mind. Even if they are not in the same world, they can still communicate with Ye Chen remotely. After receiving the news about the mother tree, Ye Chen also began to check the information about the evil mother tree and found that there was an additional gene sequence that could be selected in the genetic analysis. Strong muscles. Quality, rare. Type, power gene. Effect: after strengthening this ability for the evil disciple, you will gain the passive skill of strengthening muscles, increase the muscle hardness of the evil disciple, and increase the strength attribute by an additional 20%. Note: through genetic analysis of different types of monsters, the evil mother tree can continuously improve the quality of genetic sequences. Introduction: genetic components from jungle chimpanzees. When he saw the analyzed gene sequence, Ye Chen also opened his eyes wide. You must know that in the world of lords, those skills that can increase attributes by percentage have always been the rarest. These skills are like a self-growing piece of equipment. As the user's own attributes increase, the amplification effect will become more significant accordingly. Although the increase ratio of 10 to 1 may not seem high at first glance, for example, 10 points of strength only adds 1 point of extra strength. But in the later stages, this increase will become extremely considerable. With 100,000 points of strength, you can gain an additional 10,000 points of strength, and there is no upper limit to this increase. After obtaining such a precious skill, a normal lord's reaction would be to choose to use it for his own hero. After all, only the attributes of the hero can maximize the potential of skills. But now, after devouring the flesh and blood of the jungle chimpanzee, the evil mother tree actually analyzed such a genetic sequence. This was really a big surprise for Ye Chen. With this gene sequence, it means that in the future, all evil demon disciples will have a skill book that increases their power. And what he saw was that the demonic mother tree could continuously improve the quality of genes through genetic analysis of other organisms. In other words, the degree of increase in this gene sequence can continue to increase. What is this concept? So far, the best skill in Lord World can only increase the strength by 30%. The evil mother tree only needs to swallow the flesh and blood of different monsters to analyze different types of genes. It is estimated that jungle chimpanzees are creatures known for their strength, so the genes related to strength were analyzed from the genes. Then if it is a creature with long speed, can it also analyze the genes related to speed? Similarly, those hedgehogs who have the ability to shoot spikes can also be analyzed by the mother tree. If possible. Then Ye Chen simply couldn't imagine how terrifying the evil demon would become by concentrating many genetic sequences on the evil demon's body. It's just that those hedgehogs have been swallowed by the Rafflesia floating fortress and can no longer be taken out for analysis. This made him realize that when he encounters creatures with strange abilities in the future, he must give priority to being swallowed by the evil mother tree. And not only that. In addition to killing invading monsters on his own side, he can also purchase monster corpses from other lords for analysis by the mother tree. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also communicated with the evil demon Mother Tree. Mother Tree, first strengthen the remaining evil demon disciples, and then use all the energy to create the evil demon disciples. Okay, now the number of remaining evil demons is 100. Each transformation requires 1 point of energy, which is 100 points of energy. The remaining 11,100 energy can still breed 1,110 evil demons. After hearing the Mother Tree's answer, Ye Chen still felt a little outrageous. With the addition of such a powerful genetic sequence, there is no need to add additional recruitment fees. And the transformation only requires a little divine source. If you switch to other types of soldiers, with the ability to increase this percentage, the recruitment cost will be at least 50 points. After hearing Ye Chen's order, the demon mother tree in the territory also loyally began to execute it. The evil demon disciples with clear muscle lines continued to fall, and the previous evil demon disciples also gathered around the mother tree and began to be transformed by the vines. When Ye Chen returned to the territory again, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. I saw countless tall and muscular evil demons standing quietly in the territory. They don't need food or entertainment. They only need an order from the Lord, and they will fight for the Lord without hesitation. After coming down from the castle, Ye Chen was very satisfied with this scene. Today is only the first day, and the number of troops has already exceeded 1,000. Perhaps, by the 7th day, the entire trial world will not be his opponent. And then, there was nothing that needed to be done in Ye Chen's territory. The trial world is essentially like a novice tutorial. Only if you successfully pass each day, you will get a territory building as a reward. So after successfully challenging every day, there is basically nothing else to do except blasting troops and building buildings. As for exploring the surrounding area, no one wants to spend so much energy. One is that the resources for exploration are not as much as those provided by successful defense, and the other is that the territory is undefended. Therefore, after most people build their territory, they can only eat some food they brought with them and then go to the regional chat group to brag. But Ye Chen was a little different. Although he didn't have a building template, he had the power to create the world. After consuming a little villain value, he created a pavilion next to the evil mother tree. The lights in the pavilion were bright, illuminating a table of sumptuous dishes carefully prepared. The only regret is that the only people accompanying him are the demon followers. It would be even more perfect if there was a beautiful woman sitting across from him for dinner. While Ye Chen was tasting the food, he paid attention to the news in the regional chat group. The most mentioned topic in the regional chat group today is his Rafflesia floating fortress. There is no way human beings feel more scared about unknown things. Even in the photo, you can still feel the oppression caused by this thing. Boss of the castle, are you there? If you see it, please add me. Suddenly, he noticed that a person named Qin Yingjun sent a message in the chat group. It's probably the little fat guy I rescued before. However, others in the chat group didn't believe him at all. Brother, stop bragging. How can this thing be owned by the Lord? That's right, even if you have awakened a mythical level of talent, your start can't be so exaggerated, right? Which lord has a flying castle in the sky on the first day? Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, the little fat man also sent another message. Boss of the castle, please add me, I have prepared a thank you fee. As soon as this piece of information came out, the atmosphere in the regional group immediately changed. You told me earlier, you want to thank me? To be honest, I am the master of the castle, and I have already added you. Be presumptuous, be careful as I drive the castle to your territory, I am the real one. I am the real one, you are all fake. You fart, you just said you saw this thing flying by. Qin Yingjun. I'm going. Can you guys stop making trouble? I'm really looking for the owner of the castle. As a result, more than 50 of you claim to be the owner of the castle. What the hell? Boss of the castle, please don't mind. If you have already added me, please attach a photo of the castle. Thank you very much. As a result, as soon as this information came out, more people came out to make fun of the little fat man. I'm outside now, please transfer the thank you fee first, and I'll go back and take pictures for you later. That's right, not 1 or 2,000, not 3 or 4,000, just 9 or 98, and the castle will be delivered to your home. Qin Yingjun. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen couldn't help laughing. These people are quite capable of surviving. But it is understandable that if it were him, he would not believe that this thing belonged to the novice lord. It was quite interesting. Ye Chen also sent a friend request to the little fat man. A few minutes later, the little fat man approved the friend application and sent a message. Sorry, there are too many people pretending to be you. If you are really the owner of the castle, please send me a recent photo of the castle to confirm. However, Ye Chen has no plans to reveal his identity yet. After thinking about it, he chose to take a photo of the sumptuous table of dishes in front of him and send it. Chapter 10. The fat little guy is so annoying and has a huge sale. In another territory, looking at a group of fake people, the little fat man was also speechless. He is not stupid. Without close-up photos, how could he give away resources to others for no reason? This time, he sent a message just like he did before. As before, if the other party didn't send recent photos of the castle, then he wouldn't pay attention to them. I originally thought it was another prank, but after clicking on the picture, the little fat man was stunned. This is too much. It doesn't matter if someone else is pretending to be someone else. What do you mean by sending me this? Looking at the food in front of him and what others were eating, he suddenly lost his appetite. But what puzzled him the most was how this person brought so much food into the trial space. You know, novice lords are only allowed to bring the most primitive things to the trial. If you want to make such a delicious table of dishes, there is only one possibility. He brought a lot of semi-finished materials and cooked them on the spot in the Lord's world. Thinking of this, the little fat man was a little dumbfounded. This lord is really a talent. Others test him on vacation. Only. What is the purpose of sending this to him? After thinking about it, the little fat man sent a tentative message, "Brother, what do you mean, do you want to sell these dishes?" There was silence for a while, and then another message was sent, 100 divine sources, exactly the same, will be given to you for a whole table. When he saw this price, the little fat man's first reaction was to refuse. After all, this table of dishes probably doesn't even cost 30 points of divine source. This person is selling it for 100 points of divine source. Is he crazy? But suddenly, he rolled his eyes, a sly smile appeared on his face, and then replied, "Okay, I will transfer the money to you right away." On the other side, Ye Chen was a little surprised when he received the transfer from Shen Yuan. Originally, he just wanted to tease the little fat man, but he didn't expect the other party to be serious, so he directly turned the source of the gods over. 100 points of divine source, although it doesn't sound like much at first glance. But you must know that not all lords are like Ye Chen and can use monster flesh and blood as energy for detonating troops and upgrading. For ordinary lords, the income from this wave is only a few hundred divine sources. So spend 100 Shen Yuan to eat. In fact, it is a very luxurious thing. But after Ye Chen took the money, he couldn't help but do something, right? With a wave of his hand, a table of identical meals instantly appeared next to him. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen directly traded the food on the table to the little fat man. But not long after, he felt dumbfounded. In the regional chat group, the little fat man posted a photo with these delicacies. And the accompanying text, "Oh, it's so annoying that I can't finish all the delicious food. Good guy, you know how to piss people off." Sure enough, there was a weird pause in the chat group for a few seconds, and then other people reacted like the little fat man before. Holy crap! This is too much. We are eating bread and he is eating a feast. No brother, are you here for vacation? Do rang rang, as a top gourmet, I think these dishes must be props, unless you send a dish over for me to try. Good guy, this abacus ball jumped on my face. To be honest, I am the mysterious owner of the castle. Share some of the food with me, and I will drive the castle over and blast it every day. How about that? The people in the group were also greedy for these delicacies and greeted the little fat man crazily. Seeing this scene, the little fat man also showed a relieved expression. I told you to cause trouble just now. However, many people in the chat group were still asking where the little fat man got so much food. There were even many people chatting privately about the little fat man, thinking that he couldn't finish eating so much food, and wanted to use resources in exchange for some food before he started eating. The little fat man also confessed directly that he bought it from someone else for 100 divine source points. I originally wanted to persuade others to leave, but unexpectedly more people asked. In desperation, he could only chat with Ye Chen privately again. Ye Chen was also a little surprised to see so many people wanting to eat delicious food. This is only the first day of the attack. Are there so many rich people? It's just that you're a BD if you don't make money. Before, his villain value had not been exhausted, but he could still materialize 10 tables of dishes like this. Anyway, it will disappear if you don't use it, so you might as well sell them all. 100 points of divine source, profit from selling 1100 points of divine source, he is really a genius. However, this kind of business can only make a profit in the first few days. After the restaurant is built, the Lord's demand for this kind of delicacy will be greatly reduced. At the same time, you cannot sell too much, otherwise the source cannot be explained. Thinking of this, he also told the little fat man that he still had 10 tables left, and gave him 100 divine sources to sell. Seeing that he could get a meal for free, the little fat man was very happy and went to say hello. And Ye Chen was responsible for trading him a table of dishes every few minutes. In less than half an hour, 10 tables of dishes were completely sold out, and Ye Chen also had an extra 1,000 divine resources. It's good. When the divine source becomes more abundant, you can buy monster corpses in the chat group. After taking a sip of Sprite, Ye Chen also burped with satisfaction. He was full. After this incident, he gained a new understanding of the power of creation. People with the power of creation may die in countless different ways, but they will never starve to death. It is possible to hold on to death. But at this moment, he saw the group chat of Jindu No. 1 Middle School lit up again. Someone was at him. Ye Chen frowned. What are these little brats doing? When I clicked in and took a look, I saw at everyone. First, I posted a picture of a sumptuous table of dishes in the group. Why does he look so familiar? Isn't this what he just sold? Narrowing his eyes, he also wanted to see what Le Kiwen was up to. Le Kiwen, brothers, is there anyone who hasn't eaten? I saw someone selling food in our area, so I spent 300 Shen Yuan to get this table of food. I couldn't finish all the food. I want to ask. Is there anyone else to eat with? Now Goddess Su has bought part of it, and there are still 8 people's quota. They only need 30 points of divine source to get it. The quota is limited. First come, first served. Later, Su Minjiu also cooperated by taking a photo and sent it to the group. 3 dishes with a bowl of white rice, and slender straight thighs under the dim light, making everyone salivate. As soon as Su Minjiu's picture came out, many people in the group followed suit and signed up. However, when Ye Chen saw this scene, he showed a strange smile. Good, good. You still know how to do business. He sold a table for 100 Shen Yuan, and they went back to other groups and sold it for 300 Shen Yuan, making a net profit of 200. And Su Minjiu must have been involved in this picture. However, Ye Chen was not prepared to care about this matter. Anyway, 30 points of divine source is not too much, and he did not lose money. But he didn't expect that this Le Kiwen sentence would burn the fire on his head again. Why didn't you see our young master yet? Could it be that he has been eliminated? Chapter 11, My brother has been down and out, but he has never been poor. In the trial world, if you are eliminated, your name in the group chat will also turn black. Le Wenkai could clearly see that Ye Chen's name was still online. But he asked this deliberately, which seemed very disrespectful. In response, a cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Isn't it good to live quietly? You have to mess with him. Originally, he didn't know that Le Wenkai was in the same area as him, so he wasn't ready to go find him. But he insisted on jumping out. You know, with an artifact like the floating fortress, he only needs to spend some time to find Le Wenkai. Since Le Wenkai is so arrogant, wouldn't it be unreasonable if he didn't come to his door to send warmth? There is another person named Ai Xingjin who is also Su Minjiu's suitor, but he is relatively rich in school, so the two of them don't even have the chance to be lickers. He's better now. Seeing that he's down and out, he wants to take the opportunity to rise to power. In this regard, he just wanted to say one thing, brothers, is there something wrong with your brains? However, the other party came out to provoke, so he couldn't lose face. He responded on the spot in the group. What do you want from your father? If you want to honor me, food is not required because I am already full. Just give me the divine source. Seeing this sentence, Le Wenkai's face turned red with anger. But he calmed down quickly. This time Ye Chen awakened with the ordinary quality lord's heart, and the profit must be very low. Perhaps it was because the opponent couldn't even produce 30 points of divine source that they acted so aggressively. Le Wenkai thought to himself that the calmer he was, the more he would anger Ye Chen. He replied casually, Young Master Ye, what you said is too much. Who doesn't know that you have a noble status, and you will naturally look down on ordinary food? I wanted to kindly leave you a portion, but since Mr. Ye can't even get 30 points of divine source, I have no choice but to enjoy it myself. This scene made everyone in the group hold their breath. It was full of gunpowder, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Wenkai was mocking Ye Chen. At the same time, they were also curious about how Ye Chen would respond. After all, Ye Chen was always known for his arrogance in school, so how could he swallow his pride this time? However, the next moment, Ye Chen said calmly, "Do you still need me to buy this little thing?" "Who, Su Minjiu, didn't you say you want to thank me? Then you will pay for the 300 god source per day for these 7 days. I won't embarrass you too much, right? Ridicule me. Then I will follow your words." He wants to see what Su Minjiu says. When Su Minjiu saw the news about Ye Chen, she immediately frowned. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with her exchanging Ye Chen's heart as a lord. But that was all done by Ye Chen voluntarily, and she didn't promise anything. She originally planned to help Ye Chen to settle this past incident after becoming stronger. But now Ye Chen spoke to her in a commanding tone, which made her feel very angry. She never asked Ye Chen to lick her, everything was done voluntarily by Ye Chen. What does it mean to speak with this attitude now? However, when I think about the fact that I have exchanged his heart as an outstanding lord, I would still be in the wrong if I fall out now. After all, she still has to maintain her image in front of the public. Therefore, she thought for a moment before replying, "It is true that my little sister did not consider this. So, for the remaining 6 days, I will buy a 30 god meal for student Ye every day. I hope classmate Ye doesn't mind." Such an answer not only maintains her image, but also does not require spending too much divine energy. 30*7 is 210 points of divine source, which is nothing to her with outstanding talent. And if Ye Chen doesn't appreciate it, even these divine sources can be saved. But Ye Chen also smiled coldly. As a time traveler, how could he not know what Su Minjiu was thinking? He continued to reply, "Su Minjiu, did you read it wrong? I'm talking about 300 divine sources. You should know me very well. Eating with some cubs is a bit off-putting to me. For Shenyuan, you can just transfer it to me. I can find someone to buy it myself." As soon as these words came out, Su Minjiu had not yet spoken, but Li Wenkai and other licking dogs suddenly exploded. "Ye Chen, who do you think is Zizhong? Do you think you are still the young master of the Ye family? After this trial, I will see how you face the people of the Ye family. It's just that the beauty of Seoul University is willing to help you, but you are still picky. It's really shameless. As a person who has awakened ordinary talents, do you really think you can be with the beauty of Seoul University? That's right, you can't afford it if you can't afford it, and you are still picky. Do you really think you are as rich as before? Now is a world where strength speaks for itself." If the original owner faced this scene, his mentality might really collapse. But who is Ye Chen? If a time traveler wants to break his mentality, these people obviously can't do it. Not to mention, he also possesses an extremely powerful golden finger. Facing this scene, Ye Chen also casually replied, "Hey, I haven't said who it is yet, how come there are so many people interested in it? It seems that everyone agrees with the identity of their own species, but there is one thing I want to correct. Although my brother is down and out, he has never been poor. He can still afford just one meal." Just as the licking dogs were about to ridicule, Ye Chen threw out a picture in the chat group. The picture shows a table of dishes that are exactly the same as before, but the difference is that many of the dishes have been partially eaten, and the background is also different from Li Wenkai's picture. This is obviously not the photo that Li Wenkai posted before. Seeing this scene, all the licking dogs were surprised at first, and then immediately reacted and started typing in the chat group. "Li Wenkai, impossible, absolutely impossible, he must have copied the picture from someone else." However, before he could finish his words, he was suddenly speechless. Because Ye Chen uploaded another picture right after. The difference between this picture and the previous one is that there is an additional hand with the middle finger raised in the picture. How about it? Do you believe it? If you don't believe it, I can add another one. Seeing this scene, Li Wenkai's face was also very ugly. But the next moment he realized that Ye Chen was just an ordinary lord, and his income was only a few hundred points at most. If Ye Chen really spent 100 points of divine energy to buy this table of food, then the development speed of his territory would definitely lag behind others. Moreover, the fact that Ye Chen was able to buy this table of food also meant that he was in this area. Li Wenkai secretly thought that as long as he inquired a little and found Ye Chen's coordinates, he could be easily eliminated. Without the reward of the trial, he completely lost the threat. Thinking of this, Li Wenkai showed a proud smile and said mockingly, as expected of Mr. Ye, with such little profit, he is still here to make a fool of himself. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Ye family will react if your data is at the bottom when the trial is settled. However, at this moment, Su Minjiu also spoke out, "Classmate Ye, I'm sorry, this time I plan to rush to the human rankings, but I'd better wait until the trial is over, and I'll invite everyone to have a meal together." Su Minjiu's move was quite cunning. She suddenly changed her mind and offered to treat everyone to dinner. If Ye Chen disagrees, it means he is on the opposite side of everyone. The other licking dogs echoed excitedly, "Did you hear that? I'm telling you to get lost. Don't be so shameless. Ai Xingjian, Goddess Su's divine source is to be used to develop the territory, not to be wasted on this waste like you." Li Wenkai, yes, given that Goddess Su is the most likely person in our Jindu No. 1 middle school to break into the top 100 of the human race rankings, for the glory of Jindu No. 1 middle school, I decided to invest 200 divine resources in Goddess Su. I hope that Goddess Su can have a chance to break into the top 100 in this trial and make our Jindu No. 1 middle school famous. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen showed a playful smile. Good guys, the fox's tail is finally exposed. No wonder Su Minjiu chose to cooperate with a licking dog like Li Wenkai. It turned out to be such a plan. She was too embarrassed to speak out, so she let others guide the conversation. Su Minjiu, what a good trick! Chapter 12 Fighting with Dogs and Spitting Lotus Flowers. Su Minjiu also immediately agreed, "First of all, I want to thank Brother Li for his support, and I will not take these divine sources for nothing. I will return them to Brother Li when the trial is over. Although I have entered the top 100 of the human race with such a small amount of divine sources, the chance is very small, but for the glory of Jindu No. 1 middle school, I will work hard." In the chat group, you can also send voice messages. As soon as Su Minjiu's soft words came out, all the licking dogs responded in agreement. After all, you can earn another 200 points of divine source, but there are not many opportunities to be called brother by Su Minjiu. It's okay, Goddess Su, you're welcome. We all have ordinary talents anyway, and we don't need so many divine sources. The glory of Jindu No. 1 middle school this time depends entirely on you. That's right, for the glory of our Jindu No. 1 middle school, I also transferred 200 divine resources to Goddess Su. Goddess Su, please take a look. Others are also mobilizing. It's not like they won't pay back. Once Goddess Su reaches the top 100 of the human race, it will be easy to ask Goddess Su for help when encountering difficulties in the world of lords. That's right. Su Minjiu, then I'll bother you, sisters and brothers. If I can get into the top 100 this time, I will return an extra 100 points of divine energy to everyone. Others were speechless when they saw this group of licking dogs singing along. How come I saw it coming to me while watching a show? Although 200 points of divine source is not much, today is the first day. Transferring money to Su Minjiu means that they have to give up a little bit of their own development. However, after a little consideration, most people still transferred money to Su Minjiu. After all, Su Minjiu is now one of the most talented players in Jindu No. 1 middle school. If someone is resented because of such a small amount of divine origin, then the gain outweighs the loss. Moreover, they can still get these divine sources after the trial is over. This also led to Su Minjiahu's eyes narrowing involuntarily as she looked at the uninterrupted transfer information, and her face showed unconcealable joy. For her, these divine sources are the key to achieving a huge advantage in the early stage. In the early stages of the trial, the more troops there are in the territory, the more generous rewards you will get when defending. With her outstanding talent, she is confident that she will be able to gain a lot on the last day of the trial and make a lot of money. To her, this is like borrowing someone else's chicken to lay eggs. She wasn't worried at all about not being able to pay it back in the end. If she could do this once a day, she would really be confident that she would be ranked within 100 of the human race trial rankings. But just when she was about to transfer 300 divine resources to Le Wenkai as a sign of encouragement, Su Minjiahu suddenly saw a discordant message. Ye Chen, Su Minjiahu, are you rich? Can you treat me to dinner now? Why don't you transfer 2,000 Shen Yuan to me first? If it's not enough, I'll ask you for it again. Seeing this news, Su Minjiahu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a sudden anger surged in her heart. Ye Chen, you're really done, aren't you? Originally, she was planning to help Ye Chen a little bit after becoming bigger and stronger. Seeing how ignorant Ye Chen was now, she immediately gave up the idea. However, the good news is that this matter does not need her to take action, her group of licking dogs can solve it. As soon as Ye Chen's words came out in the group, he was immediately condemned by the licking dogs. Ye Chen, you're shameless, aren't you? We gave these divine sources to Goddess Su to help her rank in the human race rankings. Can you be responsible for the delay? Do you dare to ask for it from Goddess Su? There is no sense of collective honor at all. Goddess Su, ignore him and build the territory boldly. Seeing the replies from these licking dogs, Ye Chen suddenly became happy. This really put a huge hat on him. Just talking about entering the top 100 of the human race makes you so excited. This is both a donation of divine resources and encouragement. If Ye Chen tells them that he wants to take the human race first, wouldn't you want to donate your territory to me? However, Ye Chen knew that these brats wouldn't believe it, so there was no need to waste his words. They would settle them one by one when the time comes. Ye Chen wiped his mouth gracefully, waved his arm lightly, and the dishes in front of him disappeared without a trace in an instant. He cleared his throat and turned on the voice function of the chat group. Since you are competing to be shameless, let me tell you who is really shameless. Ye Chen's voice sounded in the chat group, with a hint of unquestionable determination. Even if you give a dog a meat bone, everyone knows how to be grateful, but Su Minjiahu is different. With the heart of an excellent level lord, people can treat her like a normal person. Brother Le, I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. People sell food for 100 Shen Yuan, but you can sell it to a group of classmates for 300 Shen Yuan. Bah! Hearing this, everyone in the chat group widened their eyes. You! Le Wenkai wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Ye Chen. What are you doing? Do you think you can take over after I leave? Bah, you don't even look at your own virtues. A rotten orange is a rotten orange. Today she, Su Minjiahu, can endure hardships for the sake of her lord's heart, and tomorrow she can kick you away for her own benefit. Also, do you have any brains, saying that if you want to reach the top 100 of the human race, you will definitely be able to reach it? I also said that I want to be the first in the human race, why don't you give me the divine source? Thankfully you haven't noticed yet. From the beginning to the end, this dog is helping Su Minjiahu pull people's heads, and even stupidly gives people the source of the gods. When they get up, it will have nothing to do with you. At this time, some licking dogs retorted, what do you know? Didn't Goddess Su say that I would give you 100 more divine sources? Ye Chen sprayed again, is your head just to highlight your height? If it's useless, please donate it to useful people. Can't you earn 100 Shenyuan points to develop your own territory? Do you have to rely on others to give it to you? Haven't you ever seen a woman? You were so fascinated by someone's few words that you couldn't find her. I just listened to my brother's advice, stay away from the green tea bch, especially women like Su Minjiu. She can turn against others for her own future today. And she will betray the human race for her own survival in the future. Su Minjiu, remember, don't think that what you take is yours. What doesn't belong to you will never belong to you. I will get back what I gave you sooner or later from you. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice: lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog until the end, and you'll have nothing left. I'll withdraw now. I'll see you guys later. Then came the news that Ye Chen had withdrawn from the group chat. Seeing this reminder, Su Minjiu was so angry that she trembled all over. Originally, she could get a batch of Divine Source development territories from these classmates every day. Even if some people are reluctant, they are not willing to bear the reputation of lacking a sense of collective honor. But now that Ye Chen has pointed it out, the resistance of others will definitely increase. After all, no one wants to be thought of as a fool. Therefore, Su Minjiu also hated Ye Chen. I wish I could cut him into pieces. Li Wenkai also sent her a message: don't worry, Goddess Su. He can buy that table of food, which means he is also in this area. I will ask someone to inquire and see if I can find his location. We'll see if we can force him to go through the trial. If he doesn't get the final reward, he won't have a chance to turn around. When Su Minjiu saw this news, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes: go and find out. Once I find his location, I will definitely kick him out of the trial even if I have to sacrifice some troops. Her words were full of determination, and it was obvious that her hatred for Ye Chen had made her decide to do whatever it took. On the other side, Ye Chen also felt refreshed after spraying it in one breath. However, when he thought of these brats daring to provoke him, he still couldn't swallow his breath. If I don't come to you, you will have to be a BCH, right? Thinking of this, Ye Chen directly asked Rafflesia Floating Fortress to leave the territory to find the location of those cubs. Rafflesia Floating Fortress has self-awareness and can independently carry out the tasks assigned by Ye Chen. Therefore, after receiving the appearance of Su Minjiu and others, the Rafflesia Floating Fortress immediately took off, quickly disappeared into the night sky, and began its search mission. Although Ye Chen lost the city lord's mansion, it had no impact on him. With a gentle wave of his hand, an exquisite small building instantly appeared in front of him. This is the power of creation. Everything known in the world can be fabricated with the power of creation. Walking into this small building before time travel, Ye Chen felt more relaxed than ever before. After taking a shower, suddenly he found someone applying as his friend. Tang Suero, hum, now you know Su Minjiu's true face, please call me sister, I'll treat you to this meal. Seeing this piece of news, Ye Chen also showed a dumbfounded expression. The original owner is like this, yet there are still people who like him. This world is too crazy. Chapter 13 You are good or bad, I like you so much. Tang Suero is also one of the recognized beauties in the school. She was also Ye Chen's childhood sweetheart, but because the original owner's brain was a little abnormal, she left such a beautiful woman behind to pursue Su Minjiu. Although Tang Suero knew Su Minjiu's true face, after being scolded by the love-minded Ye Chen, the two never had any contact again. Ye Chen received the memory of the original owner, so he naturally knew that such a person existed. But he never expected that Tang Suero would come back to him even though he was like this. And depending on what she means, she wants to help herself. Hiss. This is true love. However, the next moment, after Ye Chen received the friend application, Tang Ruxiu also sent several voice messages. Humph, Ye Chen, you stupid man, now you know who is really good to you, right? But because you looked so handsome when you were quarreling with the scholars just now, I reluctantly took the initiative to add you as a friend, so that you can't find me. Tang Suero's voice is that of a royal sister, and it also sounds a bit arrogant. Ye Chen also smiled slightly when he heard this. Oh? It seems that Miss Tang is in a good mood today, and she even praised me. It seems that you are no longer angry with me. Tang Suero's voice sounded again, with a subtle smile, who said I forgive you easily. Stop thinking about it. I am very principled. But this time, you finally did something that made me feel better. I won't argue with you for the time being. She paused, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Sister, I treat you to dinner this time, as a small reward for you. Ye Chen heard the ridicule in Tang Suero's tone and responded with a smile. Haha, since Miss Tang is still angry, why do you want to add me as a friend? Tang Suero curled her lips slightly, with a hint of arrogance in her tone. I'm not worried that a pushy person like you will end up with the lowest statistics just because of your pretense. As she spoke, she transferred 100 divine sources to Ye Chen, and joked, this is a small investment for you. Although you are only an ordinary level talent, you may not be worthy of my sister for the time being, but you still have to work hard and strive to become a great lord, otherwise, I may have to consider other people. Ye Chen was also a little emotional when he saw the 100 divine source sent over. Sometimes, people can only truly see the true face of the people around them when they hit rock bottom. This time he gave up his ambition to be an outstanding lord, only to find that many people who were once close to him began to distance themselves from him. But I didn't expect that even if you are a dog licker, you still have a sincere feeling of your own. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth slightly raised, and he asked with a hint of ridicule, it's been a long time since we last met, and you've become a little rich woman. What talent did you awaken to make you so heroic? Tang Suero responded with a chuckle, with a hint of pride in her tone. Haha, it's not a big deal, it's just that I awakened a rare level talent. Ye Chen pretended to be surprised and nodded, with a joking tone in his tone. Well, it's rare. This is pretty good. Tang Suero pretended to be angry, but her eyes were full of smiles. Humph, what does it mean to be very good? I am the school seed player and the future star of the Lord. Ye Chen joked with a smile, with a hint of relaxation and confidence in his tone. Okay, future Lord Star, I will transfer this divine source back to you. I have so many divine sources here that I can't even use them all. Ye Chen's words were not a joke. Now the upgrade of his territory no longer relies on divine sources, but can be completed through flesh and blood. Even when faced with a situation where the number of evil demon disciples exceeds 1,000, he still has more than 3,000 divine sources at hand for use, which is far more than the total amount that ordinary people can obtain. But Tang Suero didn't understand this. When she saw Ye Chen turning his divine source back, she became a little anxious. Ye Chen, as a person with a rare level talent, these 100 points of divine source are not important to me. But for you, it's completely different. There was a trace of worry in her voice. For ordinary level talents, if you lack these 100 points of divine source in the early stage, you will be at a disadvantage when competing with others. You should know that this is extremely important to your development. It's important. If your grades can be better, the Ye family may consider focusing on training you. I don't want to see you miss the opportunity because of your temporary pride. However, before she finished speaking, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Because at this moment Ye Chen sent a picture over. The picture clearly shows, remaining divine source, 3,000. See the numbers on the picture. Tang Suero instantly felt that her CPU was burning. What I originally wanted to say suddenly went blank. She couldn't figure out what was going on. You know, with her rare talent, this wave of attacks only gained more than 1,000 points of divine source. And because her territory also needs to explode troops and upgrade buildings. These 100 points of divine source were squeezed out by force. But now, how could Ye Chen have 3,000 points of divine source left in his hand? Didn't he upgrade buildings and recruit troops? But that doesn't make sense either. If he didn't recruit troops or upgrade buildings, he wouldn't be able to accumulate so much divine energy. So where did these divine sources come from? Could it be that he has awakened a talent above rare level? But this idea was quickly rejected by her. After all, everyone clearly saw that he entered the trial world with the most ordinary heart of a lord. Incomprehensible. I can't figure it out at all. All the doubts and confusions intertwined in her heart, and finally converged into the simplest symbol. Looking at the question mark sent by Tang Suero, Ye Chen also smiled proudly. Because long ago, he had clearly told everyone that what he had awakened was a mythical talent. It's a pity that no one believes it. Do you have to drag them to your own territory to visit? And it's the same now. If you don't show your strength, it is estimated that these 100 points of divine source will spin around until dawn. He didn't have this kind of time, so he had to show some of his strength to the little rich woman. Ye Chen, how about it, little rich woman, do you still think I lack that bit of divine energy? Tang Suero also said incoherently, how do you have so many divine sources? Seeing Tang Suero's surprised news, Ye Chen also chuckled. She was so surprised just now. If she saw the thousands of evil demons in her territory, would she go crazy? However, Ye Chen had no intention of shooting the evil demon disciples, because that would be too shocking. Let her know when you get the chance. Thinking of this, he sent several tables of dishes he had photographed before. Tang Suero? Do you know the chef who sells delicious food? Ye Chen, is it possible that I am that chef? Tang Suero was stunned for a few seconds, and then suddenly reacted. Isn't it? Isn't Qin Yingjun selling this thing? Wait, Qin Yingjun also bought it from someone else. Ye Chen, Tang Suero, oh my god, you are really selling it. Thinking of this, Tang Suero suddenly realized. If this is the case, then the divine source in Ye Chen's hands is more reasonable. Just thinking of Li Wenkai provoking Ye Chen with these foods before, Tang Suero showed a playful expression on his face. Tang Suero snorted softly, with a bit of ridicule, bad man. Ye Chen asked curiously, what's wrong? Tang Suero replied with a smile, with a hint of pride in her tone, if Li Wenkai knew that these dishes were sold from you, he would probably not dare to eat them. Ye Chen asked back, with a hint of joking in his tone, then do you like it? Tang Suero responded mischievously, with a hint of playful arrogance in her tone, you are good or bad, I like it so much. Ye Chen then asked, then are you still planning to treat me to dinner? Tang Suero pretended to be reserved, if brother Ye Chen needs it, I can treat you to a meal every day, but remember to give a discount. After learning the secret, Tang Suero's mood became relaxed and happy, and she deliberately teased in a playful tone. Ye Chen responded happily, let's do this. Sister Shuer will trade the corpses of monsters that attack every day to my brother, and my brother will provide you with free food. Tang Suero's eyes widened when she heard this. What does brother Ye Chen want with those monster corpses? Could it be? Ye Chen quickly clarified, stop, you misunderstood, those monster corpses have nothing to do with these foods. I just collected them for others, and for every corpse collected, they gave me a divine source as a reward. Tang Suero understood the situation, licked her lips and said, okay, then I'll accept it reluctantly. A few minutes later, Ye Chen received a transaction request. He walked out of the hut, took out all the monster corpses, and asked the evil demon followers to transport them to the evil mother tree. Not only were these monsters low level, but they were also small in number. The mother tree told them that not much valuable things could be extracted from them. But Ye Chen didn't care, no matter how useless it was still energy. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen materialized watermelon and milk tea, and conveniently traded a share with Tang Ruxiu. Tang Suero took the watermelon and milk tea, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with a hint of playful arrogance, "You're doing well. If you work harder, maybe I will consider marrying you." Ye Chen was speechless. "I'm only 10 days younger than you." Tang Suero pretended to be serious, but there was a joking light in her eyes. 10 days is also older than you, don't try to cheat, just call me sister honestly. Chatting with the girl, the Lord's life was not too boring, and Ye Chen fell asleep after a while. But at 6 o'clock in the morning, a notification sound woke Ye Chen up. Vite. The Lord Crystal has been reorganized, congratulations on getting the Yak satellite. Chapter 14 Satellite Yak, Bug Level Abilities. When he heard the news, Ye Chen immediately rushed out of the house. I saw that the black gold light that originally enveloped the Lord Crystal had completely disappeared at this moment. A black broken satellite appeared in the center of the territory. In the center of the black body, a red light flashed. In the dazzling light, an enchanting figure seems to be gradually constructed through 3D printing technology. Wearing black leather jacket and trousers, red hair fluttering in the wind, and wearing Z-Magia's special communication equipment on her ears. Diddy. The communication equipment emits a crisp mechanical beep and indicator light. Then, Yaz's beautiful eyes slowly opened. He smiled slightly at Ye Chen and said, "Master, I am your personal secretary, you can call me Yaz." Ye Chen was extremely surprised when he saw this scene. As the ultimate boss in Kamen Rider 0-1, how could he not know Yak? Originally this was an artificial intelligence super satellite, but due to learning the malice of humans, Yak developed self-awareness and attempted to destroy humans. But after being stopped, he fell asleep at the bottom of the lake. Later, through the Death Thunder 4, they collected 7 upgrade keys and successfully awakened Yak. In the end, Yak absorbed the technical singularity data of the foursome and became a conceptual existence. As long as human malice remains, Yak will remain immortal. Now this thing turned out to be his Lord Crystal, which suddenly surprised Ye Chen. Satellite Yak, not awakened. Quality, unique. Level 1/20. Type, Lord Crystal. Required for upgrade, Ordinary Iron Ore 10, Divine Source 150. Durability, 5000. Effect 1, Extinction Operation. With the authorization of the Lord, Yak can connect all mechanical buildings and units in the territory and conduct intelligent control. Effect 2, Thunder of Destruction. As an artificial satellite, Yak has extremely powerful detection capabilities. It can ignore the fog of war, illusions, and other interferences and detect enemies entering the territory. Current detection range, 1 km. Effect 3, Desperate Backup. Yak satellite can back up data to other mechanical life forms. Even if the main body is destroyed, as long as the data exists, the Lord Crystal still exists, and the Lord Crystal can be reshaped by consuming resources. After seeing several effects of the Yak satellite, Ye Chen was also extremely surprised. First of all, Yak's first ability is the ability to control various mechanical equipment. Ye Chen knows this. After all, Yak is the cutting-edge technology of artificial intelligence. Let alone invading a few machines, I am afraid that those military units on the technological side cannot resist Yak's invasion. However, since there were no other mechanical equipment except Yaz in Ye Chen's territory, this ability was not put to use for a while. We can only see if some technological equipment can be added later. If it can be controlled by Yak, it will be much more powerful than ordinary intelligence. But Yak's second ability brought Ye Chen a big surprise. Previously he was still thinking about how to solve the trouble caused by the fog of war. Unexpectedly, someone would give me a pillow when I fell asleep. For any lord, whether it is the current lord trial or the future invasion of other worlds, this fog of war is a very troublesome existence. After all, the initial dispersal range of the Lord Crystal was only 100 meters away. Even if hundreds or thousands of enemies appear near the territory, the Lord will not notice them as long as they hide in the fog. If the Lord does not want to be attacked by surprise, he can only disperse his troops around the territory to expand the dispersal range. But this also has disadvantages. Once the troops are dispersed, the enemy may easily find a breakthrough and directly attack the core area of the territory. What's even more terrifying is that if the opponent has ultra-long-range troops, especially those with an attack range of more than 100 meters, then even setting up defenses in advance will be of no avail. Under the cover of the fog of war, the enemy can launch attacks covertly, but we cannot see them. Once attacked by fire, even if there are more troops than the opponent, they will be beaten and run away. And as long as we don't find the position of the opposing long-range troops, we will always be passively beaten. However, now that we have the Yak satellite, the situation is completely different. As long as the opponent enters 1 kilometer of the territory, Yak can lock the opponent's location and quantity. And with the upgrade of the Yak satellite, the detection range can continue to expand. Although the other party is still in the fog, but the number and location have been detected, the rest is simple. Just send troops to encircle and suppress them. If we find some gene sequences related to feelings for the evil demons, then the evil demons can fight even if they cannot see the existence of the enemy. However, after Yak's detection, he was no longer worried about the attack on the second day today. By the way, there is a third ability, malicious backup. This ability is another bug. In the world of lords, there is a rule that everyone knows. The Lord's crystal is the most important thing in the territory. Even if the Lord encounters misfortune, he can be resurrected through the Lord crystal. But once the Lord crystal is destroyed, no matter how solid the territory is built, how strong the troops are, or how powerful the Lord's equipment is, it will eventually be reduced to nothing with the explosion of the Lord crystal. Therefore, the Lord's crystal is not only the Lord's hope for infinite resurrection, but also a potential fatal weakness. In response to this weakness, there is even a lord known as the Crystal Killer in the Void. All their units are assassins who hide and assassinate. They don't confront the enemy head-on at all, they just engage in sneak attacks and assassinations. Because once the crystal is successfully stolen, the opponent will be finished. In fact, this kind of thing happens quite a lot in the Endless Void. How many powerful lords had their homes stolen due to negligence, and in the end, the territories they worked so hard to manage were turned into ruins. But after the Lord Crystal becomes a satellite of Ark. In this case, there is no need to worry. Because Yechen's identity as a lord is directly tied to Yak. Because as long as Yak's backup exists, his identity as a lord will always exist. If Yak can be upgraded to the existence of that concept, then, when the time comes, his territory crystal will no longer be afraid of being destroyed. Because as long as malice remains, Yak will remain. As long as Yak is immortal, his identity as a lord will always exist. The only way to destroy his crystal is to kill all the malicious people in the world. The point is, how is this possible? Moreover, Yechen felt that if someone really came to attack the Lord Crystal, his first problem would be that he could not find the Lord Crystal. Because the Ark satellite is very different in appearance and function from the traditional blue Lord Crystal. Invaders may mistake the Yark satellite for a technological building, and even if they manage to destroy Yark, seeing that the facilities within their territory are still intact, they may suspect that they are attacking the wrong target. When they discover that there are no crystals in the traditional sense in Yechen's territory, they will definitely doubt their lives in the end. But now there is only one mechanical life form in the territory, Yaz, which means that as long as Yaz is protected, Yak can be protected. With the backup, he only needs to use the power of creation to recreate a Yak satellite and inject the backup information. Thinking of this, Yechen also asked Yaz, where has Yak progressed now, and what conditions are needed to complete the transformation of the malicious body? Yaz answered professionally, Master Yak's self-awareness is currently in a dormant state. To awaken his wisdom, we need to first collect data from 7 arms and inject it into the satellite to trigger the awakening of wisdom. Only in this way can you upgrade to the second level form. In addition, in order for Master Yak to be completely transformed into a malevolent body, he first needs to collect enough human malice. Secondly, the level of Yak's satellite must reach the second level. This is Yak's secret key, which has the ability to learn human malice. Ye Chen took the secret key from Yaz's hand, pressed it lightly, and a red light flashed. Malicious learning ability. Learned malice hate. Seeing this, Ye Chen also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Sure enough, I can also make Yak learn malice. Even though his original body was being played with, he was still full of resentment at this moment and could at least resurrect 10 evil sword immortals. As for the need to collect data on the 7 types of arms, Ye Chen also asked Yaz carefully. Yaz's answer was: the data of these 7 arms determine Yak's final strength. Just like in 01, Yak was awakened by relying on 7 animal secret keys. Then Yak also has the abilities of these 7 animals. The stronger the unit data collected, the stronger Yak's final ability will be. Ye Chen thought for a while. Speaking of powerful military units, doesn't his territory have one? Chapter 15 The Second Wave of Attacks, The Monster's Surprise. The only quality of the evil demon disciple is that this kind of infinitely growing unit is strong enough, right? Thinking of this, Ye Chen also called an evil demon disciple over and asked Yaz to collect data. The method of collecting data is not complicated. You only need to instruct the evil demons to perform various actions for testing. If it were someone else's unit, collecting data during battle would be very slow. But the evil demon disciple is Ye Chen's unit, so it doesn't need to take so long. In less than half an hour, Yaz had completed the data analysis of the evil demon disciples. After injecting the Yak satellite, Yak also printed out the secret key to the evil sublimation. Data about the evil demons is stored there. In the future, if Ye Chen transforms into a mechanical weapon, he can also use this secret key to gain the power of the evil disciple. As for the remaining 6 types of arms, Ye Chen did not intend to make do with them. Since the strength of the arms determines Yak's ability in the future, then it must be at least a mythical unit. Only then are they qualified to be recorded by Yak. Time flew by and it was already noon in a blink of an eye. While Ye Chen was enjoying the delicious steak and mellow red wine, the indicator light on Yaz's earphones suddenly flashed, and she reported quickly. Master, we have detected that a large number of enemies have invaded our territory. It came very quickly. Hearing this, Ye Chen wiped his mouth calmly. Then the map dedicated to the Lord was opened. The map clearly showed that a dense cluster of red dots appeared 2 kilometers away from the territory, indicating that a large number of enemies were approaching. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he expected that these indigenous people would try to delay as much time as possible and would not take action until 24 hours before the end of the attack. But the reality is that they suddenly launched an attack, which can only mean one thing. The natives must have been forced by the will of the Void. Perhaps the Void will knew that if the Aborigines delayed, the evil demons in Ye Chen's territory would become stronger. Therefore, the indigenous people could not wait to launch an attack. Moreover, judging from the number of attacks in this wave, the number of Aborigines and evil demons was nearly 400 less, which means that this time the Aborigines adopted a strategy of winning with quality. Currently, the minimum level of the evil demon disciples in Ye Chen's territory has reached level 5. In other words, the level of the Aborigines attacked in this batch was in the range of 5 to 10. However, thinking of this, Ye Chen still didn't have the slightest worry. If the fog of war is not resolved, then this battle will indeed be more difficult. But with the existence of Yak, the situation is completely different. With the blessing of all villains, the attributes of the evil demon disciples at level 4 are enough to defeat ordinary level 20 troops. In this world that has been reduced to a trial, the highest potential of the indigenous people will not exceed rare. Therefore, these 800 units want to kill 1,200 evil demon disciples, unless they are all above level 15. But it was only the second day, and the rules did not allow enemies above level 10 to appear. In this case, even if the opponent's number doubled, Ye Chen would not be afraid at all. But at this moment, seeing the red dots on the map with the troops divided into two groups, Ye Chen instantly felt that the battle was no longer suspenseful. Go ahead, kill them. As Ye Chen gave the order, the evil demon mother tree also sent out a special wave, conveying the order to all the evil demon disciples. Immediately afterwards, all the evil demon disciples in the territory instantly raised their heads, their eyes glowing red, and then rushed into the mist at a terrifying speed. And within the fog of war, I saw two completely different monsters appearing in the forest. One is a jungle chimpanzee that has appeared before, and the other is a monster called a leopard man. They have sharp teeth and claws and can walk upright. The two camps split into two different groups and were rapidly approaching Ye Chen's territory. But in fact, these monsters are now extremely confused. According to past experience, these lords should not improve in strength after the explosion. And in order to prevent these lords from supporting other lords after the challenge is completed, all the aboriginal people in this world have made an appointment to launch a unified attack at a time. It is best to wait until the dead of night for a sneak attack, so that the success rate will be greatly increased. However, unexpectedly, this time the Will of the Void actually issued an order for them to attack. This unusual behavior of Void will made both tribes feel incomprehensible. Is it possible that this lord's strength will increase with time? But at this moment, a collective roar suddenly came from the Jibao camp. Their noses twitched, as if they smelled something different. This roar made all the monsters immediately alert, and they all took a fighting stance and fixed their gazes ahead. Then, just 10 seconds later, all the monsters saw a group of humanoid creatures with red eyes appearing in their sights. When they saw the army of evil demons rushing towards them in the distance, they all widened their eyes and showed signs of shock. What's going on? There was clearly a fog of war, but why did these insects discover their sneak attack? And found their locations accurately? However, since the distance was still at least 500 meters, all the monsters did not attack at once. Maybe these bugs were just patrolling their territory. Just go around it. The reaction of the leaders of the two camps was surprisingly consistent. He wanted to lead his tribe to avoid the evil demon's advance range. In fact, they do the same. These monsters also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that after bypassing the advancing range of the evil demons seemed to have not seen them and moved straight forward. However, the next moment, those evil demon disciples suddenly felt as if they had received some instructions, and instantly rushed in their direction. No, they can really lock on to our location. Ouch! Realizing this, the leader of the Jibao people did not hesitate to issue an attack order. The jungle chimpanzees on the other side could only grit their teeth and keep up. Facing a lord who could ask their two overlord-level camps to send 400 warriors each on the second day of the trial, they did not dare to be careless. The next moment, the monster army directly cut into the evil demon army from the side. And their attacks were ruthless and deadly. Countless jackals brutally knocked down the evil demon disciples and bit him directly on the vital part of the throat. The jungle chimpanzee wielded a big stick made of white bones and smashed the evil demons dozens of meters away one by one. If they had switched to other arms and encountered such a sneak attack, they would have suffered heavy losses. But this group of monsters suffered only from the intelligence. They had no idea what the evil demons were, and their wrong attack methods led to their defeat. Chapter 16 The Power of Terror, The Despair of Monsters. I saw that not only did the evil demons whose throats were bitten not feel any discomfort. Instead, after reacting, the sharp claws directly penetrated the eyes of these Jibao people. The moment the thick blood stained the evil demon disciples also started to go berserk. The powerful force directly crushed the heads of those Jibao people. Red and white splashed all over the floor. And those evil demons who were knocked away stood up again as if nothing happened after landing. Seeing this scene, the jungle chimpanzee was also completely confused. You know, even if they are stronger than their bodies, their bones will be broken and their muscles will be broken if they are hit with a stick like this. But these terrifying humanoid creatures were able to withstand them all. However, the next moment, when they attacked the remaining evil demons with white bone sticks, something even more shocking happened to them. The white bone stick swung at high speed stopped instantly. After the humanoid creature in front of him reacted, it actually caught the bone stick with its bare hands. Seeing this scene, all the jungle chimpanzees felt fear in their hearts. Jungle chimpanzees are a race known for their strength. When they wielded the bone stick, even creatures that were far more powerful than them did not dare to take it easily. But what kind of terrifying power does it take to receive their attacks with bare hands? Faced with this terrifying power, all the jungle chimpanzees suddenly panicked. After panicking, their last chance to fight back completely disappeared. After the evil demons reacted, they immediately started hunting the monster group. Great strength, no vital points in the body, no feeling of fear. When all these elements are concentrated in a creature, the creature will become a killing machine. Facing this kind of killing machine, these monsters had no chance of making a comeback. They could only fight and retreat, fleeing in embarrassment. Ding! The evil demon disciple, 234, has been killed. Ding! Evil demon, 987, kill level 5 jungle chimpanzee, experience value plus 60, villain value plus 1. Ding! Evil demon apprentice, 678, absorbs the blood of the Chi leopard man, and the speed attribute increases. However, looking at the reminders that kept appearing in the battle log, Ye Chen felt a little dissatisfied. Because after this wave of battles, he realized some serious problems. First of all, the first point is the issue of territorial information transmission. Since only he and Yaz can receive the information detected by Yak, the troops can only rely on his instructions to find enemies in the fog. Even when Ye Chen saw the other party preparing to avoid the evil demon's direction of travel, order immediately. However, it was still delayed by about 3 seconds when it was transmitted to the evil demon disciples. On the battlefield, every second may determine the outcome of the battle. After a delay of 3 seconds, the evil demon had already rushed out a certain distance. It was not until the order was received that he turned to the enemy's direction in time. But in fact, the formation of the evil demon disciples was already in chaos. This wave of enemy sneak attacks directly cut off the evil demon disciples' troops. Fortunately, the evil demon disciples had no vital points, so they were able to counterattack in time. But despite this, nearly 50 units were still lost in this wave of attacks on the evil demons. If other types of soldiers had been replaced, this wave would have been directly killed and completely routed. But even if the evil demons react in time now, the battle will not end immediately. Although the combat power of the evil demon disciples is higher than those of the monsters, as soon as those monsters enter the fog, the army of evil demon disciples will be blinded. They can only rely on their huge numerical advantage to find those enemies. Ye Chen felt helpless after witnessing all this. If the evil demons could see the map, this battle might be over in 3 minutes. But now 10 minutes have passed, and there are still many monsters hidden in the mist. Some monsters even took the opportunity to attack many evil demons. Faced with this situation, Ye Chen gave up his plan to let the evil demons solve the problem on their own. He walked out of the cabin and took Yaz into the fog, preparing to personally command the evil demons to encircle and suppress the remaining monsters. But in fact, compared with the losses of the monster army, the casualties of the evil demons were nothing at all. In order to block the charge of the evil demons and give other monsters a chance to enter the fog, those low-level monsters had no choice but to retreat, and were eventually killed by the evil demons. At this time, there are only about 200 of the most powerful monsters left in the monster army. They are hiding in the mist, trying to hunt down the evil demons one by one. Damn it, what kind of creatures are these? How can they fight when they are so seriously injured and can still fight? The leader of the Jibao people could not help but tremble when he recalled the ferocity of the evil demons. You must know that the Jibao people's advantage lies in their attack power that kills with one hit, not their strength. But among those evil demon disciples, their ability to kill with one strike has become a joke. Unless several Jibao men attack together and directly tear the evil demon into several pieces, they will not be able to kill those creatures at all. If it hadn't been for the interference of the fog of war, the wave of wrong judgments just now might have led to the annihilation of their entire army. Now, with so few troops left, if they want to win the battle, they can only rely on the fog of war to deal with those creatures, or look for opportunities to directly destroy the Lord Crystal. They feel that as long as they do not all die, the will of the void will not issue rewards. As long as the opposing lords don't become stronger, they still have a chance to win. However, suddenly, all the evil demons who were searching around them disappeared, and the jungle chimpanzee also felt that something was wrong. Something's wrong, why have all those bugs disappeared? Did they discover our location? Recalling the previous scene where the evil demon disciples' army suddenly turned towards them, the leader of the Jibao people also shrank his pupils and said, "There is indeed a problem, let's go quickly." But it was too late. Under Ye Chen's command, the evil demons had quietly surrounded them. When they reacted, evil demons came from all directions like a tide, surrounding them. Looking at the dense crowd of demon followers around them, the two leaders looked desperate. If they could have known at the beginning that the evil demons had no vital points to kill, maybe they wouldn't have lost so miserably. But now, their strength is less than 1/5 of the opponents, and they are surrounded. Even breaking out of the encirclement has become a luxury. We can only fight to the death. But what they couldn't figure out was how the other party knew their location in the fog. If the fog of war had not lost its effect, according to their sneak attack plan, there would definitely be a chance to kill this lord. However, their doubts are destined to be unanswered, because the army of evil demons has begun to kill. Surrounded by groups, the remaining monsters could only make a final struggle. The two leaders fought bloody battles. Although they killed several evil demon disciples before dying, they were eventually pinned to the ground by countless evil demon disciples and died. Behind the evil demon disciples, as the last monster fell, a message popped up in front of Ye Chen. Congratulations on completing the second day of the trial, the rewards will now begin. Chapter 17 Interference Soldier, Immortality. Battle Settlement. Number of monsters, 500 level 1 to 9 monsters, 300 level 10 monsters. Rating SSS. Final reward, 5,000 ordinary iron blocks, 5,000 ordinary wood, 100,000 divine sources, warehouse building template *1. What if other lords saw Ye Chen's settlement data? You will definitely be shocked and stunned. Generally speaking, the number of monster attacks that ordinary lords encounter on the second day will not exceed 30 at most. And in these attacks, if there are 1 or 2 level 5 monsters, it is considered to be overwhelming. However, in this attack on Ye Chen's territory, level 5 monsters were only the lowest level. The number of level 10 monsters has reached an astonishing 300. It can be said that with such a horrific scale of attack, any lord would choose to withdraw directly. Even a lord with both mythical talents and mythical arms would never be able to survive such a large number of attacks the next day. But Ye Chen did it. It can only be said that Ye Chen's villain system is too abnormal. Just one of the lowest level plant arms has been transformed into a bug level arm like the demonic disciple. Not only is the individual strong and the recruitment cost is cheap, but he also has the ability to grow himself. The most terrifying thing is that the evil mother tree has the ability to absorb flesh and blood and convert it into energy to achieve self-sufficiency. It was precisely because of this ability that Ye Chen was able to breed an army of more than 1,000 evil demon disciples in just one day. After this battle, although the evil demon disciples also lost 100 units, compared with what they gained, it was just a drop in the bucket. Just these 100,000 points of divine source would allow Ye Chen to recruit another 10,000 evil demon disciples. However, Ye Chen had no intention of doing this. Because for the evil mother tree, the most cost-effective energy source is not the divine source, but the flesh and blood of monsters. If the divine source is used directly as energy, this is actually a very wasteful behavior. The correct operation should be to use these divine sources to purchase the corpse of the monster, and then let the mother tree absorb it. In this way, no matter how low the level of the monster's corpse is, the energy must be greater than the value of 1 point of divine source purchased. If they are high-level monsters, their value will be even higher. Moreover, the more types of monsters there are, the more genetic sequences the demonic mother tree can analyze to strengthen the demonic disciples. However, since most people's attacks were not over yet, Ye Chen decided to wait until the evening to discuss this matter. Next, Ye Chen ordered all the evil disciples to transport the monster corpses to the evil mother tree, so that the evil mother tree could absorb energy and start genetic analysis. Based on the approximate energy calculation of the previous 50 monsters, the energy of these 800 monsters is at least 80,000. This Jibao man is a new monster and can also analyze pretty good abilities. However, since it takes a certain amount of time for the mother tree to absorb energy and analyze it, Ye Chen could only look away from the evil demon who was carrying the monster's body, and then took out the building rewarded for today's trial. I saw that this was a small house-like building. With this warehouse, if there were too many resources in the territory, they would not be piled up in the territory. Ye Chen threw it in a small corner, and then launched the endless transformation. 9 foxtails instantly wrapped it up and started the transformation. Byte. You use endless conversion on the warehouse, and the estimated conversion time is 1 hour. And the next step was Ye Chen's favorite stage. After killing 800 monsters, there is not only the reward of void will. Ye Chen called up his system and found that the current villain value had reached 848 points. And this means that the interference soldiers among the evil demon disciples can appear. A set of 200 points means that he can now make up to 4 evil demon disciples into interference soldiers. When he thought of the immortal form of the interference soldiers in TV dramas, Ye Chen felt a little hopeful. First, there is experimentation. Ye Chen thought, and a set of equipment belonging to the interference soldiers appeared in Ye Chen's hands. Evil Demon ID Core. Desire drives. And the evil devil withholds money. Thinking of this, he also retrieved the information of all the evil demon disciples. After this battle, the levels of several evil demon disciples have been raised to level 8. Ye Chen thought for a while and called the evil demon number 1 over. This evil devil is not only the first to be born, it is also the evil devil with the highest attributes and the highest level currently. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to let this strongest evil demon be the first disruptor. Start by embedding the demonic core ID into the drive. NP, login. Then press the drive onto the evil demon. After a crisp connection sound, the belt is fixed. Just when the evil disciple was looking at the drive on his body with confusion, Ye Chen inserted the evil devil's buckle into it. Countless violent and twisted vines instantly sprouted from the evil demon's body, wrapping it around him and forming a pair of green armor on the surface of his body. Chiamato, evil disciple. After a demonic cry like a beast, the evil demon disciple Jammer in his memory also officially appeared in front of Ye Chen. At the same time, the information about this evil demon disciple has also changed a lot. Evil disciple interference soldier, jungle world view. Level, 8/20, experience value, 687/900. Quality, unique. Race plant. Alignment, chaotic evil. Physique, 530 plus 530, S, evil disciples increase the physique by 100%. Strength, 510 plus 5 plus 100 plus 200, S, absorbing flesh and blood to enhance attributes, increasing strong muscles by 20%. Evil devils deduct 50% of strength. Spirit, 82 plus 16, E. The evil devil deducts 20% increased spirit. Agility, 200 plus 5 plus 60, A. Absorb flesh and blood to enhance agility, evil disciples deduct 30% enhancement. Recruitment cost, 10 points of divine source. Military talent, adapt to the world view and grow naturally. Skills, demonic vine control, demonic strangulation, immortality. Introduction, by installing the desire drive, he evolved from the evil demon and has powerful vitality like an immortal body. Ye Chen's eyes widened when he saw the attributes of the evil demon disciple after his transformation. After becoming a disruptor, the demon disciple's attributes have been significantly improved, especially the immortality skills, which made Ye Chen feel unbelievable. Immortality. Skill introduction. After the blood volume of the interference soldier is cleared, by reducing the constitution by 100 points, the blood volume will be restored to 50%. Note: if the one-time damage exceeds the blood volume restored by the interfering soldier, the immortality skill will be invalid. The physique of the disruptor soldiers recovers over time after the battle. Seeing the introduction of this skill, Ye Chen also felt that it was a bit outrageous. He originally thought that the reason why the interference soldiers were resurrected in the plot was because they were not completely defeated, but now he found out that they were actually resurrected by lowering their physical fitness. In the world of lords, each point of constitution represents 10 points of health. Through the physical increase deducted by the evil demon, the blood volume of this interference soldier reached an astonishing 10,600 points. It is already very difficult to defeat it once, not to mention that it can be resurrected by lowering its health. To kill in one hit, unless the damage of the attack just exceeds 50% of the HP restored by the disruptor. For example, if the interference soldier has 1000 health points left, and the recovered blood volume is 5300 points, then as long as the damage exceeds 6300 points, even if it is more than a little, the interference soldier will not be resurrected. Now, the physique of the interference soldier at level 8 has already exceeded 1000. When it reaches the full level, it is estimated that the physique will definitely be over 2000, which means 20,000 blood volume and 20 resurrection opportunities. Let me go, who can withstand this? And what's even more terrifying is that Ye Chen can create up to 3 interference soldiers. But after careful consideration, he decided to keep more than 200 villain points as a backup. He believed that 3 interference soldiers should be enough to deal with various situations for the time being. So, he summoned 2 other demon disciples and transformed them into interference soldiers. With these 3 interference soldiers as the vanguard, they can effectively contain even when facing particularly powerful opponents. After doing all this, Ye Chen also received the Mother Tree's request. Master, the energy absorbed has reached the limit. I need to upgrade before I can increase the energy limit and speed up the birth of evil demon disciples. Chapter 18 Yak Upgrade, 20 km detection range. Hearing the Mother Tree's request, Ye Chen did not hesitate. He clicked on the Mother Tree's information and prepared to upgrade it, but he suddenly received a message that the territory crystal level was insufficient and could not be upgraded. What's going on? He remembered that the Rafflesia floating fortress could be upgraded before. However, after clicking on the Rafflesia floating fortress page, I received a prompt that it cannot be upgraded. Ye Chen thought for a while, this might have something to do with the previous reorganization of Lord Crystal. But it doesn't matter, anyway, Ye Chen now has a lot of materials in his hands. Directly enable the upgrade for Satellite Yak. Insert materials, Ordinary Iron *10 plus Divine Source 150, Satellite Yak level increased to level 2. Generally speaking, the materials required to upgrade mythical quality buildings are very large, and it is difficult for ordinary lords to afford them. But Ye Chen is no ordinary lord, most of his buildings can grow on their own. None of the wood in his hands was actually used. The iron block just obtained can also be used to upgrade the Yak satellite. Therefore, he also decided to be bold and directly upgrade the Lord Crystal to level 10. Insert materials: ordinary iron *30 plus divine source 300, satellite Yak level increased to level 3. Put in materials. Insert materials: ordinary iron *1000 plus divine source 12,000, Yak satellite is upgraded to level 10. After investing 21,600 divine sources, Ye Chen finally upgraded the Yak satellite to level 10. The upgraded Yak satellite's fog of war dispersal range has been extended to 1,000 meters, and its detection diameter has reached 20 kilometers, significantly improving its functions and effectiveness. All lords, troops and buildings within 20 kilometers are within Yak's monitoring range. It's just a pity that through Yak, you can only see the military strength and building distribution of these lords on the map for the time being, and you cannot determine the identity of the lords. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you can send Rafflesia Floating Fortress over to take a look and you will know. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen opened the upgrade interface of the Evil Mother Tree again and began to upgrade the Mother Tree's level. Energy consumption is 100. The Evil Mother Tree is upgraded to level 2. After Ye Chen pressed the OK button, the size of the Evil Mother Tree instantly began to grow. Energy consumption is 200, Evil Mother Tree is upgraded to level 3. Energy consumption is 4,800, the Evil Mother Tree is upgraded to level 8. After spending a total of 9,900 energy, Ye Chen upgraded the Evil Mother Tree to level 8. And the Mother Tree also grew from the original height of 30 meters to a height of 50 meters. However, these costs are worth it. The speed at which the Evil Mother Tree absorbs energy has increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the energy limit has also been increased to 200,000. Thank you, Master, I love you. After feeling the changes in itself, the Evil Mother Tree was very happy and made a heart sign with its vines. Ye Chen felt helpless and funny about this. I don't know where the Demon Mother Tree learned this from, she looks like a lively two-dimensional girl. That, Mother Tree, don't you have a name? Since you are conscious. It feels a bit strange to always call you Mother Tree. Ye Chen asked. The Mother Tree was silent for a moment, and then said, I don't think I have a name. Can I choose one myself? Seeing Ye Chen nodding in agreement, the Mother Tree thought for a while and then said, by the way, let me call you Wai Wei. I was created by my master, so I will have the same surname as my master. My name is Ye Wai Wei. Ye Chen also became interested after hearing this. Why did you choose the name Wai Wei? Does it have any special meaning? Ye Wai Wei thought for a while and replied, I remember listening to a song with the lyrics, a slight morning light lights up this noisy world. When he heard this, Ye Chen was also a little confused and said, Wai Wei, you said I created you, so where do these weird memories of yours come from? Ye Wai Wei also replied, I was born from the master's desire, so all memories naturally come from the master. But master, being a tree is really boring. Ye Wai Wei continued, I hope the master can take my child out to see the world, so that I can see the outside world through the child's eyes. Ye Chen nodded after hearing this. Don't worry, there will be a day when evil demons will eventually spread all over the world. However, master, before realizing this wish, Wai Wei has a small request. Ye Wai Wei said. Ye Chen responded curiously, Can you use your power to let Wai Wei watch the story about the evil demon in another world? This will also help my child improve his wisdom faster. Ye Wai Wei requested. Ye Chen thought for a while, then used his power of creation to materialize a tablet computer. You should be able to use it, right? The next moment, an evil demon came over. Master, just give it to it. Through the children's eyes, I can see the outside world. Ye Wai Wei explained. Later, Wai Wei controlled the body of the evil demon, started to operate the tablet, and started watching under the tree. While watching, she also analyzed the genes of the newly captured monsters. It would take about an hour or two for her to analyze the excellent genes of the Jibao people. Since the evil demons would not officially start to attack the troops until the new genes were analyzed, Ye Chen had nothing else to do. Simply continue to stay in the small building. Since all the electricity in the building was provided by the creation power, Ye Chen also sent a message to Tang Suero while blowing on the air conditioner and drinking a drink. It's so boring. This wave of attacks is too weak. The territory has almost developed. Now there is nothing to do. Is there any beautiful girl who would like to chat with me? Tang Suero, who was patrolling the territory, was also a little confused after receiving this news. What happened? How could those aborigines attack you so early? It's just noon. Do they have something urgent at home? Hearing this, Ye Chen suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. It's also possible that the aboriginals know that they will be unable to defeat me if I continue. After hearing this, Tang Suero curled her lips in doubt, with a hint of arrogance in her tone, bragging, if my brother is really that powerful, then my sister will join him in the future. Hearing this voice, Ye Chen also smiled slightly. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? However, once a man's desire to win is aroused, he must find a way to prove himself. After thinking about it, Ye Chen directly took a photo of the evil demons carrying corpses in the territory. The number was probably more than a few hundred, and sent it to Tang Suero. I wonder if this strength is enough to protect Sister Schwetter. Picture. Chapter 19 Mechanical Arms, Powerful Sublimator. Since Ye Chen's abilities were quite special, he was not worried about the impact of the evil demon disciple's appearance being spread out. The demonic disciple was just his first unit, and there would be other more terrifying units that might be able to be transformed in the future, so he sent the picture over without hesitation. Tang Suero, who was about to make a speech, immediately widened her eyes when she saw the photo sent by Ye Chen. In the photo, tall humanoid creatures are carrying the corpse of the monster. However, what surprised Tang Suero was not the humanoid creatures themselves, but the monsters on their shoulders. She had seen information about these two monsters in school. Jungle chimpanzee, rare a chimpanzee living in the forest, with a huge body and amazing strength. Leopard man, rare a half-human, half-leopard creature with extremely fast speed and powerful attack power. These two monsters are the top monsters in the trial world. For an ordinary lord, it would be a great challenge to encounter one or two such monsters during the second day's attack. It can be seen that in this photo, the humanoid creatures are carrying the corpses of these two types of monsters, and Tang Suero was dumbfounded. You know, even on the seventh day of the trial world, few people can force the void to send out monsters of this size. However, Ye Chen not only easily survived such a terrifying attack, but also recruited such a large number of troops. From the photos alone, there are 400 to 500 of them. Thinking of this, Tang Ruxiu also subconsciously turned her head and glanced at her territory. Looking at the more than 50 mechanical warriors patrolling, she suddenly fell silent. No? What is going on? There are so many troops to recruit. Then the Lord's mansion must be at least level 10. The next day, the Lord Crystal reached level 10? Coupled with the sky-high recruitment costs for this unit. She couldn't imagine, was this really the amount of resources a second-day Lord could get? Thinking of the scene of transferring money to Ye Chen before, Tang Suero also felt dizzy. No wonder Ye Chen didn't want her 100 divine sources. It turns out that people really have no shortage of divine resources. However, Tang Suero didn't know that the number of troops currently displayed by Ye Chen was actually far from the total number after he used the reward to explode troops. If the evil mother tree completes genetic analysis, Ye Chen's military strength may increase to 10 times its current level. The energy in the monster's flesh and blood alone is enough to increase his troops by more than 8,000, not to mention the 100,000 divine source rewards in his hands. With the blessing of the special mechanism of all villains, Ye Chen is not restricted by the number of recruits at all. As long as there is enough divine source, he can continue to expand his troops. It is expected that after this explosion, Ye Chen's troop strength will reach tens of thousands. Faced with such a scale, Tang Suero was silent for a few seconds, and then stammered and asked, You, how did you do it? She couldn't figure out how this was done, and she had never heard that trials could bring the source of the gods in. Seeing this, Ye Chen just smiled slightly and said, I have long said that I have a mythical talent, but no one believes it. What about? Are these evil disciples of mine enough to protect Sister Schwetter? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Tang Suero's eyes flashed with light. As a young lady from a big family, her heart has always been full of worries. She has lived in a superior environment since she was a child, but this also limited her life choices. As a member of the family, her destiny is not under her control at all. If Ye Chen hadn't exchanged the excellent level Lord's heart to Su Minjiao before, so naturally no one objects to the two of them being together. But now not only the Ye family is angry, but the Tang family also does not allow her to get close to Ye Chen again. It's okay this time in the trial world, I can help secretly. But once she left the trial space, she would never have the chance to help Ye Chen under the surveillance of her family. Moreover, with her rare talent, she is not taken seriously by her family, and it is difficult to obtain the family's resources. If she cannot become a big lord, she may be forced to marry a certain big lord and become his vassal. But now, seeing Ye Chen's potential, she felt like she no longer had to worry about those things. Because judging from the strength shown in the current photos, what Ye Chen said is definitely true. If it weren't for mythical talents, how could it be possible to recruit so many troops the next day? But the most important thing is the relationship between Tang Suero and Ye Chen since childhood. Although Tang Suero only awakened the rare level talent, she was not worried that Ye Chen would treat her badly. But it would be different if it were other lords. After all, in this world, lords have very long lifespans, and it is normal for several wives to have very different ages. If she gets married, she might be bullied by others, and she doesn't want that to happen. Well, Ye Chen is better. Even if Ye Chen wants to marry another wife in the future, she will still be the oldest. Oh my God, why are you thinking about these things? Thinking of this, Tang Suero's face flushed a little and she shook the thoughts out of her mind. Ye Chen took advantage of the situation and asked, with a hint of playfulness in his tone, Sister Schwetter has already seen my arms, so for the sake of fairness, I have to see your arms too. Tang Suero thought for a moment and then showed her troops to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took a look, raised his eyebrows and praised, Hey, this is a rare mechanical unit, it's really good. Tang Suero explained with a hint of helplessness, although these rare-level mechanical units have strong combat effectiveness, their actions require the consumption of divine energy. If they are damaged during the battle, iron or materials will be needed to repair them. The maintenance cost is quite high. She continued, if it weren't for these restrictions, my troop strength would be at least about 100. Tang Suero sighed softly, it would be great if these mechanical units could repair themselves automatically. Although she complained in front of Ye Chen, she actually knew that these mechanical soldiers had no fear and were not afraid of death. They were already quite outstanding among the rare soldiers. Sister Schwetter, wait a moment, I think I have an idea. But when Ye Chen heard Tang Ruxu's complaint, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Yaz. Speaking of mechanical arms, isn't Yak's specialty upgrading mechanical life? And now the demonic key is born. Isn't this just in time? Thinking of this, he immediately asked Yaz if Yak could now make the powerful sublimation device used by Destruction Thunder. He remembered that only one driver could use the sublimation key to upgrade the mechanical body. The answer was no. Now Yak's wisdom has not yet awakened, and he lacks an equipment crafting room, so he cannot craft it. In desperation, Ye Chen had no choice but to play on his own. A powerful sublimator costs 50 villain points, which is cheaper than a desire drive. It slowly appeared on Ye Chen's palm. Together with the secret key to the evil disciple's sublimation, they were traded together to Tang Suero. Chapter 20 Sublimated Form of Evil Spirits, Black Hole Space. Seeing the two things that Ye Chen traded, Tang Suero was also full of questions, wondering what these two things were for. After Ye Chen's explanation, Tang Suero was also a little surprised. Because this thing turns out to be an upgrade device for mechanical life. With deep curiosity, Tang Suero called for a mechanical soldier with the highest level in the territory. The first step is to install the driver. Force Riser, Powerful Sublimator. Tang Suero's eyes also lit up when she saw this thing stretching out a belt and firmly fixing it on the mechanical soldier's body. Then, press the evil demon sublimation key. A clear beep appears. Giamato, Evil Disciple. After Tang Suero awkwardly put the sublimation key into the powerful drive, the drive suddenly sounded like an air raid siren. Dang 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 dang. Tang Suero was startled, but she still pulled the switch at Ye Chen's prompt. In an instant, the secret key to the evil devil's sublimation was pulled away by the driver. Force Rise, Powerful Upgrade. A mechanical-looking evil demon jumped out of the belt. In Tang Suero's surprised eyes, the evil demon disciples disintegrated instantly and then assembled into the mechanical soldiers. A mechanical warrior that was somewhat similar to the evil demon disciple appeared on the spot. Mechanical Guard, Evil Disciple Sublimated Form. Level, 6/20. Experience Value, 60/120. Quality, Rare, Sublimated Only. Race, Mechanical. Alignment, Absolutely Neutral. Physique, 90/120, C, Evil Followers Data Increases. Strength, 100/150, B, Evil Follower Data Increases. Spirit, 120/20, B, Evil Followers Data Increases. Agility, 80/60, D, Evil Disciple Data Increase. Recruitment Cost, 30 points of Divine Source. Military Talent, Natural Growth. Skills, Mechanical Cutting, Charged Particle Gun, Running Overload. Introduction, it is obtained by installing a powerful sublimation driver and loading the secret key of the evil disciple by the mechanical guard. It has some attributes of the evil disciple. At this moment, Tang Suero was completely stunned when she looked at the information on the mechanical warrior. Just two such small things raised the properties of the mechanical guard to such a terrifying level. Moreover, when she saw the words sublimated and unique in terms of quality, her eyes were as wide as bells. Oh my gosh! What the hell is this unique level? But when Tang Suero was stunned, Ye Chen also discovered something particularly interesting. After using the sublimation drive, the mechanical unit belonging to Tang Suero's territory was directly connected to the Yak satellite. While connecting to Yak, the Yak satellite detected that Tang Suero's territory was 15 kilometers away from Ye Chen's territory. He didn't expect Tang Suero's territory to be so close to him. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also had a smirk on his face and sent a message, "Sister Schwetter, look at this, is this a map of your territory?" When Tang Suero saw the message, she looked at her map and said in disbelief, "Ah! What's going on? Ye Chen, how do you have the distribution map of my territory?" Ye Chen smiled and said, "If I said that your territory is already within my monitoring range, would you believe it?" Tang Suero glanced at the demon guard, mechanical guard sublimation, and raised her eyebrows. "Okay, for the sake of this good thing, I will let you monitor it." After thinking about it, Ye Chen transferred another 5,000 divine sources to Tang Suero. "Develop the territory well, and I'll give you a surprise at night." "Wow, thank you, brother Ye Chen." Tang Suero was extremely surprised to see so many divine sources, and even changed their names. And time passed quickly, and it was an hour later before I knew it. Ye Chen also received a notification that the warehouse conversion was completed. Byte. The warehouse reorganization is completed. Congratulations on obtaining the black hole space. Ye Chen saw that where the warehouse used to be, there was now an extremely dark hole floating in it. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately went over to check the attributes. Black hole space. Quality, Red Myth. Grade 1/20. Required for upgrade, 100 devouring points. Current devouring point, 0. Durability, 5000. When the durability is cleared, the black hole will collapse directly, and everything in the black hole will be torn apart by the turbulence of time and space. Effect 1 Hyperdimensional link. The black hole space can respond to the call of intelligent creatures in the territory and open the storage space at any time. Current storage space, 10 cubic meters. Effect 2 Infinite swallowing. The black hole space has the ability to swallow all matter that enters its interior. Note, the swallowing ability of a black hole is related to its level. When swallowing an enemy that is too powerful, there is a risk of the enemy escaping. Effect 3 Black hole gravity. When the swallowing ability of the black hole space is activated, in addition to the territory's own units, all objects entering within 100 meters of the black hole will be affected by the gravity of the black hole. The size and range of the black hole's gravity are related to the grade of the black hole. Introduction: this is a black hole that can be summoned at will. It is a perfect tool for traveling, fighting, and plundering. When the black hole space reaches a certain level, some additional surprise features may be unlocked. Oh my god, is this real? When Ye Chen saw the properties of the warehouse after transformation, he was also incredulous. Typically, a lord's warehouse was simply a large storage facility on the territory used to store large amounts of materials. All items require time-consuming and laborious transportation in order to be stored. However, the black hole space transformed by Ye Chen subverted the convention. It could respond to the call at any time and be on call, which surprised him very much. No. This is too convenient. The more important point is that this black hole space is not just a storage space. It also has the characteristics of a real black hole, able to grow by swallowing objects, and can also use gravity to suppress the enemy. This ability is even more exaggerated than the evil mother tree. The evil mother tree grows by absorbing flesh and blood, and the black hole space accepts all comers, so it can devour everything including enemies. Moreover, as the black hole grows, it can continue to increase the volume of the storage space, as well as the range and influence of the black hole's gravity. Having this black hole space can provide unlimited convenience whether it is exploring the world or cleaning up the battlefield after a battle. Other lords may have to spend time and effort transporting the loot back. But Ye Chen only needs to summon the black hole and throw the items directly into it. If you are more ruthless, you can directly summon a black hole to trap enemies that cannot be defeated. Once the durability of the black hole space is cleared, it is estimated that the enemies inside will also have to be completely defeated. However, this was the most helpless approach. If it wasn't completely helpless, he wouldn't want to give up such a powerful black hole space. In addition, the introduction to black hole space also mentioned that when it reaches a certain level, it may bring some surprises. In view of the fact that we still don't know what will happen, Ye Chen also decided to test the ability of the black hole space first. To better understand and utilize this newly acquired building. Chapter 21 The sense of smell is strengthened, and the evil devil is strengthened again. First, it is a test of the black hole's mobility. I saw Ye Chen standing 100 meters away from the black hole space, with the thought in his mind. The black hole not far away disappeared instantly and appeared next to Ye Chen almost at the same time. All intelligent creatures in the territory can have the ability to summon the black hole space. This naturally includes the evil mother tree and Yaz. With this black hole space, even if there are more enemies in the future, it will not be particularly troublesome to transport flesh and blood to the demon mother tree. Just throw it into the summoned black hole, and then let the mother tree summon the black hole to take it out. Moreover, Ye Chen unexpectedly discovered that there is a fixed anchor point in the black hole's space. If there is no operation for a period of time, the black hole will not stay at the summoned position, but will return to the original position in the territory. Knowing this characteristic, you don't have to worry about being destroyed by others if the black hole summons you and stays in place. When not in use, just let it go back to its territory. Next, is the test of phagocytosis ability. After turning on the black hole's devouring ability, Ye Chen could clearly feel that the surrounding airflow became faster. Black holes swallow everything, including air. After tentatively throwing 1 unit of wood in, there is also an additional devouring point on the black hole's data. Ye Chen also understood that the unit of the swallowing point is the same as the material. A swallowing point is a unit of material. Since there were no buildings in the territory that needed wood upgrades, Ye Chen still had 6,000 wood that he didn't use. After thinking about it, I might as well use it to upgrade the black hole. I saw Ye Chen coming to the place where the wood was placed in the territory, and directly summoned the black hole to start devouring it crazily. Swallow 100 units of wood. The black hole space has been upgraded to level 2. Swallow 200 units of wood. The black hole space has been upgraded to level 3. Swallow 400 units of wood. The black hole space has been upgraded to level 4. Swallowed 2,400 units of wood. The black hole space has been upgraded to level 7. After spending 5,100 wood, the level of the black hole space was finally raised to level 7. The original size of the black hole seemed to be larger. Not only has the internal storage space been increased to 70 cubic meters, but its gravity range has also reached a distance of 700 meters. However, the gravitational effect of this black hole has no effect on this unit, and there are no enemy units, so Ye Chen cannot conduct the test. Perhaps, we can only know the effect of the black hole's gravity when the next wave of enemies comes. Ye Chen then turned off the black hole's devouring ability and directly stored all the materials on the territory into the black hole space. All the materials piled behind the territory disappeared, making the territory suddenly feel much emptier. But it doesn't matter, once the remaining evil demon disciples complete the explosion, the territory will be filled again. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also asked how much time it would take for the mother tree to analyze the genes. Ye Wei replied that it would take half an hour to analyze it. Hearing this answer, Ye Chen also nodded. Now that there is nothing going on in the territory, the only thing left is for the mother tree to analyze the genes and launch a new wave of troops. And half an hour later, Ye Chen also received news from the mother tree. This time, a total of 2 genes were analyzed from the Jiabao people. Smell enhancement. Quality, rare. Type special gene. Effect, after strengthening this ability for the evil demon disciple, you will gain the passive skill smell enhancement, which will increase the evil demon disciple's olfactory perception and be able to lock the enemy's position through the sense of smell. Note, through genetic analysis of different types of monsters, the evil mother tree can continuously improve the quality of genetic sequences. Introduction, genetic components from Jiabao people. Vicious teeth and claws. Quality, rare. Type mutant gene. Effect, after strengthening this ability for the evil demon, you will gain the passive skill fangs and claws. The evil demon's teeth and claws will mutate, and you can easily tear apart your opponent. Note, through genetic analysis of different types of monsters, the evil mother tree can continuously improve the quality of genetic sequences. Introduction, genetic components from Jiabao people. Seeing these 2 special gene sequences, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This time the battle between the evil demons exposed many problems. The biggest problem is that once the enemy is hidden in the fog of war, the evil demons are weak in intelligence and can easily be attacked by local enemies. Originally I was thinking of recruiting heroes to solve this problem. But he didn't expect that the genes belonging to the Jiabao people would give him a surprise. Although I don't know how strong this olfactory enhancement is. But thinking about the similarities between Jiabao people and dogs, he couldn't help but be full of expectations. If he could possess a dog's keen sense of smell, even if the enemy tried to avoid it like before, Ye Chen believed that the evil demon would be able to pursue it with the help of scent. There is also the special gene of vicious teeth and claws. The claws of the evil demon are already very sharp, and the addition of this gene will undoubtedly further enhance its attack power, taking the evil demon's combat ability to a higher level. Although these two genes do not improve the attributes, they are very important to the overall combat power of the evil demon disciples. And this time, the demonic mother tree also derived from the flesh and blood of these 800 units of monsters. A total of more than 96,000 energy values were absorbed. Counting the 9,900 energy points spent upgrading the mother tree, there are still 86,100 energy points left. Now the number of evil demon disciples is 1,100, the cost of strengthening is 1,100 energy, and there are 85,000 energy left in the end. In other words, it will be able to give birth to another 8,500 evil demon disciples in the end. And that's not all. Ye Chen now still has 76,400 points of divine source in his hand. If you can buy enough monster corpses during tonight's attack, you will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also ordered, Wai Wei, after strengthening the current evil disciples, use the remaining energy to explode troops. Ye Wai Wei also responded excitedly. Understood, I will work hard to give birth to a baby for the master. Ye Chen. Why does this sound so strange? However, the efficiency of the demonic mother tree is still very fast. After it reaches level 8, the speed of breeding demonic disciples has also been greatly improved. After a while, the new evil demon disciples were standing under the evil mother tree. Compared with the previous evil demon disciples, the claws of this group of evil demon disciples protrude much, and there is also a dense circle of fangs in the evil demon disciples' mouths, making them even more terrifying and ferocious. There will be nothing going on in the territory for the rest of the time, and the aborigines will not launch an attack until at least tomorrow. Ye Chen simply ordered Rafflesia Fortress to fly back. He had nothing to do, so he planned to take a look at the detected lord's territories. Revenge for those who have a grudge, and revenge for those who have an injustice. Those school kids had better pray not to be near him. If he accidentally gets caught, he'll be in trouble. And 4 hours later, Rafflesia Floating Fortress finally flew back to its territory. After a night out, the level of Rafflesia Floating Fortress has been upgraded to level 8. After boarding the castle, Ye Chen was watching the dynamics of the regional group while rushing on his way. Yesterday, Rafflesia Fortress went out for a night, which caused quite a stir. One unlucky guy was obviously frightened and started complaining about this weird castle in the group. Because the task given by Ye Chen was to confirm the identity of the Lord. This unlucky man was hiding in the Lord's mansion and could not come out. The Rafflesia Floating Fortress did not see this man's appearance and did not leave. It wasn't until 4 hours ago that Ye Chen called out to the Rafflesia Floating Fortress that this unfortunate guy dared to walk out of the Lord's mansion. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the Rafflesia Floating Fortress was not very smart, and it had been staring at this unlucky guy all night. However, a message in the regional chat area suddenly caught Ye Chen's attention. Le Wenkai, we are now offering a reward for the coordinates of a lord named Ye Chen. Anyone who provides information will receive 500 divine sources as a reward upon verification. Chapter 22 Get out of the way, I'm going to start showing off. Seeing this news, Ye Chen's eyes also flashed with cold light. Good guys, are you really in a hurry to die? He actually put a bounty on him directly in the chat group. Is this really treating him like a soft persimmon? Thinking of this, Ye Chen became rude and sent a message to the group. Ye Chen, we are now offering a reward for the coordinates of a lord named Le Wenkai. Anyone who provides information will receive 1,000 divine sources as a reward upon verification. He just changed his name and divine source points, but he didn't bother to change anything else. He didn't expect to get their coordinates in this area group. In the trial world, the Lord's military strength was pitiful in the early stage, and there was a fog of war outside. Very few lords would take the initiative to explore outside. Of course, Ye Chen is an exception. The ability of the Rafflesia floating fortress determines the safety of travel. And the combat power of the evil demons can ensure the security of the territory. Only by satisfying these 2 points at the same time can the Lord go out and explore with confidence. But currently, only Ye Chen can do this. When Le Wenkai saw this news, he also mocked, "Stop bragging, you are a lord with an ordinary talent quality, how can you get 1,000 divine sources?" Ye Chen didn't say much, he directly submitted an application to Will of the Void and initiated a transaction in the group. As long as Le Wenkai hands over his correct coordinates, he can immediately get 1,000 divine source points. This is certified by the Will of the Void. As long as Le Wenkai confirms this transaction, these 1,000 points of divine source will be received immediately. His coordinates will also be exposed to everyone. But Le Wenkai is not that stupid to expose his coordinates. Just a hum and the message was gone. Ye Chen was also a little disappointed when he saw this. If this kid dared to take these 1,000 divine sources, he would immediately fly over and educate this kid. But now that the other party is not fooled, there is nothing he can do. But suddenly, the little fat man sent him a private message, "Brother, what's going on? Why does this guy want to reward you?" Ye Chen also casually replied, "It's okay, it's just some minor friction in school." The little fat man was silent for a while, and then sent another message, "It's okay, if this man has a grudge against brother yet, we won't sell him food today, and he won't be able to eat, hehe." When Ye Chen heard the little fat man mention this, he suddenly remembered that Le Wenkai bought something from him yesterday. In other words, the little fat man has his best friends. He also had some whims. If he did some tricks on the things he had traded, such as installing some locators, wouldn't it be possible to directly lock his position? However, he could not understand or materialize these technological things. Fortunately, after asking Yaz, he got information on a signal chip that can transmit positioning, which Yaz can detect within a range of about 30 kilometers. He plans to hide the chip in a plate so that it can be detected once it comes within 30 kilometers of the opponent. Thinking of this plan, he sent a message to the little fat man. "If that person comes to you to buy food again tonight, you can sell it to him as usual, but you must inform me before selling. This time I will give you an extra 200 divine sources." Hearing this suggestion, the little fat man responded excitedly, "Brother, you are really cruel, but I want to remind you that if there is something wrong with the food, no one will dare to buy it next time." Ye Chen responded easily, "Don't worry, there will be no problem with the food. Besides, if we sell it again tomorrow, we will run out of materials." Considering that the current advantage has been fully expanded, and if too much is sold, the source will be difficult to explain, Ye Chen plans to sell it again tomorrow and will not continue to sell it. However, the little fat man seemed a little anxious. "Brother, don't sell out all the food. Leave some for me. I especially like to eat your cooking." Ye Chen thought the little fat man was quite interesting, so he did not refuse his request. "Okay, I'll leave one for you." Hearing this, the little fat man was also very happy and said, "As for brother Ye, if anyone bullies brother Ye in this area, you must tell me and I will send troops to support you immediately." Hearing these words, Ye Chen glanced at the interfering soldiers beside him and said strangely, "Are your soldiers strong? Are you sure that leaving the territory is not for nothing?" The little fat man replied proudly, "Brother, don't worry, my troops are at the mythical level and have extremely strong defense. There will be no problems." Ye Chen was also a little surprised by this. Unexpectedly, those two seemingly bulky turtles turned out to be mythical level troops. However, he still felt that something was wrong. The movement speed was so slow. Is this really the attribute that mythical level troops should have? However, before Ye Chen could ask, the little fat man gave the answer. But let me tell you one thing first. My troop type is an aquatic troop type. It does not move that fast on land. If you need support, you should tell me early." Speaking of this, the little fat man also said with emotion. "Speaking of it, it's a bit unlucky. If the boss of the castle hadn't taken action, I would have fallen into trouble on the first day. It's just that the boss of the castle is a bit aloof. He ignored me even after shouting for 2 days." Hearing this, Ye Chen also showed a strange expression. "Is it possible that the boss of the castle has already added you, but you don't know it?" "Maybe." The little fat man suddenly reacted when he said this. "Hey? Do you believe me that the castle belongs to a lord?" Ye Chen replied casually, "Of course I believe that such a weird thing would appear for no reason in the trial world. It must belong to a certain lord." And, Ye Chen added, "This lord must be very powerful." When the little fat man heard Ye Chen's words, his eyes lit up. "Brother, you are really discerning." "I think so too. This lord's talent must be extraordinary. He took the castle flying in the sky from the beginning. This is unprecedented in human history. I think," the little fat man continued, "this lord is likely to become one of the most powerful lords in the future." Ye Chen nodded. Yes, I feel that with such a powerful building, he must be very handsome, probably at the level of a dream of 1.3 billion girls." Seeing this, the little fat man was also stunned. "Why do I suddenly feel like something is wrong?" However, seeing someone willing to believe in him, he was very happy to discuss the details of yesterday's appearance in the castle with Ye Chen. And when he heard Ye Chen's compliments, he suddenly felt that he had found a confidant. However, a few minutes later, the little fat man suddenly said excitedly, "Brother, I seem to have seen that castle again. This time it seems to be flying towards me again. I wonder if the castle boss will come down to meet me this time." "Ye Chen, based on my observation, the castle boss should have come to your territory specifically this time." Hearing this, the little fat man immediately felt something was wrong. "How did you know?" "Ye Chen, because I'm about to land, tell your turtle to move away." Little Fatty. Chapter 23 Mythical Dragon Turtle, Ye Chen's Plan. Originally, Ye Chen's plan was to go to other unidentified territories around him to confirm. Unexpectedly, the little fat man actually said that his unit was mythical. This made Ye Chen suddenly change his mind and went directly to the little fat man's territory. After all, as long as the information of the 7 types of arms is collected, Yak's wisdom will be awakened. This matter must be given top priority. And he could also discuss with the little fat man the business of purchasing monster corpses at night. When the little fat man saw the news about Ye Chen, he instantly felt that his mind went blank. After a while, his thoughts gradually recovered like a CPU restarting after overheating. "What do you mean?" he asked himself. "Landing? Does he mean the castle?" Looking up at the sky, he was surprised to find that the castle was really lowering in height. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he quickly commanded the dragon turtles on the ground to disperse to make room for the castle to land. When the castle actually landed on the territory, the little fat man also showed a dumbfounded expression. No wonder he felt that Ye Chen's previous compliments to the castle owner were a bit excessive. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that he was praising himself. After watching the tentacles of the castle slowly put down one of the young figures, he ran over very excitedly. However, just as he approached Ye Chen, the interference soldiers around Ye Chen immediately let out a warning roar. Troops with higher loyalty have a stronger sense of protection towards their lord. In Ye Chen's territory, all soldiers are full of loyalty. Therefore, if anyone approaches Ye Chen rashly, they will be directly attacked by the evil demons. Realizing this, the little fat man also stopped and said incoherently, "Brother, are you hiding it too deeply?" Ye Chen waved his hand, and the interference soldiers immediately retreated behind Ye Chen. Ye Chen also smiled and said, "I'm right, the owner of the castle has added you as a friend." The little fat man suddenly felt dumbfounded. He never imagined that the chef he met in this trial world would be the same person as the owner of this castle. However, when he turned his attention to the beautiful figure next to Ye Chen, the little fat man also showed doubts in his eyes. "This is..." Before Ye Chen could speak, Yaz introduced himself. "I am the master's secretary, you can call me Yaz." Hearing this, Xiao Peng was also shocked. The boss is the boss, and he even has a secretary. Then, after expressing his intention to come, the little fat man also excitedly called his troops over. Then let Yaz start collecting data. However, since Fatty's dragon turtle was an aquatic soldier and the data collection was very slow, Ye Chen decided to stay in Fatty's territory for a while. The little fat man was also extremely surprised by this. Doesn't Ye Chen need to return to his territory to defend himself from the aboriginal attacks? However, when he learned that Ye Chen's territory had been successfully defended at noon, he was surprised again. The boss is indeed a boss, even the time of attack is different from others. Because Rafflesia Castle once ate monster corpses in front of the little fat man. Ye Chen simply revealed that his buildings could grow by eating monster flesh and blood. After telling Xiao Peng his plan, Xiao Peng readily agreed. The little fat man came forward to help Ye Chen purchase monster flesh and blood, while Ye Chen was hiding behind the scenes. He didn't want to reveal his identity so quickly. Until 7 o'clock in the afternoon, when the data collection of Dragon Turtle was completed, Ye Chen also decided to leave. However, at this moment, Yaz also suddenly spoke. "Master, we have detected the energy of the original democracies around us." When Ye Chen opened the Lord's map, the little fat man was also stunned by the picture on Ye Chen's map. "No, why can you see the enemy in the fog of war? Even the quantity was marked. I saw that the number of dragon turtles in the little fat man's territory now is 7, while the number of aborigines is 48. Compared with the attack on Ye Chen's territory, this is simply incomparable, but for ordinary lords, it is obviously still quite a challenge." Seeing this, Ye Chen also joked, "Do you still need help this time?" Xiao Peng also responded hurriedly, No, I will just solve it myself this time." Although asking Ye Chen to take action can easily solve this wave of attacks, the rewards will also be reduced a lot. There were very few rewards in the previous wave, so this time the little fat guy decided to solve it himself. His original plan was for 2 dragon turtles to guard the Lord's crystal and the other 5 to stay around the territory, so that he could react quickly if the original lords made a sneak attack. However, now that he saw the location of the aborigines on Ye Chen's map, there was no need to go to such trouble. Just let 1 dragon turtle guard the Lord Crystal and send the others out to destroy the enemies. When Ye Chen saw the aboriginal attack, he also sent a message to Tang Suero. Tang Suero was surprised and asked Ye Chen how he knew. Ye Chen did not hesitate and directly sent all the data detected by Yake. Because Tang Suero's evil guard has been connected to Yake, and the troops in her territory are all mechanical life forms. Once a mechanical life form obtains data, other mechanical life forms can also share the data. And with the location of the enemy, it's very simple. All the mechanical guards rushed into the fog of war, and began to destroy the enemy. With real-time coordinates, these mechanical life forms do not need to see the enemy at all and launch an attack after entering the attack range. Especially the demon guard showed unparalleled combat power. The indigenous people were even more confused. After losing the interference of the fog of war, they had no ability to resist at all. But the situation on the little fat man's side was much slower. Several clumsy turtles were chasing him. Even if Ye Chen cheated on the map, he looked very anxious. Seeing this, Ye Chen directly transferred 5,000 divine sources. This is not only Ye Chen's investment in Little Fatty, but also the reward for future cooperation. 400 divine resources for a mythical dragon turtle. After spending some divine resources to upgrade the territory, the little fat man also recruited 10 more dragon turtles. With the addition of these 10 dragon turtles, the Aborigines were suddenly at a disadvantage. In fact, this is also a good way to store some resources and recruit troops when the natives attack, so that they can easily survive this wave of attacks. Seeing that the war situation was decided, Ye Chen left 50,000 divine resources to the little fat man to use as funds to purchase the monster's body later, and then boarded the castle and left. He is not afraid that the little fat man will not do anything if he takes the divine source. He knows where the little fat man's territory is, even if he uses these divine sources to recruit troops. Ye Chen is also confident that by destroying his territory, he can use the flesh and blood of his soldiers to make up for this missing part of the divine source. On the other side, when she saw the huge castle landing outside the territory, Tang Suero's face instantly showed a vigilant expression. But when she recognized the figure coming down from the castle, her expression instantly became very wonderful. Immediately afterwards, he ran towards the figure regardless of his own safety. She flew into Ye Chen's arms like a human missile. Chapter 24 Buying Monster Corpses, an army of 200,000 evil spirits. The silver moon hangs high, hundreds of meters high in the air. At the highest point of the Rafflesia Castle, there is an open-air garden and a romantic candlelight dinner. Looking at everything in front of her, Tang Suero felt that it was all like a dream. She never thought that Ye Chen would appear in front of her in this way. At first, she thought that if Ye Chen used an ordinary lord's heart to awaken, the trial might be difficult and he might need her help. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen not only did not go in the direction everyone imagined. On the contrary, the troops are powerful, numerous, and have such powerful buildings. But what makes Tang Suero most happy is that Ye Chen finally woke up and stopped being Su Minjiahu's licking dog. It all seemed like it was back to the past, and she became Ye Chen's follower again. However, out of curiosity, Tang Suero couldn't help but ask what happened to Ye Chen after he entered the Lord's world. It was obvious that he carried the heart of an ordinary lord when he entered, but why did he become so powerful in the end? Just the strength she saw was already a level that was unreachable in the history of human trials. Ye Chen raised his head and glanced at Tang Suero, with a mischievous light in his eyes. He showed a smile and said half-jokingly, "After entering the world of lords, I did encounter some unusual things. As for the specific details, well, if you kiss me, I'll tell you." After hearing this, Tang Suero's cheeks turned slightly red. She glared at Ye Chen pretending to be calm, but there was a trace of teasing in her eyes. "Humph, are you negotiating terms with me? I won't be fooled easily." However, she couldn't resist her strong curiosity in the end, and walked over with a chuckle. "However, since you performed so well, I'd better reward you." After saying that, she kissed Ye Chen lightly on the face like a dragonfly touching water, her movements light and fast. Feeling the gentle touch, Ye Chen also laughed and said, "It's not like I haven't been kissed since I was a kid, so why am I so shy?" Tang Suero pushed Ye Chen gently and pretended to be angry and said, "That was then, and now is now. Don't be obedient just to get an advantage." Ye Chen suddenly laughed and said, "Okay, then I will tell you with great mercy." I saw Ye Chen slowly lowering the castle into Tang Suero's territory, and then waved his hand at the mechanical tribe's barracks, and instantly 9 foxtails appeared on the ground and entangled it. This was something Ye Chen had discovered recently. He had felt it when he was on the little fat man's territory just now, and he was actually able to transform other people's territory. Ding! The mechanical guard barracks has begun to transform, and the estimated transformation time is 3 hours. Seeing this prompt, Tang Suero also covered her mouth in surprise. Is this the secret of why Ye Chen is so powerful? Being able to transform buildings, is this how Ye Chen's troops came to be? What will this transform into? After reacting, Tang Suero asked in great surprise. Ye Chen also smiled slightly at him. "I'm not sure, but at least it's at the level of myth. Once this mythical level of arms is transformed, there will only be 4 arms left for Yake to awaken his wisdom. Hearing this, Tang Suero also widened her eyes in disbelief. Even among the entire human race, not many people can possess mythical level arms. But now in front of Ye Chen, he was created as if he were playing. If this is true, this ability is too terrifying. But thinking of this, Tang Suero also felt extremely excited. If such a powerful ability is exposed, the whole world will cause a sensation. But Ye Chen helped her transform her arms without any scruples. This is really treating her as one of his own. With this mythical unit, no matter how poor his talent is, he will still be able to help Ye Chen in the future. Thinking of this, Tang Suero became extremely excited. She happily threw herself into Ye Chen's arms and gently kissed him on the cheek again. Tang Suero leaned on Ye Chen's shoulder and said softly, "Brother Ye Chen, it's great that you can come back this time. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will be by your side to support you." Ye Chen gently stroked Tang Suero's hair and responded gently, "Sister Shuer, this time you are completely in my hands and you can't run away." When Tang Suero heard Ye Chen's words, a playful light flashed in her eyes. She raised her head, with a sweet smile on her lips, and responded, "Hey, falling into your hands, it sounds very bad, but if it were you, I would." She gently pinched Ye Chen's cheek and continued, "Since I was a child, I have never defeated you. If I fail this time, I will fail. However, you have to take good care of me and don't let me suffer." A little bit aggrieved, Ye Chen smiled and held Tang Suero's hand, and said seriously, "Don't worry, Sister Shuer, how could I be willing to let you be wronged? From now on, I will be your most solid support, no matter the wind or the wind. Rain or shine, I will protect you from the wind and rain." Tang Suero snuggled into Ye Chen's arms, feeling his warm embrace, and said softly, "With your words, I feel relieved. Brother Ye Chen, let's work hard together for our future." Ye Chen gently hugged her, and the two of them quietly enjoyed the tranquility and warmth under the moonlight. Next to him, Yaz looked at this scene with the lights flashing, thoughtfully. However, at this moment, Xiao Pang also began to buy monster corpses in the group. Monster corpses, except for some special lords, such as the undead and some plant lords, are of no use. Not all types of soldiers can eat monster flesh and blood to replenish energy, but the divine source is universal. If the soldiers are hungry, they can also restore their energy by devouring the divine source. Therefore, as soon as this news came out, countless lords immediately contacted the little fat man to redeem the divine source. In less than 2 hours, these 50,000 divine sources were replaced. And Ye Chen also received the 50,000 monster corpses traded by the little fat man. After the warehouse was established, these transaction materials were directly transferred to the black hole space. Following the summons of the evil mother tree, countless monster flesh and blood began to emerge from the black hole, which was continuously absorbed by the mother tree. Since the materials in Ye Chen's territory are not enough to upgrade Yak, the level of the mother tree can only reach level 10. After spending some energy to upgrade the mother tree to level 10, the energy limit of the mother tree has reached 300,000. But faced with so many monster corpses, the mother tree could only nurture the evil demons while absorbing the energy of these flesh and blood. It's just a pity that most of the lords are currently facing some of the weakest creatures, and it is difficult for the mother tree to extract useful gene sequences from them. In other words, the genes of these monsters have no value at all. But even though the energy of these monsters was less than those collected by Ye Chen, these 50,000 corpses still provided more than 2 million points of energy. In other words, these 50,000 points of divine source directly added 200,000 evil demon disciples to Ye Chen's territory. The number of evil demons in Ye Chen's territory now is 209,660. Facing this amount, Ye Chen also felt a little scary. It was only the second day, and he had only spent half of the rewarded divine source to buy monster flesh and blood, and yet he had recruited such a terrifying number of troops. If after tomorrow, wouldn't it mean that the number of his troops will exceed 1 million? But problems also arise. The demonic mother tree told Ye Chen that the demonic disciples obtain energy from the land for energy recovery and experience points. Such a large number of demon disciples absorbing experience together will soon completely drain the nutrients of the land in the territory and turn it into a barren land. At that time, even the evil mother tree will not be able to survive. Ye Chen thought about it after hearing this, and first let most of the evil demons disperse around the territory. As long as these evil demons are not all crowded together, the nutrients of the land will not be sucked dry all at once. He remembered that tomorrow's reward seemed to be a spiritual field. He could only see if this problem could be solved after transforming the spiritual field tomorrow. Otherwise, when his troops increase in number, his territory will turn into a desert. However, just when Ye Chen completed the attack on the evil demon disciples, Tang Suero's face suddenly became happy. Because she received a tip. Bite. The mechanical guard barracks has been reorganized. Congratulations on getting the Wild City. Chapter 25 Black Iron Beast, Sudden Announcement. The transformed barracks stood like a huge chimney above Tang Ruxiu's territory. Even Ye Chen couldn't remember for a moment what it had transformed into after looking at it. It wasn't until Tang Ruxiu mentioned the name Wild City that Ye Chen thought of something. Immediately asked Tang Ruxiu to recruit a unit and give it a try. It wasn't until a black sphere popped out of the Wild City that Ye Chen was finally sure. There is no mistake, this is the Wild City where the wild orangutan, one of the 3 war kings in the adventures of Lolo, lives. And this black sphere is the black iron beast under the wild orangutan. Although Tang Ruxiu didn't know what this black iron beast was, she could still check the information. As a result, it turned out that her mouth could not be closed at all. Black Iron Beast. Level 1/20, 0/75. Quality, Unique. Race, Mechanical. Alignment, Neutral Evil. Constitution 30, S. Strength 40, SS. Spirit 30, B. Agility 60, S. Recruitment cost, 200 points of divine source. Loyalty 60. Military talent, energy absorption. Skills, spherical attack, black iron machine gun, black iron claw attack, 6-pointed star array, backup hidden energy. Introduction, a power-type robot that can turn into a sphere to enhance its defense. It also has a 6-pointed and 7-star array that can restrain speed-type enemies. When it dies, it will activate its backup hidden energy to self-destruct. It is a very powerful army. No matter how prepared Tang Ruxiu was, she was still shocked by the attributes of this unit. The SS level strength growth attribute comes with 5 skills at the beginning, and the recruitment price is twice as low as other mythical level units. But the next moment something surprising happened to her. After the black iron beast unfolded its body, it did not say hello to her lord as expected. Instead, it walked directly in front of Ye Chen, bowed respectfully, and said, "Dear King of Machine War, please accept me of loyalty." "Ah, what is going on? I am your lord." Tang Ruxiu was also confused for a moment. She was obviously the lord, why would this black iron beast show respect to Ye Chen? The black iron beast also responded, "Although you are the lord, the Machine War King is the commander-in-chief of our beast clan, and the Machine War King's orders are greater than anything else." Hearing this, Tang Ruxiu also looked at Ye Chen speechlessly. Although the transformed troops are powerful, they don't seem to listen to her at all. They are not as good as the original mechanical guards. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. In fact, he didn't know that this would happen. The soldiers he transformed actually remained fully loyal to him. But this black iron beast is too upright. Saying such words in front of his lord, does he not want to be messed with? Aren't you afraid that the lord will directly let you detonate the backup hidden energy? Thinking of this, Ye Chen also said seriously to the Black Iron Beast, "She is your lord, do you know that you must be loyal to her from now on?" Black Iron Beast, "Okay, Lord Machine War King." The loyalty of the Black Iron Beast has reached 90. Tang Suero. What a guy. One sentence makes you loyal. I am the outsider who co-authored it, right? Seeing this, Tang Suero pouted. Seeing this, Ye Chen could only comfort him softly, okay, in fact. Being loyal to me is the same as being loyal to you. This is actually better. Think about it, the loyalty of these evil camp's troops is also a problem. Now I can solve their loyalty problem with just one sentence. Isn't that good? Now even if you let this Black Iron Beast die, it will not hesitate. Saying that, Ye Chen also asked the Black Iron Beast, "Are you willing to sacrifice your life for your lord first?" The Black Iron Beast also said straightforwardly, "As long as it is an order from Lord Machine War King, we can do whatever we are asked to do." Tang Suero's eyes lit up when she heard this. That makes sense. Other people's troops must also carefully cultivate loyalty. But now Ye Chen solved the problem of loyalty with just one sentence. After solving the problem of loyalty, the evil camp's troops only have combat effectiveness left. Thinking of this, Tang Suero also smiled. Seeing that Tang Suero was in a better mood, Ye Chen also told her the story about this military unit. The Wild City is the territory of the Wild Orang, one of the 3 war kings of the robot tribe. Above the Black Iron Beast, there are also boss Black Iron Beasts of various colors, among which the Golden Iron Beast is the strongest. In other words, in the future, the superior hero of Tang Suero's barracks may be a Golden Iron Beast or a Wild Orangutan. And in addition, since the Black Iron Beast was transformed this time, that means that the barracks of the other 2 Beast Clan War Kings also have a chance to be transformed by Ye Chen. Black Pant Herman is okay, Ice Wolfman is an air unit. If the Tyrannosaurus God's City of the Undead can be transformed, then Tang Suero can definitely become one of the strongest lords in the Endless Void. Of course, that's a story for another day. Next is the stage of collecting data on the Black Iron Beast. As one of the 3 legions in Lolo's adventures, Black Iron Beast is definitely qualified for data collection. Especially the 6-pointed star array is the most buggy existence in the motorcycle world. After the 6 Black Iron Beasts form a formation, they directly form a protective net to surround the opponent. At the same time, the 6 Black Iron Beasts take turns to attack the opponent. This move directly increased the Black Iron Beast's combat effectiveness several times. Moreover, the Black Iron Beast is different from ordinary mechanical arms. Ordinary mechanical arms need to replenish their divine source to act, while the Black Iron Beast can recover energy as long as it gains experience. In other words, as long as the Black Iron Beast Legion keeps killing enemies, it can achieve continuous battery life. Half an hour later, Ye Chen finally finished collecting the data of the Black Iron Beast. There are now 3 types of soldier data for Awakening Yak, the Evil Demon Disciple, the Dragon Turtle, and the Black Iron Beast. There are only 4 left, and Yak's wisdom can be completely awakened. And in the end, after finishing everything, the 2 vigorous young men couldn't help but have a discussion. Tang Suero's Lord's Mansion finally came to a standstill after a night of testing. However, near midnight, everyone suddenly heard an announcement from the Will of the Void. It has been detected that the comprehensive strength of the lords in this area has far exceeded that of other areas. The weapons equipped by the indigenous people will now be enhanced. At the same time, the probability of dropping a treasure chest when killing the original indigenous people will be dropped. The treasure chest can open various resources and equipment. As soon as this announcement came out, the regional group exploded. Isn't this a joke? When did the strength of our region become so terrifying? I didn't feel it at all. It's over, I'm just saying this after all my soldiers have exploded. Originally I thought I could survive this wave, but with the increased difficulty, it's a bit uncertain. Does this mean there are many hidden masters in our area? Hey, is there any boss willing to guide me? I, a little lord, am not ready to face the hardcore challenge yet. Everyone, calm down. Can't there still be treasure chests dropped? If you can get resources and equipment, you still have a chance to survive this trial. I don't know if I can survive this wave, but I don't know if I can survive this wave. Chapter 26. If it's true, you'll know if you try it. It's no wonder that people in this area reacted so strongly. During the trial, they also heard about the will of the void strengthening the strength of the indigenous people. But that basically happens within key areas. For the lords in key areas, although the difficulty has increased, it is also an opportunity to obtain more equipment, and they will naturally not refuse. However, this is terrible news for the lords of ordinary areas. Their talents and resources are limited. Although defeating the strengthened natives can bring greater benefits, failure in the trial means that all efforts are in vain. Fortunately, those who have reserved some resources can rely on another explosion to reduce the difficulty when the attack comes. But most people have invested all their resources in military expansion in order to obtain more resources in the next wave. Therefore, many people will be eliminated in this wave. Seeing that there was no hope of passing the trial that was originally possible, some people in the group went completely crazy. Discuss this issue in the group like crazy. According to what they knew, even in key areas, there was no precedent for strengthening the indigenous people on the third day. What exactly went wrong? Suddenly, someone mentioned that the fat guy in the group exchanged the divine source for the monster's corpse yesterday. They can use 50,000 divine sources to exchange for monster corpses. That means that the little fat man originally had more divine resources. Being able to have so much divine energy on the second day, is it possible that the little fat man is the hidden boss? Thinking of this, the group was completely blown away, and everyone started at Fatsy. When he was woken up by the notification sound, the little fat man was confused. He didn't know what happened, but he saw 999 plus new messages displayed on the Lord panel. But after spending more than 10 seconds to understand the situation, his eyes suddenly widened. Will of the Void announces that the natives will be strengthened. Thinking of that weird castle and the divine source Ye Chen gave him yesterday, he had the same idea at first. Maybe it's really Ye Chen's reason why the Will of the Void strengthened the Aborigines? But thinking about it carefully, the little fat man felt that it was a little impossible. It seems a bit outrageous to use the power of one person to make the entire region stronger than most regions. However, facing the continuous questions in the group, the little fat man felt the need to clarify. Everyone, calm down first. Yesterday I did help others to buy monster corpses, but things were not as exaggerated as you think. How can one person influence the will of the void and let it issue an announcement? I think it is more likely that many people in our area have awakened quite outstanding talents. As soon as this statement came out, many people thought it made sense. However, those who were worried that they would be eliminated became even more excited after seeing Fatty's reply, and they all asked Fatty who was the boss who bought the monster's body. The little fat man knew in his heart that these people wanted to find Ye Chen because they just wanted to use his resources to survive the current crisis. But he also realized that the reason why Ye Chen asked him to purchase on his behalf was probably because he had foreseen this situation. Therefore, in the face of people's questioning, the little fat man just gave some hints. Everyone, I can only say that the big boss who purchased the monster's body is the owner of that castle. The little fat man's words shocked many people in the regional group. They couldn't believe that there was actually a lord behind that weird castle. But despite this, many people still tried to contact Ye Chen through Little Fatty, hoping to borrow some resources to tide over the current crisis, and promised to double the money back after the crisis. Even the little fat man wouldn't believe such a promise, so how could he help them contact Ye Chen? Perhaps realizing their own problems, many people changed their minds and wanted to ask the boss to send troops, or use the castle to help them solve the crisis, and pay them immediately after the settlement. After all, even if there is a small reward for others' help, it is better than failing to pass the trial. After all, after getting through this day, they can rationally use the resources later to reduce the difficulty and pass the trial. Seeing this, the little fat man also saw some possibility. Judging from the time of the attack on Ye Chen's territory yesterday, today's attack on his territory must be earlier than theirs. After surviving the attack, Ye Chen could completely use the castle to transport troops to help others complete the challenge. This will not only earn resources, but also significantly increase the trial pass rate in this area. By the 7th day, more lords can share the firepower of the monster wave. With such a cost-effective business, Ye Chen had no reason not to do it. Thinking of this, he also replied in the group, "Okay, I'll ask the castle boss for you." Ye Chen also saw the scene in the regional chat group. Unlike others, Ye Chen was very certain that this void will was directed at him. Because the current strength of ordinary lords is only about 10, and the most powerful ones are only 50. But what about him? With 200,000 troops, they are 10,000 times more than others, and they are all of the same quality. How can this not be targeted? However, it is a pity that in the face of the evil demon disciples, even if the will of the void strengthens the aborigines, it will only serve as food for him. Moreover, the monster has a probability of dropping a treasure chest, which means that he has something that can be transformed. I hope I can give him something surprising by then. Seeing the little fat man's question, he also replied, "I'll decide after this wave of attacks has passed." He didn't refuse or agree, because he knew that even with the floating fortress, he couldn't fly to all areas in this area in one day. Therefore, we still have to see what the harvest is like in this wave. Maybe there are items in the treasure chest that can help them. At this moment, Tang Suero also woke up in a daze. Last night's crazy night, even the Lord's physique was a little unable to bear it. But Tang Suero suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise. Not because of the announcement, but because she saw some changes in her talent. Mechanical Revolution, 5% in conversion. Quality, Blue Rare. Slightly. This situation is the same as Ye Chen's previous situation of transforming her arms. However, the progress bar is stuck at 5%. When he told Ye Chen this discovery, Ye Chen also looked very confused. Obviously I don't have the ability to transform other people's talents. But Tang Suero's talent is actually transforming. Could it be that it was from last night? Ye Chen told Tang Suero his guess. The latter licked his lips and pounced on Ye Chen again. Whether it is true or not, you will know after you try it. Seeing that the Lord's mansion began to shake again, Yaz obediently stayed outside the house, but the indicator light flashed as if he was analyzing something. 2 hours later. Looking at the 7% conversion rate, Tang Suero narrowed her eyes happily. Chapter 27 Teleportation Array, the third wave of attack. Now she was completely sure that Ye Chen was responsible for the change in her talent. I didn't expect that being with Ye Chen would have such benefits. When she thought that the level of Ye Chen's transformed troops would be at least mythical, she also had small expectations. She was very happy when she thought that if she had a mythical talent, she could help Ye Chen. However, the progress bar is now stuck above 7%, so Ye Chen may still need to work harder. Thinking of this, she hugged Ye Chen a little tighter. Ye Chen was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the power of creation had such an effect. He lowered his head and kissed Tang Suero softly, and said softly, "Sister Shuer, I'm going back to the territory." Tang Suero felt a little reluctant and responded gently, "Then remember to come back at night." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Suero's cheeks couldn't help but blush. Suddenly I felt a little ashamed. But then I thought about it. They don't do that kind of thing, they do it all for the mythical talent. Well, work hard for the mythical talent. Seeing Tang Suero's funny expression, Ye Chen also smiled and helped get dressed and walked out of the hut together. Before leaving, Ye Chen also left the interference soldier behind to protect Tang Suero. If something happens to Tang Suero's territory, the interference soldiers can ensure Tang Suero's safety. However, before Ye Chen could completely return to the territory, Yake also detected 9 huge energy fluctuations outside the territory. It looks like the indigenous people have attacked again. Ye Chen looked at the time. It was now around 7 o'clock in the morning. He returned to the territory in half an hour and just made it in time. Let the evil demon go over first and see what it is. Afterwards, he immediately ordered all the evil demons to move towards the energy gathering point. Since most of the evil demon disciples were transferred outside his territory yesterday, the army of evil demon disciples quickly approached these 9 energy points. When the evil demon came back from his perspective, Ye Chen also felt a little surprised. Even the teleportation array came out. In the distant sky, 9 pillars of light soared into the sky, spectacularly spread across 2 kilometers away from his territory. As a senior movie fan, Ye Chen could tell at a glance that this was a teleportation light beam similar to a rainbow bridge. Is this because he knows that the nearby natives can no longer do anything to him and have begun to mobilize troops elsewhere? However, when he thought about his 200,000 demon followers, he didn't think that these beams of light could do anything to him. On the contrary, this light beam directly exposed the position of the opponent. As long as the opponent is surrounded and attacked, they will completely lose the initiative. Thinking of this, he also directly ordered, Wai Wei, surround these 9 light pillars and come out to kill each one. Okay, kids, surround the light beam. As the demon mother tree conveyed Ye Chen's order, all the demon disciples outside the territory immediately began to move. Outside Ye Chen's territory, a green current automatically split into 9 teams, surrounding all the light pillars. The evil demon disciples with strong muscles and snarling claws stood in an area 500 meters away from the light pillar. Surrounding the light pillar with water. Ho! At this moment, the monster's ferocious roar suddenly came from the 9 light pillars. Thousands of huge monsters slowly stepped out of the light pillar, looking completely different from before. I saw them wearing armor and holding sharp weapons in their hands. Take the jungle chimpanzee as an example. It is wearing black armor and wielding a strong wooden long axe in its hand. It is estimated that its combat power is qualitatively different from before. But what surprised Ye Chen the most was the goblin at the very back of the monster, holding only a staff. This is only the 3rd day, and even the mage camp has been established. However, Ye Chen was just surprised. After all, the evil demon disciples were not weak in combat power. Now that they were fighting around the light beam, the opponent had no extra space and could only choose to fight the evil demon disciples in close combat. But compared to Ye Chen, the monster camp was not so calm. Originally, I thought that by placing the teleportation location 2 kilometers away from the Lord's territory, the Lord would not be able to notice the light pillar. They just didn't expect that they would be shocked by the dense crowd of humanoid creatures as soon as they were teleported out. If it hadn't been for the mission issued by the Will of the Void, they would never have believed that a novice lord who had been awakened for 3 days could be so terrifying. Just based on the number they saw, other novice lords would not be able to recruit this number in 3 days, let alone 30 days, or 300 days, right? However, when they thought that the Will of the Void had given them weapons and armor this time, they calmed down. Don't panic, everyone. With such a large number, their combat power must not be very good. The chimpanzee tribe will be in front, the leopards will attack from the side, and the goblins will cast spells from behind to slowly wear them to death. That's right, don't panic, everyone. The Will of the Void will not arrange missions that require death. There is still a chance to win. As long as we get rid of this lord, we can get the rewards of the Void and become stronger. All these sacrifices are worth it. For the tribe, charge! After several leaders completed their mobilization, they each let out a beast roar to command the members of each tribe. When the evil demon army stepped into the dangerous border of 200 meters, the goblin army at the rear of the battle line quickly took action. They pointed the staffs in their hands towards the sky in unison, muttering words in their mouths, and low spells echoed in the air. Immediately afterwards, a spectacular scene unfolded in front of us. Fireballs, as big as basketballs, condensed and formed instantly in the air. Driven by the goblin's spell, they seemed to be given life, shining with blazing light. These fireballs pierced the sky, soared into the sky along a beautiful parabolic trajectory, and then bombarded the army of demon disciples with an unstoppable force. Bang 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 bang! In an instant, the sky was filled with fire and rain. The area where the evil demons were located turned into a sea of fire. But just when the monsters thought that these humanoid creatures were nothing more than that, the next moment, a dense crowd of evil demons rushed out from the billowing smoke. Although the body was scorched black by the flames, but these humanoid creatures seemed to be indifferent to pain and still move quickly. Seeing this scene, all the monsters felt bad. However, seeing the army of evil demons approaching, the jungle chimpanzee and chai leopard man had no choice but to push forward. As the two torrents collided, the scene also became extremely tragic. Countless jungle chimpanzees swung their long axes and cut the evil demons into two pieces. However, before they could be happy, the upper half of the body of the evil demon was scratched directly through the eyes. After possessing the gene sequence of ferocious teeth and claws, the evil demons became even more ferocious. Even though only half of his body is left, he still has terrifying fighting power. Because they ignored the threats at their feet, many monsters were killed by the evil demons who chopped them into two pieces. In fact, these demon disciples who were cut in half were just new recruits who were conceived last night. It wasn't until the jungle chimpanzees encountered the first two batches of evil demons that they truly realized what real terror was. Chapter 28 Sneak Attack? The Power of Black Hole Gravity. The recruits who were conceived last night are now only around level 4. It is normal to be unable to defeat these monsters that are above level 10 and have been strengthened. It is different from the previous two groups of demon disciples. Natural growth automatically gains experience, and coupled with the killings in the first two waves, the highest level of the first batch of evil demons has reached level 10. The attributes of ordinary evil demon disciples at level 4 can already defeat ordinary soldiers at level 20. As for the evil demon disciples who have reached level 10, even if these jungle chimpanzees are equipped with equipment, they are still no match for them. Therefore, when these jungle chimpanzees faced these evil demons, they were confused again. I originally thought that the axe would be able to split the evil demon disciple in half, but it ended up getting stuck in the evil demon disciple's muscles. The next moment, the demon's sharp claws were like the scythe of death, ruthlessly tearing apart the jungle chimpanzee's defense. And next, it was a one-sided massacre by the evil demons. In front of these evil demons who have no vital points, are not afraid of death, and have no fear. Even those monsters that were 3 meters in size, faced with the siege of evil demon disciples, only struggled a little longer and killed many newly born evil demon disciples. But don't forget that there are also elite monsters among the evil demons. No monster can block the interference soldier's attack. Not only does it have strong defense, but it also has the ability to resurrect. Even if it is besieged by most monsters, it can continue to fight after its blood volume is cleared. After being resurrected, the vines growing from his body directly killed the surrounding monsters, and his combat effectiveness was extremely fierce. Seeing this disruptor that could be resurrected infinitely, a trace of despair flashed in the eyes of these monster leaders. Damn it! Are you sure this is what an awakened 3-day lord should have? After finally destroying the interference soldier, I didn't expect him to stand up again. How can we fight against something with infinite resurrection? However, what it doesn't know is that even if it completely kills this interference soldier, as long as another evil demon puts a set of drivers on itself, it will be another interference soldier. Unless the drive is destroyed. Otherwise, as long as there are evil demon disciples, there will be countless interference soldiers who will keep relaying. And even those strong monsters can't resist the invasion of evil demons, let alone those mage goblins. Once you are approached by evil demons, you are like a wolf among sheep, with no power to resist at all. With just one charge, half of the mages inside the monster died. Without the fire support of the mage, the offensive of the evil demon army became more fierce, and there was no force that could stop their progress. Seeing this, the battle has completely lost its suspense. But suddenly, the Yak satellite monitored a group of monsters attacking his territory from another direction. The number was about 200. Ye Chen also felt a little confused. If these monsters didn't follow the large army, were they trying to sneak attack on his crystal? Originally, I wanted to let the evil demons in the territory go over and deal with them. But when he thought about it carefully, he suddenly gave up the idea. Anyway, there is nothing important in his territory now. The demonic mother tree is protected by the remaining demonic disciples and there will be no accidents. And Lord Crystal is not afraid of being blown up. Thinking of this, Ye Chen simply did not command the evil demon followers in the territory to destroy these monsters. It's just a good time to use these monsters to test the power of black hole space. A few minutes later, some vague figures appeared from the forest on the other side of the territory, slowly walking out of the depths of the forest. Why is it called blurry? Because when these monsters stand still, it almost blends in with the surrounding forest. Unreadable. Only if they move. Their figures are vaguely visible. When these monsters saw that Ye Chen's territory was not defended by any troops, there was a glint in their eyes. If you can take the opportunity to sneak attack and destroy the crystal, then everything in this territory will be reduced to nothing. For these monsters, if you can destroy a lord's territory, they may have a chance to escape the shackles of the trial world. However, when they invaded Ye Chen's territory, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Apart from a tall tree that towers into the clouds and blocks out the sun, there is only a black mechanical creation left in the territory. Their original plan was to sneak into the territory, go straight to the crystal and destroy it, thus ending the battle in one fell swoop. But now, the crystal is gone, and these monsters can't be cured all of a sudden. I saw those humanoid creatures standing under the big trees, twitching their noses. Their hearts tightened instantly. Although they are able to turn invisible while standing still, but they know they still have many flaws, such as smells and footprints. If these humanoids had the ability to smell, the consequences would be disastrous. Their number is relatively small. Just want to win by surprise. Facing such a large number of troops, they have no chance of winning. But then, after seeing these humanoid creatures sniffing for a few times, they stopped moving. The monsters also breathed a sigh of relief. Since these arms cannot feel their existence, and the new lord has no detection building, then they will not be in danger in this territory for the time being. However, after walking around, they still haven't found the location of the Lord Crystal. This territory is very weird. There isn't even a lord's mansion. Finally, they set their sights on the black hole space. Could it be that the lord hid the crystal in here? A monster tries to reach out and touch the black hole. However, an extremely strong suction force was generated at the next moment. The monster was sucked in directly. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure was generated on these monsters. All monsters break invisible at the same time, directly exposed to the air. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen stopped hiding and directly let the evil demons in the territory carry out the encirclement and suppression. The terrifying pressure greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of these monsters. Even the new evil demon disciples can easily kill these monsters. The monster that was swallowed by the black hole space also completely died after more than 10 seconds. Swallowed by a black hole. However, the black hole's durability is also 4,000 less. Seeing this, Ye Chen basically understood. Although the black hole space can swallow the enemy, but this does not equate to immediate destruction of the enemy. In the process of phagocytosis, the black hole's own durability will also decrease. Therefore, black hole space is used as a direct attack method. Actually an unwise choice. On the contrary, the gravity of black hole space is the real artifact. These monsters were at level 10. After being affected by gravity, they were suppressed and beaten by a group of level 4 evil demons. Although there is a part of the reason for the evil demons' powerful attributes. But it's enough to show how terrifying the black hole's gravity is. If the range of black hole gravity covers the entire battlefield in the future, a forbidden space will be directly formed within the range of gravity. All flying units will crash if they enter his territory. And under this situation, his territory will be in an invincible position. However, with the death of the last monster, a familiar reminder appeared in front of Ye Chen. Congratulations! You have completed the third day of the trial, and now the battlefield settlement begins. Chapter 29 Void Will, Do You Look Down on Me? Battle Settlement. Enemies, 30,000 level 5 to 10 enhanced monsters, 20,000 level 10 enhanced monsters. The result of the war, crushing. Rating SSS+. Reward, 1 million Divine Source, 200,000 Ordinary Iron Blocks, Lingtian Building Template 1, Hero Recruitment Order 1. Why are there such little monsters, Void Will, do you look down on me? Looking at the number of monsters displayed on the settlement interface, Ye Chen couldn't help but complain. Because according to the rules of the first wave of attacks, troops sent by the indigenous people, it should be half of his size. But this wave of enhancement of Void will caused the number of monsters to be reduced by half. Isn't this a lie? Without the flesh and blood of these monsters, he lost half of his energy. Make up. We must make up for him in the next wave. Ye Chen was greatly dissatisfied. But if other lords hear this, you must feel that Ye Chen is crazy. According to Blue Star Records, after triggering the Void strengthening rules, the fighting power of those monsters, it will also increase by at least about 2 times. So this 50,000 monster, it is actually equivalent to 150,000 ordinary monsters. This difficulty is even half higher than before. If other lords see so many monsters attacking their territory, I will definitely choose to quit the trial world without hesitation. This is so scary. This is only the third day. Even the lords of the twin myths could not withstand this number of attacks. Even if it is blocked, there is no possibility of passing through at all. Because the attacks in the first 5 days amounted to nothing more than trials. It is considered to give the lord a certain amount of development time. At the same time, the natives can also take the opportunity to understand their opponents. Only in the last 2 days will the difficulty of the attack completely soar. And Ye Chen had such an alarming number of attacks on the third day. I can't imagine waiting until the last 2 days. How many natives would come to attack Ye Chen's territory? And there is one thing that needs to be noted. The indigenous troops in the trial world are not endless. If all the monsters in this world attacked Ye Chen, can we still spare enough troops to deal with other lords? But Ye Chen didn't think that much. Never mind the temptation attack. Now he has monster flesh and blood and can explode troops. The more monsters there are, the better. As for whether Will of the Void can mobilize enough troops on the last day, that was not an issue that Ye Chen had to consider. However, when Ye Chen arrived at the battlefield, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. After this battle, the ground was stained red with blood and covered with monster corpses. It was really a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and it really smelled terrible. However, on this purgatory-like battlefield, countless golden treasure boxes are scattered everywhere, like treasures of the new century, shining with alluring light. But look at the army of evil demons on the ground. Ye Chen did not ask them to collect the treasure box immediately. Instead, let these evil demons devour the flesh and restore their limbs first. In an instant, the mutilated evil demons on the ground began to devour the flesh and blood on the ground. The missing parts are also growing out bit by bit, until the body has fully recovered. Only then did he stop devouring flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen also nodded secretly. It is worthy of being the only super unit. Even though he was so seriously injured, he was still alive. Replaced with other flesh and blood soldiers. He will have to lose at least 50,000 troops in this wave. But what about the evil demons? As long as they are not surrounded by a group of enemies at the same time, or the enemy forgets to hit the target, they can survive even without their brains. Moreover, even if it does not swallow flesh and blood, evil demons can also rely on absorbing nutrients from the land. Let your body grow back bit by bit. It just takes a little longer. But it was obvious that Ye Chen didn't have such patience. What he lacks most now is monster flesh and blood. There's no need to wait too long for that little bit of energy. He will make big moves later. And those high-level monsters are under the flesh and blood energy. The lost parts of the demon disciples are also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ye Chen let the castle tentacles place him on the ground, and then summoned a black hole space on the battlefield. Let all the evil demons transport their flesh, and treasure chests into the black hole space. At this time, the convenience of black hole space is reflected. If you change to another lord to transport so much monster flesh and blood to the territory, not only is it time-consuming, it is also a great test for the physical strength of the troops. And know it. Not all soldiers are as hard-working as the demon disciples. Let the troops transport the corpses of these disgusting monsters. But loyalty will be lost. And if the loyalty of the military units drops to a certain level, that would lead to resistance to the Lord's orders. But Ye Chen didn't have such worries. Within his territory, all evil camp units are fully loyal to him. And now, the monster's flesh and blood does not need to be transported too far. Just throw it into the black hole space. Then just take it out again within the territory. However, there is a small drawback. The black hole space will only be summoned by territorial intelligent life forms. If there are no intelligent life forms around, the black hole will return to its territory. Because the wisdom of these evil demons cannot be called intelligent life forms. Therefore, he can only stay here and maintain the existence of the black hole space. Fortunately, this problem may be solved soon. This time, among the void rewards, there was actually a hero recruitment order. Ye Chen also took it out directly. Hero recruitment order. Function: consume 100 divine resources to select a barracks and summon the hero units related to it. Introduction: if the high-ranking hero in the barracks cannot be found, the recruitment process will fail. Seeing the introduction on the recruitment order, Ye Chen also raised his eyebrows. There is actually a risk of recruitment failure. But this is not difficult to understand. Like some really bad troops, there are no high-level heroes at all, let alone recruitment. It was just Ye Chen's estimate. This recruitment order can only recruit heroes from this world. If you use this recruitment order to directly recruit the top heroes of the evil demon disciples, it will probably fail directly. But this doesn't bother him. Use endless conversion directly. Vite. You have used endless conversion on the hero recruitment order, and it is being converted. The estimated conversion time is 1 hour. There is still a spiritual field building template left, which needs to be transformed back into the territory. Ye Chen could only focus on the treasure boxes in front of him. Level 0 Monster Treasure Chest. Introduction: the treasure chest compensated by the will of the void. When you open the 0-level enhanced treasure chest, you will definitely get the advancement stone, and you will have a probability of obtaining divine source, materials, and equipment. Tried opening 1. Ding! Open the 0-level monster treasure chest and get 2 upgrade stones and a pair of trendy shoes. Ye Chen also rolled his eyes at the trendy shoes in his hands. How could such a thing be opened? It seems we still have to rely on cheating. Facing the treasure box in front of him, Ye Chen waved his hand. Convert all these treasure chests. A stream of information appeared instantly. Byte. You have used endless transformation on the 0-level monster treasure chest, and it is being transformed. The estimated transformation time is 5 minutes. Byte. You have used endless transformation on the 0-level monster treasure chest, and it is being transformed. The estimated transformation time is 5 minutes. Chapter 30 Primary Desire Blind Box, Propeller Buckle. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the first treasure box was also transformed. Byte. The 0-level monster treasure chest has been reorganized. Congratulations on getting the Primary Desire Blind Box. As the golden light on the treasure box disappeared, the figure of the treasure box also completely disappeared. Only a red storage box remains. Seeing this box, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with light. Because of this box. It's the same one used to hand out desire drives in the Desire Grand Prix. But it's different from the box that appears in the show. This quest box has a question mark symbol printed in the center. Then Ye Chen picked up the blind box and clicked on the information panel of the blind box. Elementary Desire Blind Box. Effect: open the blind box, and you will get a desire drive, a blank ID core, and a primary armed buckle. There is a very small chance of getting a special buckle. Introduction: congratulations, you are a Kamen Rider from today on. It's a must-win, it looks great. Ye Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the message on the box that he must obtain the summoner. A set of summoners is a must. Doesn't this mean he only needs to incarnate a demon to deduct? You can create an evil demon disciple. That is to say, 1 treasure chest per conversion. He can save 100 villain points. This treasure chest came just in time. I saw Ye Chen gently opening the box, and there were several items neatly placed inside. A blank ID core. A desire drive. And a small and exquisite red hammer buckle. It seems like luck is pretty good. The 2 top-level charms, the crossbow and the propeller, are not available. However, looking at these things, Ye Chen suddenly had an idea. Since the evil mother tree needs the broken ID core as fertilizer, only in this way can special evil disciples be born. Isn't this an opportunity? Now the will of the void strengthens the strength of the natives. Many people are worried about how to survive this wave of trials. If you get the desire drive, then they will have the ability to fight on their own. With the characteristics of infinite resurrection, they might easily pass this trial. And not only was he able to make a fortune, it can also build a reputation as a desire driver. Prepare to recycle the ID core in the future. Thinking of this, Ye Chen really felt that he was a genius. But this thing still needs to be tested. Picked up the blank ID core and took a look at it. This thing is probably automatically bound after it is embedded in the desire drive. Thinking of this, he picked up the desire driver and installed it on his waist. Desire driver, desire drive. Embed into blank ID core. Entry, installation. I saw a light flashing on the core of the blank ID. A golden fox mark appears above the ID core. Just as Ye Chen thought. The core of his ID is the golden fox inside him. The hammer armed with holding is then inserted. Set, attire. After pressing the hammer button, Ye Chen was also instantly covered with a helmet and tights. Then a red hammer materialized in his hand. Ye Chen also had an extra layer of red armor on his upper body. But at this moment, Ye Chen was extremely surprised. Because after finishing dressing, he actually felt a powerful force pouring into his body. This is not the power of desire. It's the power coming from the territory. Even he didn't expect that the desire drive had such an effect. Connect territories to gain attribute enhancements. The higher the level of the territory, the stronger the combat power the Lord gains. This is an ability that can only be acquired through trials. But now, after equipping the desired drive, Ye Chen actually experienced this ability in advance. Just this. It was enough for those lords to go crazy. Not to mention, outside the world of trials, there are also countless lords who regret not passing the assessment. Once the desired drive is exposed, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. However, this junior armed deduction is too unworthy of his status. This time, Ye Chen received 50,000 villain points, and there was no shortage of villain points at all. Spending 200 villain points, Ye Chen materialized a propeller. Remove the hammer buckle. Replace the propeller buckle. Dressed with red thruster armor, Ye Chen also felt that his attributes were rising again. That's what thruster buckles do. In the early stage of Jihu, it was called a small artifact. After dressing up, the body's abilities can be greatly improved. And if using thruster buckle a sure kill, this increase effect can directly increase 10 times. But after this blow, the thruster buckle will disappear completely. But the coolest thing about Ye Chen was, injector deduction can summon the propelling vanguard. No man can resist a cool motorcycle. What's more, the advancing vanguard is always on call, and can also transform into a mechanical fox in conjunction with the ultimate kill. Who doesn't like a buckle like this? Following Ye Chen's call, a red motorcycle drove out of nothingness. This is what propels the vanguard. On call. And the advancement of Pioneer comes from withholding. So there is no need to worry about damage. Ye Chen also felt very excited as he rode on the propulsion Pioneer. Before crossing over, he did not own a motorcycle of his own. Unexpectedly, this dream came true after time travel. In excitement, Ye Chen also rode away directly on the propulsion vanguard. As for the black hole space, leave it to Yaz. Originally, he was embarrassed to leave the castle alone. Let Yaz run all the way back. But now with the propeller, he can drive back to the territory by himself. Yaz can take the castle back. And Ye Chen, who had the vehicle, was also extremely happy. In this place where there are no speed limits and no traffic police, he can race to his heart's content. It's so cool to not have to worry about getting hurt. After circling the territory several times, Ye Chen finally drove the car back to the territory. The first thing to do when returning to the territory is to throw the Lingtian building template directly on the ground, and then initiate endless transformation. Byte. You use endless transformation on the Lingtian template, and the reorganization is expected to take 1 hour. After doing all this, a message came from Yaz. The battlefield has all been cleared. All flesh, and treasure chests have been stored in the black hole space. Moreover, Yaz also analyzed all the data of this battle. In this battle, a total of 13,660 evil demons were killed. Among them, 9,000 evil demon disciples have been upgraded to level 10 or above, and the 2 interference soldiers have the highest level, which has reached level 13. The other evil demon disciples are also around level 5 to 10. The number of treasure chests is 420, which means there is not even a 1% drop rate. Seeing this amount, Ye Chen just wanted to complain. So dark. Chapter 31 Blind Box Sales, Villain Recruitment Order. But after all, Ye Chen didn't stop at all. Although the quantity is small, the converted blind boxes are valuable. The drive and core are worth 100 villain points and the small deduction is 20 villain points. Converted to divine sources, this is the value of a treasure chest of 12,000 divine sources. Compare the contents of the previous treasure chest again. The 2 advancement stones are only worth 200 divine sources. Even if you are lucky enough to get the equipment, it is only worth a few hundred divine sources. Ye Chen could only comment on this. Nothing. As Ye Chen waved his hand, a black gold light shone, and all the remaining treasure boxes entered the transformation state. After finishing this, Ye Chen also sent a blind box to each of the little fat man and Tang Suero. Because the previous cooperation with Xiapengzi was very pleasant, Ye Chen decided to entrust him again to sell these blind boxes. And this blind box is to pay him for working. After the two received the items, they also sent inquiries at the same time. After Ye Chen's explanation, the two also successfully used drives to dress up. Feel the power of desire drive. The little fat man was also extremely excited. And it's a lot of luck. A special buckle monster was actually released. After wearing it, the strength attribute can be greatly improved. And what follows is the little fat man's pretense. Oh no! It's the sales stage. This time, it is different from what I sold before. Ye Chen's purpose is to make Desire Drive famous first, in order to recycle the ID core later. So the price was only set at 20,000 Shen Yuan. But considering the trial, the Lord may not be able to pay this sum of divine resources. Therefore, Ye Chen carefully prepared the void clause, use it now and pay later. You can choose to sign a void treaty and repay the fee within 3 months. At the beginning, the little fat man posted a video of himself testing the Desire Drive to the regional group. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Seeing the power of the monster buckle to break rocks, many people are extremely excited. After all, the Lord's combat effectiveness is not included in the rules of the void. If you can have this kind of prop, then most people can pass this trial. However, when asked about the price, many people were put off. But this was within the little fat man's expectation. Drop a bombshell right away. Equipped with the Desire Drive, you can gain the power to connect territories. As soon as these words came out, the group was silent for a second. All 417 blind boxes were sold out instantly. Suddenly some people were crying and shouting in the group. Damn it, I just thought about it for a second and then gave up. Okay, you guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes just said it was expensive, and you snatched it all up in one go. Brother Qin Ying Jun, you were slow just now. Are there any blind boxes? Boss of the castle, please sell me a trick, I can't pass the trial. But the little fat man couldn't help it. Ye Chen only gave him so many blind boxes in total. Nothing more. Ye Chen also saw this scene happening in the group. After thinking about it, I decided to communicate with the little fat man. He can also provide up to 20 blind boxes. See who can't pass the test and sell to them. As for those who can pass this wave of trials, let them wait. After today, there will be more blind boxes for sale. After the little fat man conveyed his words to the group, many lords also came to look for the little fat man. After screening out 20 lords who had no chance of surviving this wave of attacks, the little fat man traded the 20 sets of equipment that Ye Chen had embodied. Of course, these 20 sets of equipment were directly embodied by Ye Chen, so there was only a basic set of equipment in them. As for the remaining people who didn't grab the blind box, Ye Chen had no choice. If he can't pass the trial and is still not active in grabbing equipment, then it's not his problem. Then, the style of the regional group also completely changed. Before, everyone was talking about the development of the territory. But they all found some kind of buckle in the blind box. Many people even offer special deductions. Show off in the group. The funniest thing is that one person triggered the propeller buckle to kill. I was stunned when I saw the propeller buckle fly away. At this moment, Tang Suero's voice came through the voice, with a hint of embarrassment. Brother Ye Chen, I didn't get that special buckle when I opened the blind box, don't you think we should compensate for it? Ye Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard Tang Suero's coquettish tone, with a hint of joking in his tone. Oh, what kind of special buckle does Sister Schwetter want? Tang Suero's voice was softer, with a hint, of course it depends on how much Brother Ye Chen cares about you. I'm really looking forward to your thoughts. Seeing this, Ye Chen also smiled slightly. The core of Tang Suero's ID was a yellow machine. Then the most suitable one should be engineering withholding. This buckle can strengthen all small buckles and link with the mechanical core. As Ye-Chen used the power of creation, a yellow project buckle instantly appeared in Ye-Chen's hand, and it also came with 3 small buckles. They are the construction giant hammer, the destruction giant sword and the casting giant cannon. After thinking about it, Ye-Chen materialized a small magnum buckle and a propeller buckle and traded them to Tang Ruxiu. No more, no less, just 520 villain points. When Tang Ruxiu saw the propeller buckle, she asked curiously, "What is the use of this thing?" It seems that it can only be used once according to the group chat. Wait for Ye-Chen to finish explaining the purpose and function of these buckles. Tang Suero's eyes lit up instantly, she picked up the buckle excitedly and couldn't wait to try it. Not long after, the video of Tang Suero racing caused a sensation in the regional group. In the video, the way she rides the propulsion pioneer makes everyone extremely envious. Especially the one who just let the thruster buckle fly away. See the thruster buckle in action. I was also crying. Of course, Tang Suero was not stupid enough to expose the engineering belt buckle. That way others would know at a glance that something was wrong with her. But if she only had the propeller buckle, others would just think she was lucky. Seeing this, Ye-Chen was also a little bit dumbfounded. Otherwise, we can say that they are a couple. I couldn't even walk on the road when I saw the windy motorcycle. It wasn't until Tang Suero had so much fun that she realized what she had overlooked, so with a hint of playfulness and apology, she replied to Ye-Chen, "Oh, I'm sorry, I lost track of time while playing just now, and I forgot to say that my sister is very satisfied with my brother's wishes." Here. When Ye-Chen heard this, he raised a playful smile on his lips and replied casually, is there no other way to express it?" Seeing Ye-Chen's reply, Tang Suero's smile showed a hint of shyness and expectation. Her voice was low and full of temptation, and she replied via voice, "It seems that my sister has to reward her brother well tonight." Hearing Tang Suero's words, Ye-Chen's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. He raised his eyebrows and replied with a hint of provocation, "Then sister must be prepared." "I am here well prepared. Don't say that my brother is too enthusiastic when the time comes." "Then you come sister." Tang Suero's voice was full of temptation. "Then, see you tonight." After Ye-Chen replied, he immediately closed the chat. No, if we continue talking, something will happen. No wonder people say a breakup is better than a wedding. She was flirting like this after just leaving for a while. Who can withstand this? However, at this moment, Ye-Chen also heard a reminder. Bite. The hero recruitment order has been reorganized. Congratulations on getting the hero recruitment order, villain. Chapter 32 The richest woman on the list, Belaba. Hero recruitment order, villain. Function: spend 100 villain points to select a barracks and summon the evil villain units related to it. Introduction: please note that all recruited units are villains. Although the token's appearance does not change much after conversion. But Ye-Chen realized it very clearly. This hero recruitment order already has very powerful power. The ability to summon units that are not of this world. Moreover, this token was transformed by him, and only he can use it. Others even get this token. Without villain points and corresponding arms, it will have no effect. And the method used is also very simple. Inject villain points. Then just choose a troop type. But now there is only one type of soldier in Ye-Chen's territory. I saw the token burst out with a ray of light and shot in the direction of the demon mother tree. In front of the evil mother tree, a portal with a sci-fi feel appeared. Inside the portal, a graceful figure walked out gracefully. Wearing a Lolita-style outfit, paired with black stockings and a pink skirt, her heterochromatic eyes sparkled with mystery. A small sugar bowl hung on her waist, gently swaying with her steps. While walking, take out the candy from the sugar bowl and put it in your mouth. However, before Ye Chen took any action. The demonic mother tree has already made a sound excitedly. It's actually Lady Belaba. Oh my god, is Lady Belaba our first hero? After viewing the content on the tablet given by Ye Chen, the evil mother tree already knew something about Belaba. In G Fox TV, Belaba is a supporter of the evil demon Fang. Therefore, when seeing Belaba appearing as a hero to support Ye Chen, the demon mother tree seemed very excited. And with the arrival of Belaba, the demon mother tree was also keenly aware that some changes had taken place in the demon disciples. Belaba glanced at the demon mother tree strangely and ignored it. However, when her eyes fell on Ye Chen, a light immediately flashed in her eyes. She ran towards Ye Chen excitedly, and then bowed gracefully. "Lord, you are quite handsome. I am Belaba. Please give me your advice in the future." When Belaba was observing Ye Chen was also observing her. The costume is the same as in the play, but this Belaba seems not as cold as in the play. Could it be because of loyalty? Her hands felt smooth and tender, like silk. And Belaba exuded a pleasant fragrance. This fragrance is elegant and charming, making people intoxicated. It is indeed the most perfect body created by the laser upgrader. Even the aroma is so tempting. Belaba, do you remember where and when you came here? However, after a brief contact, Ye Chen was also very curious about the principle of the hero recruitment order. At what point in time was Belaba drawn into this world? Belaba also recalled it, the last one in her memory. That was after the demonic disciple of God appeared, and after she inspired the demonic disciple's power in Ba Nu's body, she couldn't hold on and dissipated into the world. However, she unexpectedly felt the reshaping of a mysterious force. Under the influence of this power, she regained her form and found that she had come to this world. And after hearing this, Ye Chen also understood. Perhaps the hero recruitment order recruits villains at a time when the villains have dissipated. Or maybe it's the final point of his memory. But that's not important now. What's important is Belaba's attributes. Belaba, human form. Race, future people. Alignment, lawful evil. Quality, unique. Level 1/20, 1500. Property. Constitution 30, A. Strength 50, S. Spirit 80, SS. Agility 50, S. Leadership traits. Building nemesis. The first rich woman on the list. Skill. Laser sublimation, laser gun. Introduction. An evil demon sponsor from the future is famous for her strong financial and resources, and is known as the first rich woman on the list. Just looking at the attributes, they are not much different from ordinary evil demon disciples at the beginning. But Ye Chen knew that only when Belaba transformed into Gundam form, that would be her true fighting form. However, her attributes alone are not worthy of her title as the richest woman on the list. The most critical thing lies in the characteristics of her two arms. Because Belaba appears as a hero of evil demons. Therefore, her heroic characteristics can also be shared by all types of soldiers. Building nemesis. Quality, red myth. Effect, the damage of all attacks to buildings is increased by 10 times. After all, Belaba had a brilliant record of destroying the entire demonic garden with one blow. This feature was also expected by Ye Chen. It's just that if this characteristic is given to the evil demon disciples, that would be a bit scary to know. The core of a territory is its architecture. What city walls, crystals, defense towers, and even the city lord's palace. Even the evil mother tree. These are all buildings. Attacking buildings causes 10x damage. This means, if Ye Chen attacks other people's territory, that person is not 10 times more powerful than him. It's impossible to hold on in front of the evil demons. Their walls and buildings were like tissue paper. Can be torn apart easily. Such terrifying characteristics. It will undoubtedly make Ye Chen look down on him when he attacks other people's territory. And don't forget another feature. The first rich woman on the list. Quality, Red Myth. Effect: every time an evil disciple is recruited, Belaba will reward the divine source with half the recruitment cost. The rewarded divine source does not enjoy this effect. Seeing this characteristic, Ye Chen couldn't wait to pick up Belaba and kiss her a few times. She deserves to be the richest woman on the list. If you recruit an evil demon disciple, you will be rewarded with half of the divine source cost. This is very different from reducing the fee by half. The fee is reduced, which means that this fee can only be used by evil demons. But rewarding half of the divine source means that Ye Chen can use the divine source for other purposes. And because now Ye Chen's cost of recruiting evil disciples basically depends on the energy provided by monster flesh and blood. This means that as long as there are enough monster corpses, Ye Chen can continue to obtain the divine source. This is very good news for lords who can no longer obtain large amounts of divine source rewards after passing the trial. Ye Chen can rely on this mechanism to achieve a stable supply of Shen Yuan, thereby maintaining competitiveness in resources. How about it? Are his attributes okay? Baraba looked at Ye Chen's surprised expression with a hint of playfulness, her eyes shining with pride. Ye Chen came back to his senses and responded happily. As expected of the richest woman on the list, my territory will depend on you from now on. When Belaba heard this, she smiled softly and stretched out her hand. Her gesture was elegant and her invitation was self-evident. Since you trust me so much, why don't you invite me to see your territory? Her voice was soft and full of expectation. Okay, then let's take the rich woman to visit the buildings in my territory. Seeing this, Ye Chen directly led Baraba towards the Yak satellite. But noticing that Ye Chen didn't hold her hand, Baraba pouted with some dissatisfaction and complained softly. Humph, what a wooden head. But there are still many opportunities, so take your time. Then she quickened her pace, followed Ye Chen, and began to become familiar with the various buildings in the territory. Chapter 33 Heim Underworld, Comprehensive Upgrade of Buildings. After Ye Chen took Baraba around and basically became familiar with the functions of the buildings in the territory, the spiritual field was finally reorganized. It's just the product after the transformation is completed. But it made Ye Chen's eyes widen in an instant. Heim Underworld. Quality, Unique. Grade 1/20. Required for upgrade, 150 Divine Source. Effect 1, Heim Underworld Erosion. As time goes by, Heim Underworld will continue to expand outwards. If it erodes outside the territory, it will be transformed into part of the territory. Erosion takes time. The higher the level of Helm's Underworld, the faster the erosion. Effect 2, Endless Absorption. The Heim Underworld can independently absorb the energy of the world, and the nutrients in the land will never be exhausted. The growth rate of plants planted in the Heim Underworld will increase, and the yield will increase significantly. At the same time, the crops planted in the Heim Underworld will be affected by the power of the Heim Underworld and change. After being eaten, the fruits will be parasitized and eventually become a part of the Heim Underworld. Effect 3, Heim Underworld Guardian. Heim Underworld has self-awareness and can automatically attack enemies who step into Heim Underworld. The higher the level of Heim Underworld, the stronger the properties of the vines generated. Effect 4, Helm's Underworld Rift, unlocked. Effect 5, Heim Underworld Fruit, unlocked. Introduction: give me enough time and I will corrode all heavens and realms. As expected of Heim's Underworld, this attribute is really strong. After seeing the attributes of Heim's Underworld, Ye Chen couldn't help but be amazed. This Heim Underworld is not the Heim Underworld in Nordic mythology. It's the forest of the underworld in Heim in Kamen Rider armor. Named with the word G, it is enough to show how terrifying this thing is. In the plot, the underworld of Heim is a world in a different space, and it constantly searches for the existence of civilizations in various spaces in the universe. The underworld of Helm has the unique ability to devour and assimilate the civilizations it discovers. And after a period of assimilation process, it will also breed golden fruits. And as long as you eat the golden fruit, you can directly create a god. If the outside world knew this news, it would definitely cause an uproar. After all, in this world ruled by lords, only after reaching level 10 and 100 can an individual have the opportunity to embark on the road to becoming a god. For ordinary people, if they want to become a god, they need to have at least excellent level talent. Becoming a god not only requires divine source, but also requires the support of strong faith. The accumulation of this kind of power of faith often takes decades or even hundreds of years to finally ignite the divine fire and realize the dream of becoming a god. But if you let others know that you can become a god by eating a fruit, this will definitely make everyone crazy. Of course, that's a story later. Although the underworld of Helm has not yet evolved to the stage where it can breed golden fruits, the power it displays is powerful enough. In this world, if other lords want to expand their territories, they can usually only rely on upgrading lord crystals. The heart of the lord not only determines the initial scope of the territory, but also determines the scale of expansion of the territory after each crystal upgrade. Therefore, the quality of the lord's heart determines the potential and upper limit of the lord to a large extent. Ye Chen initially used the most common lord's heart to awaken, which resulted in the initial scope of his territory being only 100 meters. However, the transformation of the Yak satellite directly expanded his territory to a range of kilometers. But now, even without upgrading the Lord Crystal, Heim Underworld can assimilate the surrounding area and make it his territory. It can be said that the place where the Heim Underworld is located is Ye Chen's territory. In the future, if the Underworld of Helm invades the entire world will be his territory. This ability is a bit scary. However, this process is not completed all at once, at least in the early stage, he can't count on it. The area where Heim's underworld is now only occupies the size of a 9*9 spiritual field. It seems that it still needs to be upgraded. However, since you want to upgrade, then simply upgrade all the buildings. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also walked towards the Yak satellite, summoned the black hole and began to put in materials for upgrade. Insert materials, ordinary iron *1900 plus divine source 14,000, satellite Yak level increased to level 11. Put in materials. Insert materials, ordinary iron *2900 plus divine source 25,400, Yak satellite is upgraded to level 20. After spending more than 20,000 ordinary iron blocks and 200,000 divine sources, Ye Chen finally upgraded the Yak satellite to the full level. At this moment, Ye Chen's territory expanded directly to 5 kilometers. At the same time, Ye Chen also obtained the advanced conditions for the Yak satellite. As he expected, one of the conditions for advancement is to collect information on 7 types of arms and awaken Yak's wisdom. Then it requires 200,000 advancement stones. 200 divine sources require 40 million divine sources to buy. Or directly use the power of creation to materialize, which means that 1 point from the 2 villains also requires 400,000 villain points. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's face instantly showed the expression of an old man on the subway. Who in the family understands? Just the resources needed to advance to the first level territory are enough for others to advance to the 5th level territory. Is it okay to go up further? It's not enough to spend. This resource is simply not enough to spend. It's just that it's expensive, but it also has its advantages. After Yak satellite reached full level, Ye Chen's territory was directly expanded to 5 kilometers. Compared with other lords, Ye Chen's territory is 100 times larger than theirs. All the fog of war dissipated within these 5 kilometers, because this was already Ye Chen's territory. The detection range of the Yak satellite has also been expanded to a detection range of 50 kilometers in diameter. And there is an unexpected surprise at this moment. The Yak satellite detected a large number of positioning chip signals traded by Ye Chen. In order to prevent this guy Li Wenkai from trading the positioning chip, Ye Chen hid a location chip in every transaction plate. Obviously, the place with the highest concentration of positioning signals is undoubtedly Li Wenkai's territory. Seeing these signals, Ye Chen showed a proud smile. Boy, I finally got caught. But now that there is a hero, there is no need for him to take action himself. He directly ordered Baraba to lead a group of demon disciples to destroy his territory. And Belaba is indeed Belaba. As soon as I heard about this kind of work, I am also very happy. Because it's Belaba's favorite thing. It is to witness the tragic ending of others. Now Ye Chen asked her to destroy Li Wenkai's territory. She was extremely excited. He took 100 evil demons with him and drove away from the castle in a hurry. Ye Chen was a little lucky to see this scene. Fortunately, we recruited a hero. Otherwise it would take 8 hours to go back and forth. But there was no time to go to Sister Schwetter's place. Next, Ye Chen spent another 300,000 divine resources to upgrade Heim Underworld to level 20. After reaching the full level, the Heim Underworld will directly cover the entire 1,000 meter range from the center of the territory. And at this moment, the demonic mother tree also instantly felt the benefits brought by the Heim Underworld. Chapter 34 Terrifying Experience Acquisition Speed, Static Disguise. Regarding the nutrients in the land, the evil mother tree has never dared to absorb too much. Because if it is absorbed too much, the land will become barren and unable to support its own survival. Even as the level increases, it also needs to consume part of the energy to strengthen the surrounding land. After all, the nutrients in ordinary land are not enough to support the growth and needs of the evil mother tree. But as the underworld of Heim was covered, the demon mother tree also instantly experienced a different feeling. Helm's underworld has the effect of accelerating the growth of plants. Therefore, when the root system of the evil mother tree was nourished by the land replaced by the Heim underworld, it instantly felt a steady influx of energy, giving it unprecedented growth momentum. The speed of gestation and energy absorption has increased by at least half. This is the reason why the demon mother tree is of relatively high quality. If it were other ordinary crops, it would grow even faster. Moreover, when connecting to the power of Heim's underworld, the demonic mother tree was also transformed into a part of Heim's underworld, and its ability to control vines was enhanced. Originally, the vines of the evil mother tree had no attack power. But now after being strengthened by Heim underworld, the vines of the evil mother tree can not only grow infinitely, but can also kill some weak monsters. Master, thank you, I like this environment so much. In response, the demonic mother tree also grew vines and lightly rubbed Ye Chen's shoulder to express its gratitude. Why Wei, you're welcome, you can also absorb the energy with all your strength and directly upgrade it to the full level in one go. Good master. After hearing Ye Chen's order, the evil mother tree also began to use the stored energy to start upgrading. It begins to grow larger and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen conveniently clicked on the information of the evil demons standing on the land of Heim's underworld to observe. Instantly, it was discovered that the rate at which these demon disciples gained experience points per minute increased by 10 times. That's 10 experience points per minute. The total experience points required for an evil demon to upgrade from level 1 to level 20 is 57,184 points. In other words, according to the original speed at which the evil demon gained experience, if he stood still, it would take about 40 days to reach the full level. But now, the speed of gaining experience has been increased by 10 times, and it only takes less than 4 days for a new evil demon to reach level 20. If you think about it carefully, this is actually a very scary concept. Originally Ye Chen's mode of unlimited troop explosions usually only appears on low-quality troops. For example, the Zerg tribe is one of the representatives of the violent army style. In the Zerg Only a few high-end individuals maintain very high levels. Most of the remaining Zerg individuals are below level 3 and serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Use your numerical advantage to overwhelm your opponents. This mode does not need to pay attention to the level of the arms at all. One is because I can't pay attention to it. The second is that these low-level Zerg individuals are constantly being replaced. There is no need to pay attention at all. Originally, based on the speed of gaining experience as a demon disciple, Ye Chen felt that the path he took should be like this. But now the emergence of Heim's underworld has completely pushed the explosive soldier style to a new level. It was originally a explosive soldier style. Now it has become an elite explosive style. Although the experience points for level ups will continue to increase in the future. But don't forget, Heim's underworld can also be continuously upgraded. In the future, the speed at which evil demons gain experience will only become faster and faster. And don't forget that Ye Chen still has the evil demon's power-up items in his hand. 200 villain points converted to a divine source value of 20,000. It is equivalent to an interference soldier, and the recruitment cost is 20,000. With such a large army, what can others do to play with him? However, because the current coverage of Heim's underworld is only 1,000 square meters. According to the size of the evil demon disciples, only 4 can stand in 1 square meter. 1,000 square meters is about 4,000. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also asked the evil demon mother tree to transfer the highest level of the evil demon disciples. He plans to first recruit a group of full-level evil demon disciples, used to transform interference soldiers. At present, because most lords who purchased blind boxes have not chosen to repay. After completing the building upgrade, Ye Chen only had about 500,000 divine source left on hand. He planned to use all these divine resources to purchase monster corpses and treasure chests at night, after the attacks of other lords had come to an end. The purchase price of a treasure chest is 500 Shen Yuan, so most people will choose to sell it. When the time comes, once transformed, a large number of interference soldiers can be strengthened. He wanted to see what new tricks the Will of the Void could play tomorrow. With the plan completed, Ye Chen then walked towards the black hole space. Now in the territory, apart from the Rafflesia floating fortress that has been driven away, only the black hole space has not reached the full level and needs to be upgraded. The upgrade material is, of course, the iron block rewarded this time. He still has 180,000 useless pieces of iron. However, items cannot be stored when the black hole space is devoured. Ye Chen can only take out some of the iron blocks first, and then activate the black hole's devouring ability. Then just let a few evil demons throw iron blocks into the black hole. However, half an hour later, the evil mother tree also started calling Ye Chen. Master, the new gene sequence has been analyzed. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen immediately clicked on the information about the demon mother tree and found a new gene sequence. Static camouflage. Quality, rare. Type special gene. Effect, after strengthening this ability for the evil demon, you will obtain the passive skill static camouflage, which can blend with the surrounding environment when stationary. Note, this ability becomes invalid immediately after being attacked. If you want to enter the camouflage state again, you need to be out of combat for 5 seconds. Introduction: as long as I stand still, you can't see me. Seeing this ability, Ye Chen was also happy. Isn't this the same ability as Drax the Destroyer? As long as you stand still, you can enter the invisible state. It was probably the genes extracted from the monsters who wanted to steal the crystal just now. But I have to say it. Although those monsters are quite weak. But this ability seems to be very useful on evil demon disciples. Since the evil demons now have no intelligence, they stay in place most of the time without orders. In other words, the evil demon disciple with this ability, equivalent to infinite invisibility. Just thinking about it is scary. The enemy thought that there was not a single soldier in Ye Chen's territory. But as soon as he entered, he found that he was surrounded by thousands of evil demons in a blink of an eye. It must be wonderful to think about their expressions. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also asked the mother tree if there were any other genes that were about to be analyzed. After getting a no answer, Ye Chen asked the mother tree to start strengthening the existing evil demon disciples. All the remaining energy is used directly to explode troops. This time, 50,000 monster corpses were obtained, and the demon mother tree felt that it could extract at least 6 million energy. After spending another 300,000 energy to upgrade himself to level 20, he spent another 196,000 energy to strengthen the existing demon disciples, leaving 5,504,000 energy left. In other words, it can breed another 550,000 evil demon disciples. When the monster flesh and blood purchased at night arrives, maybe the number of troops can exceed 1 million. And don't forget, if you recruit demon disciples now, you can also get a reward from the richest woman on the list. After giving birth to these evil demon disciples, Ye Chen had more than 2 million divine sources in his account. However, the cost of advancement is still expensive. He just checked. Although the upgrades of other buildings are not as expensive as Yake, they still require at least 10,000 advancement stones to advance. What a sin! If this were an ordinary lord, who can afford such horrific consumption? However, being expensive also has its advantages. After being strengthened by the mother tree, the evil demon disciples really seemed to be invisible standing there. It was different from the previous situation where demon followers could be seen everywhere in the territory. Now these enhanced evil demons have fully integrated into the environment. Only disruptors will be visible to the naked eye. If there is no contact, I am afraid that I will bump into an evil devil every step I take. After doing this, there is nothing else to do on the territory. Ye Chen summoned the advancing vanguard and galloped towards Tang Suero's territory. 4 hours later, in a territory more than 50 kilometers away from Ye Chen, I saw a Cayman rider in a dog head mask, excitedly playing with the green crossbow in his hand. Chapter 35 Laser Decisive Battle, Territory exploded with one blow. See the power of this green crossbow to break mountains and rubble. Li Wenkai was also shocked. Originally, he was worried that his territory would not be able to withstand this wave of attacks. Prepare to borrow some divine energy from Su Minjaya to get through this level. But I didn't expect that mysterious castle boss. He actually took out this magical equipment. Now equipped with Desire Drive, Li Wenkai felt that even his own troops would be sent together. It's not as good as his own strength. In the trial world, the Lord's combat power is not counted in the void rules. Coupled with the infinite resurrection of the Lord, this trial became an extremely simple matter. Originally, Li Wenkai's goal was just to pass the trial. But now it seems that not only can he easily pass the trial, but he might also be able to break into the human race rankings in the final wave of monsters. To get the most out of the coming wave of monsters, Li Wenkai focused on those special buckles. Listen to the people in the regional group. Those special buckles, which provide extra strength and advantage, are a key part of his plan. But regarding this, he already has a plan. Because now only their area is selling this prop, he can buy more Junior Desire blind boxes. After unpacking it, he sells it to his classmates. In this way, if there is a special buckle inside, that's his own. Maybe you can even make some money along the way. He had previously posted a video of himself using the Desire Drive to the school group. It also aroused everyone's interest. Now just wait for Qin Yingjun to sell the low-level Desire blind box again. He will make a lot of money again. But suddenly, Li Wenkai saw a black spot on the horizon. His pupils shrank instantly. Because it was a huge castle. It's the castle boss. When I thought that this prop was given to Qin Yingjun by the castle boss for sale, he was a little excited. If only I could meet the boss of the castle. Allow yourself to sell this stuff too. Wouldn't that make you rich? At that time, what special buckles will be decided by him. Thinking of this, he waved wildly towards the castle. It even allowed the troops to be arranged in the shape of arrows, just so that the people on the castle could see him, watching the castle heading in this direction. He was also excited to take photos to show off to his classmates. Students, the boss of the castle has come to my territory to see how I can win benefits for my classmates. The following are all 666. There are also words like lege asking for help. Only Tang Ruxue glanced at Ye Chen beside her strangely. If others don't know, how can she not know? This mysterious castle boss is obviously by her side. But why did his castle end up in Le Wenkai's territory? Ye Chen also showed a proud expression when he saw this. If Le Wenkai knew that this castle was here to kill him, that expression will definitely be wonderful. Suddenly, Le Wenkai saw a beautiful woman walking out of the castle. I also excitedly sent it to my classmates. Classmates, look what I discovered. This mysterious castle owner is actually a beautiful woman. Seeing Belaba's appearance, people in the group were also surprised and expressed their opinions in the group. The owner of this castle is not only mysterious, but also so beautiful. Le Wenkai, you must be so lucky. Someone replied enviously. Quick, Le Wenkai, take a few more photos so we can enjoy them too. Another classmate urged. When Tang Suero saw the picture, she also gave Ye Chen a strange look. Ye Chen could only explain awkwardly, I forgot to mention it, this is my newly recruited hero, you will know as you continue reading. At this moment, Le Wenkai was looking at the beautiful figure on the castle. He also hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, everyone, we can't take any more pictures. What if the boss of the castle gets angry? I saw Belaba standing on the castle, holding candy in her hand, looking down at her territory expressionlessly, looking cold and arrogant. Le Wenkai also shouted respectfully, Boss of the castle, why don't you come down and have a cup of tea? When Belaba heard this, a strange smile appeared on her face. There's no point in trying to please me. Who told you that you are the person the Lord named to kill? He is just a little hero. But I can't disobey the Lord's order. But for the sake of being so respectful, then I won't torture you. I'll send you away with just one blow. Thinking of this, Baraba also took out her identity card and swiped it on her waist. Laser Rise Riser, Laser Sublimator. Pick up the laser gun combination at your waist. Belaba load. In a burst of dynamic music, Belaba completed her signature hand-waving move. Pull the trigger on Le Wenkai. Transform. Laser sublimation. Le Wenkai still hasn't figured out what's going on. I saw Baraba's whole body wrapped in countless particles. Eventually it turned into a giant mechanical bull. It's not like Baroba is sitting inside and driving this mechanical bull. Instead, this mechanical bull is itself Belaba's body. People in the future have laser sublimators that can transform their bodies into different forms. And this is Belaba's fighting form. Belaba loading. As soon as the prompt sound in Gundam came out, this huge mechanical bull began to rise continuously in the air. Le Wenkai immediately felt something was wrong when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, Wait a minute, Mr. Castle, is there any misunderstanding between us? Now even a fool can see that Belaba is here to kill him. Koke Wenkai simply couldn't figure it out. How could such a powerful boss come here to kill him? Suddenly he was sweating profusely, Boss of the castle, please stop. I don't seem to have offended you, right? But Belaba ignored him at all. Turn on termination mode. Directly towards Le Wenkai's position. Falling like a meteorite. Laser victory. Le Wenkai gritted his teeth and shot at Baraba when he saw this. He did not directly choose to exit the trial world, because he felt that Belaba's attack was not directed at the crystal. As long as crystal is fine, he will definitely be able to quit in time. He was extremely unwilling because he could obviously pass the test. How could you give up in a place like this? However, his idea directly killed him. Because he doesn't know at all. How powerful is Belleba's damage to buildings? As Belleba fell, Le Wenkai was instantly blown up. Terrifying energy instantly poured into the territory. All the surrounding buildings exploded instantly with this terrifying energy wave. The entire territory instantly turned into a sea of flames. It was also at this moment that many people discovered that Le Wenkai's name disappeared from the group chat. It's also incredible. If you exit the Lord world, the name will just be blacked out. And the disappearance of the name means, is he dead? Chapter 36 Belleba, when I went out, my home was stolen. Where is Le Wenkai? How come someone can die in the trial world? Did the mysterious castle boss kill Le Wenkai? This is impossible. How come Le Wenkai doesn't even have the chance to withdraw from the trial? Le Wenkai is dead, who else can I buy those magical props from? I saw Le Wenkai's name completely disappearing from the group chat. The group chat of Jinshan No. 1 Middle School suddenly exploded. You must know that the trial world is equivalent to a novice tutorial. There will be no mind control monsters at all. In other words, the Lord is in danger. Unless the Lord himself wants to die. Otherwise it would be impossible to be killed. But now this kind of thing happened before their eyes. But when they thought of this, most people in the group were extremely curious. What kind of abilities does the owner of the castle possess? It can make a lord not even have time to press the escape button. Su Minjiu also frowned when she saw this. Although Le Wenkai's strength is not that great. But it's better because it's smarter and it's still in the same area. Now that he is dead, where will she find a partner? It was originally agreed that he would keep an eye on the group. Notify her when Qin Yingjun sells the blind box again. Now I have to keep an eye on myself. Suddenly I felt a little depressed. And the owner of this castle, although it looks beautiful. But the attack was really ruthless. This was less than a minute. Just Le Wenkai. It seems that I should be careful when I see that weird castle in the future. However, she and Le Wenkai had the same idea. First grab a lot of blind boxes and then resell them to the group. The special buckle that comes out belongs to her. Thinking of this, she also replied. Students, it doesn't matter. Le Wenkai and I are also from the same area. When the next blind box sale happens, if I can grab extra blind boxes, I will sell them to you. After hearing this, no one paid attention to the news of Le Wenkai's death. Everyone was thanking Su Minjiu. After all, for that kind of magical prop. Who wouldn't want it? When he saw the chat message shared by Su Minjiu, Ye Chen also smiled coldly. I want to trick people again, but there is no way. He decided to block Su Minjiu in the next blind box issue. Of course, he is still very friendly to other students. You can ask Tang Ruxu to sell it then. FK this little BCH. Ye Chen then focused on the reminder of the destruction of Le Wenkai's territory just now. After destroying Le Wenkai's territory, he also got 1,000 villain points. It seems that destroying other people's territory is very consistent with his villain style. It's a pity that Su Minjiu's territory is not found. Otherwise, we'll pack it up together. Seeing the excitement that could not be concealed on Ye Chen's face, Tang Suero narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked softly with a hint of playful curiosity. Brother Ye Chen, don't you want to share with your sister how you, the heroine, killed him? Hearing this, Ye Chen had an unconcealable smile on his lips, and a mischievous light flashed in his eyes. Want to know? Come on, press your shoulders for me, and I'll tell you. A hint of cunning flashed in Tang Suero's eyes. She chuckled and approached Ye Chen, stretched out her hand and gently pressed his shoulder. But the moment Ye Chen relaxed his guard, she suddenly showed her fangs and bit him on the shoulder. As Ye Chen screamed, Tang Suero was trembling with laughter. The attack by the Aboriginal people also came extremely early, and the attack was launched at only 5:30 p.m. Relying on the divine source left by Ye Chen, Tang Suero now owns 25 unique black iron beasts and 50 rare mechanical guards. Therefore, this time, the enemies were also of the highest standard like Ye Chen. But after strengthening, the number was only 1/3 of Tang Suero's strength. Face this scene. Tang Suero was also very excited. After equipping the engineer buckle and the propulsor buckle, he hurriedly set foot on the battlefield. As for Ye Chen, if he takes action, Tang Suero's reward will be reduced by more than half. So he could only lie down in the rocking chair, silently observe the situation of others. But he was not worried about what would happen to Tang Suero. Desire drive is a bug in the trial world. Plus Swan Wu engineering buckles and thruster buckles. Tang Suero is alone. You can also take down these monsters. Moreover, there is also the assistance of the Black Iron Beast. Not to mention this. 10 minutes later, Tang Suero came back happily holding 2 treasure boxes. The other Black Iron Beasts are carrying the monster's flesh and blood. When Ye Chen saw this, he had no intention of hiding it. Directly let the Black Iron Beast throw the monster's flesh and blood into the black hole space. As for the 2 treasure chests, they were also transformed easily. Let Tang Suero sell it to the school group later. But not now. Now he doesn't even sell blind boxes. If Tang Suero sells it to others, people knew right away that there was something wrong with her. At this moment, the regional group became extremely lively. Countless group members are discussing the power of desire drive. Since Xiao Peng had given the notice in advance, most people had not yet opened the treasure chests in their hands. Later, the little fat man took the 500,000 divine source provided by Ye Chen and began to purchase monster flesh and treasure chests. However, the number of lords in a region is only about 3,000. In addition, the void strengthened the natives, resulting in a decrease in the number of monsters. Therefore, he only acquired about 100,000 copies of monster flesh. As for the number of treasure chests, they are even less, only 400. After all the transactions were given to Ye Chen, there was still 100,000 divine sources left. Ye Chen thought for a while and left all these divine sources to Tang Suero. Anyway, he is extremely rich now. These 100,000 monster flesh and blood are used to breed evil demon disciples, and there are at least 500,000 divine sources as rewards. And with these divine sources, it should be enough for Tang Suero to break into the top 100 of the human race rankings. Tang Suero did not refuse. Anyway, she gave up her life to Ye Chen, so she didn't care about that anymore. Afterwards, Ye Chen helped Tang Suero successfully transform the hero recruitment order. As Ye Chen expected, the hero summoned by the Wild City was the Wild Orang. As one of the 3 war kings in the motorcycle world, Wild Ape is known for its strongest defense and strength. He can even resist the most powerful polar sandstorms, which is enough to prove his strength. And after Ye Chen's guidance, the Wild Orang's loyalty to Tang Suero also reached 90%. However, for other buildings in Tang Suero's territory, Ye Chen only helped her transform warehouses. Not out of stinginess. It's because he knows the amount of resources these converted buildings consume. Just a wild city is enough to give Tang Suero a headache. If he helped her transform the Lord Crystal, she would probably go crazy after knowing the conditions for promotion. Without the power of creation, we simply cannot afford this kind of consumption. After that, the 2 of them lived a life without shame. Available at the same time. Rafflesia above the floating fortress. Belaba sat on the highest point of the castle. She was also looking forward to what reward Ye Chen would give her in the future. However, it seems that Ye Chen has a wooden head. It seems that you still need to take the initiative yourself. Ask Ye Chen to hand over a bath towel when you take a shower at night. Suggest that he'll be fine soon. Something happens then. It's a matter of course. But when she returned to the territory. But he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were only 2 interference soldiers standing there in the center of the territory. What's going on? How many evil demons have I killed? And there was no trace of Ye Chen. She hurriedly left the castle and ran towards the small house in the territory. Unexpectedly, I suddenly felt like I hit a big mountain. See the evil demon who broke the hidden. Belaba understood something instantly. Get out of my way! She shouted angrily. Look at the evil demons moving in the central territory. Belaba also widened her eyes. Is this a new ability of the demonic? No wonder I didn't see any other demon disciples. It turned out that they were all invisible. However, after she searched the center of the territory, she could not find Ye Chen. He immediately took a deep breath, crossed his arms and ate candy with a depressed look on his face. How dare you leave your rich wife here? I really want to destroy this territory. But no, this is Ye Chen's territory. But I'm still so angry. Seeing Baraba's depressed expression, the demon mother tree broke into a cold sweat and immediately comforted her. Lord Belaba, please don't be angry. The Lord has gone out beforehand. However, the Lord has arranged a sumptuous dinner for you to enjoy. When she heard that there was dinner waiting for her, the corner of Belaba's mouth also raised an arc. Humph! Even if you still have a conscience, I'll just wait for you for a while. Seeing this scene, the evil mother tree also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the owner has stored several tables of food in the black hole space, otherwise it would be really troublesome. But the master really left such a beautiful woman alone and went out. If it weren't for her cleverness, the family would have broken up sooner or later. Master! Come back quickly! I can't hold it any longer. The evil mother tree called Ye Chen crazily in her heart. Chapter 37, Troops exceed 1 million, the terrifying 4th wave of attack. Ye Chen was also stunned when he received the news. Isn't there everything in the territory? What else does he need to go back for? What? Belaba is unhappy? No matter, support the mother tree first. Mother tree, the baby is feeling miserable, but the baby doesn't say anything. 8 p.m. Belaba looked out at the dark sky. The eyes are expectant. 10 p.m. Baraba took a bath and prepared to welcome Ye Chen. Didn't come back. Lu eyebrows frowned slightly. 12 o'clock in the evening. Belaba lay on the bed with a depressed look on her face. His brows were furrowed and his anger filled the air. I'm angry, I'm really angry. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the morning that Ye Chen returned to the territory on the Propulsion Pioneer. After meeting Belaba, Ye Chen wanted Belaba to help equip the evil demons with 400 interference soldier suits. However, Baraba smelled Ye Chen's scent. He made a face directly at Ye Chen. Then he turned around and left with an angry look. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. What's wrong with this woman? Why haven't I seen it all night? It feels like a different person. But the loyalty is still there. Ye Chen ignored her for the time being. The worst thing is to wait until this wave is over. Give her some good coaxing. And after all the flesh and blood energy gestation yesterday, plus the 2.5 million divine source rewarded by Baraba, Ye Chen's current military strength has exceeded 1 million. Among them, 4,000 evil demons have reached level 15 with the help of Heim Underworld. After transforming 400 of them into interference soldiers, their attributes are enough to defeat ordinary third-level soldiers. Moreover, not long after Ye Chen completed preparations for the war, Yake also detected the transmission signal from the Aborigines. This time, the Aboriginal people seemed to have become more cautious, and they placed the teleportation beam 10 kilometers away. This distance is indeed difficult for evil demons to reach quickly. However, now that the enemy's location is known, there is no difficulty left. The Aborigines never expected that Ye Chen's observation range would reach 50 kilometers away. In addition, Ye Chen's troops now exceed 1 million, and with the existence of heroes, the Aborigines of this world are no longer his opponents. Moreover, Ye Chen himself can now play. His territory is now level 20, which means his level is also level 20. And his talent is mythical, which means that after equipping the Desire Driver, his attributes are also mythical. Coupled with the special buckle, his attributes are even stronger than Belaba. Thinking of this, Ye Chen was also ready to indulge in hand-to-hand combat. However, just when he summoned the Advance Vanguard, a figure also appeared beside him. "It's Belaba. Do you mind taking me for a ride?" Belaba was still angry. Without waiting for Ye Chen to agree, he got in the car and hugged Ye Chen. "This wild girl. Feel the amazing touch behind you." Ye Chen also couldn't laugh or cry. Apparently Belaba can transform into a Gundam, or drive directly to the castle. But he chose to take his car. This hint is too obvious. Judging from the current situation, it seems that only Ye Chen takes the initiative. "I can take down this 351-year-old Sundara Loli. However, when I think about the fact that there is a little girl waiting to be fed in another territory." Ye Chen also felt a little headache. Even other lords want to have a relationship with the hero that goes beyond friendship. That only requires the hero's consent. If forced to do so, it is not impossible to kill the lord as soon as all his loyalty is lost. But when he came here, it was reversed. The heroine who is full of loyalty will directly rebate. It looked like if he didn't accept it, Belaba would continue to be angry. But Tang Suero didn't know how to explain it if he accepted it. "Forget it, we can only talk about this later." Unable to figure it out, Ye Chen also turned the accelerator and drove away. At the same time, 10 kilometers away from Ye Chen, only countless beast roars could be heard within 30 teleportation beams. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake violently, and dust was flying everywhere, as if the entire earth was shaking. From the fog in all directions, countless ferocious monsters stepped out. Seeing this terrifying scene, the surrounding lords were almost frightened to death. "My hand is already on the exit button." They didn't even glance at their territory until they saw these monsters. They were relieved. But after coming back to his senses, they also reacted suddenly. Since their territory was not attacked. So where did these monsters come from? What are you going to do? Looking at the 30 teleportation light pillars in the sky, they couldn't figure it out at all. I could only make a video of this scene and send it to the regional group. And saw this scene. The regional group was also completely blown up. What happened? Which lord stabbed the monster's nest? Isn't it possible? This wave of monsters isn't so scary, right? You shouldn't be going for the lord, right? There are tens of thousands of monsters just seen. How many monsters are hidden in the fog? No way, this is a trial world? Can a wave of monsters of this size be able to kill all of us? Who can withstand this tide of monsters? The discussion in the regional group was extremely intense because of this video. At first no one believed that this was for a certain lord. But until someone mentioned it. Do you remember that when Qin Yingjun sold blind boxes yesterday, it was also at this time? As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly thought of the key point. No way, is this wave of monsters heading towards the castle boss? Oh my god! I don't believe how the gap between people can be so big. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone stop such a terrifying number of monsters? In that case, the strengthened rules in this area are also due to the castle boss, right? Yes. It's possible. If it's true, don't you know if you ask Qin Yingjun? Immediately afterwards, there were countless people at Qin Yingjun. But in fact, Qin Yingjun himself was in a state of confusion. His territory was already very close to Ye Chen. Now that this wave of monsters appeared, he was also frightened and trembling. Just after seeing the news in the regional group, he also reacted immediately. Are these monsters really heading towards Ye Chen's territory? Only. Why is it posted here? But here comes the thought. Qin Yingjun also posted the video he shot. I don't know, brothers, I'm still wondering why there are so many monsters. Seeing his reply, people in the group started to boo, and someone half-jokingly encouraged him. Then you go up and take a look. Those monsters won't hit you anyway. Hearing this, Qin Yingjun's eyes rolled. In fact, he himself wanted to go out and have a look. But going out like this seems too casual. After thinking about it, Qin Yingjun directly started the paid live broadcast mode in the group. Only one divine source is needed to enter the live broadcast. The name of the live broadcast is Exploring the Truth About the Monster Tide. But although the group members were cursing, more than half of them still came in to watch. Qin Yingjun was seen wearing monster armor and a dragon turtle helmet, sitting on the back of a huge turtle, slowly moving forward. Seeing this scene, the group of friends urged him to speed up. Faced with the calls from the group of friends, Qin Yingjun also grinned and responded, visibility is not good in the fog of war, safety is the most important thing. Although these monsters will not attack him, if he accidentally encounters these monsters, it will be bad. Therefore, Qin Yingjun also followed these monsters at a normal speed. After hearing Qin Yingjun's words, the group of friends couldn't say anything else. After all, leaving the territory is still risky, not to mention being followed by so many monsters. Of course they don't have to worry about watching, but if the monster turns around, Qin Yingjun will be in trouble. On the other side, just as Qin Yingjun walked out slowly, Ye Chen also drove the propulsion vanguard to the location of the monster wave. Facing the monsters all over the mountains and plains, Ye Chen looked extremely calm. He just waved his hand gently and gave the order, go up. Following Ye Chen's order, the army of evil demon disciples behind him also spewed out like a tide. In an instant, two torrents of different colors, the green of the demons and the mottled colors of the monsters, violently collided together. Chapter 38 Battle, Ye Chen shows off his crazy moves. Since nearly 800,000 demon disciples were just conceived yesterday, their level has only reached level 5. The enemies are all elites above level 10, and they also have equipment given by the Void. Therefore, when the evil demon army collided with the enemy, there were a lot of casualties all of a sudden. And that's not all. Countless fireballs and arrow rain came from behind the monster, covering the rear of the evil demon. Although the evil demons had no vital points, these long-range fire attacks still caused a lot of trouble to the evil demons. The cruelty of war is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Once one party masters long-range weapons, it is like taking control of the battlefield. If this continues, even if the evil demon disciples can win, at least half of the 800,000 evil demon disciples will die. Belaba saw the key to the battlefield and said angrily to Ye Chen, I'll deal with those long-range monsters. As he spoke, he took his identity card and prepared to transform, but Ye Chen suddenly pulled him back. I only heard Ye Chen's voice. Pay attention to safety and run away if you are in danger. I am a hero like you, so don't die. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Baraba threw away Ye Chen's hand and said coldly, just take care of yourself. But on the other side that Ye Chen couldn't see, the corners of Baraba's mouth were slightly raised. Bad man, you still have a conscience. Belaba Logan. Seeing Baraba transform and leave, Ye Chen also curled his lips. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, he spent 200 villain points to materialize a magnum belt buckle again. Insert the magnum weapon and flip it over. Suddenly it became a combination of magnum for the upper body and thrusters for the lower body. Switching the weapon to the magnum rifle form, Ye Chen also entered the battlefield. Flames burst out under his feet and bullets spurted out from his hands. Every bullet can directly break the armor of those monsters. This made many monsters notice Ye Chen. He rushed towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen calmly attached the magnum belt buckle to the weapon. Magnum tactical explosion. As the 2 seconds of energy storage was completed, all the monsters in front of him were blown to pieces. This move is quite powerful. Ye Chen was also sighing when he saw this. The monsters' flesh and blood were precious, and they couldn't be transported after being blown to pieces. So if you want to fight in close combat, embodied zombie belt buckle. Switch. Zombie and thruster. Prepare fight. Not only the left hand turned into a claw. A chainsaw sword also appeared on his waist. Ye Chen rushed into the monster group with a chainsaw sword. Zombies can resist, fight, control and lock blood. There was no monster that could stop Ye Chen. Monsters blocking the way. All were split in half by the chainsaw sword. Even if you encounter multiple monsters, Ye Chen can also move using the propellers under his feet. At the same time slide the wrench on the sword to charge. Venom filling. Tactical smash. Directly smash multiple monsters. This time, there was no flesh and blood flying everywhere like before. Yet at the same time, a meteorite fell from the sky. That's Belaba. Laser victory. As Belaba falls, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly swept across the entire battlefield. At the same time, Ye Chen also received numerous kill messages. Congratulations! Belaba kills the level 15 enhanced Goblin Mage, experience value plus 9,000, level upgraded to level 4, villain point plus 1. Congratulations! Belaba killed the level 20 enhanced Jungle Chimpanzee Warrior, gained plus 12,000 experience points, upgraded to level 6, and gained plus 1 villain point. Congratulations! Belaba kills the level 15 enhanced Chai Leopard Hunter, the experience value is plus 9,000, the level is upgraded to level 10, and the villain point is plus 1. This upgrade speed seems a bit scary. Seeing these pop-up kill messages, Ye Chen also felt a little outrageous. You must know that the experience required for upgrading mythical heroes far exceeds the experience required for mythical arms. For example, it only takes 75 experience points to upgrade a demon disciple to level 2, while Belaba requires 1,500 experience points. The previous destruction of Le Wenkai's territory only allowed Belaba to advance 1 level. I originally thought that Belaba's upgrade would be very slow. But I didn't expect Belaba to use this move to break the ground and cause thunder. Killed more than 1,000 enemies in one move. If you follow this horrible experience, after this battle, Belaba may be able to reach level 20. This is a bit scary. Other lords want to upgrade the mythical hero to level 20. It will take at least several months. But this battle has reached level 20. It is estimated that there are not many of them in the entire human race. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also decided to add fuel to the fire to the Aborigines. Concrete Gemini command withholding, 500 villain points. Excellent. Prepare fight. In the void, a 2-color technological sword appeared instantly. Leap sword. This sword needs to kill monsters to recharge. Unlock dual forms. Ye Chen got the sword. He also slashed towards those monsters. The leap sword is sharper than the chainsaw sword. And it also has a 2-color sword spirit. Chopping monsters into pieces is like chopping melons and vegetables. While killing monsters, the energy bar on the sword is also slowly rising, until the energy bar is full. Ye Chen pulled the buckle on the sword. Full of energy. I took off the buckle instantly. Then it's time to insert the belt. Gemini assembly. 2 completely different armed forces instantly appeared on both sides. Takeoff completed. Jet cannon. With dressing complete. Ye Chen also looked like a science fiction machine. The firepower is now on the upper body. That is cannon mode. Has endless firepower. But Ye Chen didn't want this model. Just flip it over. Armor flip. The blue part is on the lower body. The upper body is a wing. That is jet mode. Although there is no firepower, but it has the ability to fly. The next moment, blue fire erupted from the soles of his feet. Ye Chen rushed directly behind the monster. Take advantage of the tech glasses on your helmet. Dodge various ranged attacks. Go straight to the back row of the natives. At high flight speeds. Those goblin mages and archers. It was impossible to hit Ye Chen, who was moving at high speed. Instead, it was split in half by Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Bai Luba did this. The monster's rear was completely in chaos. There is nothing they can do against these two flying guys. But at this moment, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex actually appeared behind the monster. It looks like it should be the source of the bones of a former jungle chimpanzee. But compared to the number of the entire monster army, the number of this Tyrannosaurus Rex is relatively small. Seeing this, Ye Chen also switched to cannon mode in the air. It was a wild bombing against the group of monsters. Wait until it hits the ground, then switch back to jet mode. Take off again. Keep repeating this operation. The monster army was completely unbearable. Until the monster army was completely defeated. Qin Yingjun arrived at the scene slowly riding a big turtle. Chapter 39. We are both lords, so why are they so different? Originally, everyone had imagined facing such a large number of monsters. Even if someone can win, that was also a miserable victory. This battle may last for a very long time. But they never expected that when Qin Yingjun came to the junction of the battlefield. This battle is almost over. You know, Qin Yingjun came to the battlefield. It only lasted 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, defeat an army of hundreds of thousands of monsters. Is this a joke? When he saw the tide of evil demons on the battlefield, the regional group was also completely blown up. Holy crap! Is he cheating? Is his Lord Crystal level so high? The number of troops is not 100,000 but 200,000, right? Is this really a novice lord? Didn't he just put the veteran lord in? Oh my god! I don't believe that novice lords have such strength. Where is the castle boss? I didn't see the castle either. Suddenly, someone noticed two flying objects in space. I saw a huge mechanical bull swooping down. In an instant, the remaining monsters that were still holding on fell away. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened again. Could this be the mysterious castle boss? Just haven't waited for them to react. I saw Ye Chen dragging blue flames across the ground. Directly cut a Tyrannosaurus Rex in half. Many people saw this scene. Reacted immediately. This man has a desire drive. And also has a buckle that they don't have. That's right, this is the castle boss. But not yet waiting for them to see clearly. The screen suddenly went black in the live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, many people also yelled and cursed. Seeing the wonderful part, Qin Yingjun actually turned off the live broadcast. Money back, money must be refunded. Among the audience, Tang Suero also looked extremely surprised. Although she knew that Ye Chen had many troops. But I can't imagine it being such an exaggeration. Her strength now only reaches about 500. But there are evil demons all over the mountains and plains. Where will the number stop at 100,000 or 200,000? Just what she saw just now was worth about 500,000, right? And that pink mechanical bull just now. I heard Ye Chen said he was his hero. So powerful. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt pity for Su Minjiu. Su Minjiu, Su Minjiu. You don't know what you've messed with. On the battlefield, the battle was basically over. Just now, Ye Chen spotted the turtle in the air. So after the battle, he glided directly onto the turtle's back. Why are you here? Ye Chen asked. Qin Yingjun rubbed his hands excitedly and replied, it's not because you made too much noise this time, everyone in the group asked me to come over and take a look. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Oh? So, everyone in the group saw what just happened?" The little fat man hurriedly replied, "I only saw part of it, and now I have turned off the live broadcast." Ye Chen didn't care about being seen, because no one knew his true face after putting on the equipment. He said calmly, "It's okay to let them see it. By the way, I would like to inform you that a new round of blind box sales is about to begin." Oh, the little fat man looked at Ye Chen's high-tech equipment and asked curiously, "Boss, what is this buckle on your body? Why doesn't anyone seem to have used it before?" "This," Ye Chen explained. "This is the twin command buckle. It is not something that can be obtained from the primary blind box. You want it?" Ye Chen smiled. The purpose was discovered. Xiao Pang suddenly smiled awkwardly. Ye Chen directly pulled off the belt buckle, threw it to the little fat man, and said casually, "Take it to play with, I still have it here." After killing so many monsters, Ye Chen is now extremely rich. So it doesn't matter for this small prop. These are some benefits for the little fat man. After that, Ye Chen opened the black hole space in the center of the battlefield in front of the little fat man. The moment the black hole space appeared, the little fat man also instantly felt a huge pressure. Even the dragon turtle was almost unable to walk due to the pressure. It wasn't until Ye Chen set them as friendly characters that the terrifying pressure completely disappeared. But the little fat man still had lingering fears about the huge black hole in the center of the battlefield. However, when he announced in the regional group that a new round of blind box sales would start in an hour, the lords of the regional group also suddenly became excited. "Woohoo! I didn't get it last time, I won't miss it this time. Brothers, I hope I can get a special buckle this time. Mom, just be human, I don't even have the desire drive yet." "Don't worry, brother, I will sell the extra desire drives to you. Please be human." And in another territory, look at the message sent by the little fat man. Su Minjiu also looked extremely hopeful in her eyes. Originally she said she wanted to hit the human rankings. That was just an excuse to borrow the divine source. But after getting the desire drive, she felt a glimmer of opportunity. Now her territory has been successfully upgraded to level 13. After equipping desire drive, her attributes are equivalent to an excellent hero. And this hero can be resurrected infinitely. And other areas have no desire to drive for sale. Under the circumstances, she felt that she might be qualified to enter the top 100 rankings of the human race this time. When I think about it, if I can achieve such a ranking, when the time comes, the Ye family won't be able to do anything to her after she leaves. She was a little excited. But when she thought of Ye Chen, Su Minjiu also felt itchy with hatred. I originally wanted to help him. I didn't expect him to be so ignorant. After all, it's short-sighted. Su Minjiu no longer thought about it. Awakened the most common talent. Maybe he has been eliminated, there is no need to remember him. The gap between them is destined to not be the same world in the future. However, the facts are not quite what Su Minjiu thought. It wasn't just Ye Chen's strength that she couldn't imagine. She didn't expect the impact of the desire drive. Because the desire drive sold out in a hurry yesterday, even people in this area didn't grab it. Naturally, there is no need to mention people from other areas. After one day of fermentation, now many people in other areas know about the existence of desire drive. Your Highness, the blind box of desire is about to be sold again. This time, I will definitely get a set of desire drives for Your Highness. In another area, Gu Xuanyan, who was wearing a red dress, was brightened when she saw the news from her subordinates. As early as yesterday, she noticed the mysterious props appearing in that area. It is said that after it is equipped, it can directly have the power to connect with the territory. And she, Gu Xuanyan, the daughter of the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. A top genius who has awakened a mythical talent. How can you lag behind others? So she was bound to get this set of equipment. Therefore, she directly transferred 500,000 Shen Yuan to let him grab the blind box. If only I could get those special buckles. The first place on the human race trial list is stable. And just when everyone was looking forward to the start of the blind box grabbing, Ye Chen had just completely ended the battlefield. Bite. Congratulations on completing the 4th day of the trial, the rewards have begun to be settled. Chapter 40. Can you do it? Then at night. Battle settlement. Enemies, 150,000 level 10 enhanced monsters, 50,000 level 15 to 20 enhanced monsters. The result of the war, crushing. With SSS+. Rewards, 4 million divine sources, 600,000 ordinary wood, information Skynet template *1, spiritual fruit seeds. Although Ye Chen and Bei Luba were extremely powerful, in this battle, the evil demon disciples still lost about 100,000 people. After this battle, Ye Chen realized some of the current problems of the evil demon disciples. Lacking long-range attacks and weapons, and lacking intelligence, he can only rely on his most primitive instincts to kill enemies. If the evil demon disciples were smart enough to avoid enemy attacks, perhaps the losses this time could be smaller. Of course, this does not mean that the evil demon disciples are too weak. But the lineup of monsters on the opposite side is too luxurious. 200,000 fully armed monsters with at least level 10 or above. Such a lineup. It is enough to push down all the lords in this area combined. Only an alien like Ye Chen could withstand such an attack. But the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. After this wave of attacks is over, the benefits will be huge. This battle not only directly promoted Bei Luba to level 20, but also nearly 10,000 full-level evil disciples appeared among the evil disciples. However, since Yak still has 3 types of soldiers that he has not collected yet, the evil demon disciples are temporarily unable to advance to the first level. Just click on Bei Luba's information. Bei Luba, Gundam form. Race, future people. Alignment, lawful evil. Quality, unique. Grade 20/20. Materials required for advancement, 10,000 first level advancement stones. You need the Lord Crystal to reach the first level to advance. Property. Constitution, 8,000, A. Strength 10,000, S. Spirit 120000, SS. Agility 10,000, S. Leadership traits. Building Nemesis. The first rich woman on the list. Skill. Laser sublimation, laser gun. Introduction. An evil demon sponsor from the future is famous for her strong financial and resources, and is known as the first rich woman on the list. In Gundam form, Bei Luba's attributes are directly 10 times higher than those in human form. Especially the mental attribute, which directly reached the terrifying 12,000 points. Is this the attribute of people in the future? No wonder Bei Luba was able to deal such high damage with laser battle after transforming into Gundam. However, this advanced material is equally expensive. 10,000 first-level advancement stones are equivalent to 1 million divine sources. If it were someone else's lord, they really wouldn't be able to afford this money. At this moment, I saw Bei Luba flying from a distance. The transformation was released in front of Ye Chen. As the beautiful figure appeared, she made a face to Ye Chen. Okay. Then he turned around and continued to puff. It's as if you don't want to coax me to ignore you. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. I had no choice but to materialize a bouquet of flowers and hand them to her. Said softly. Okay, don't be angry, I know that my Bei Luba is the most capable. Bei Luba's eyes lit up when she heard this, then let's do it at night. Ye Chen. However, Bei Luba burst out laughing when she saw Ye Chen's confused expression. Ye Chen immediately seized the opportunity. "Na, don't get angry again when you are happy." Upon hearing this, Belaba immediately regained her angry expression, who said, "I'm not angry anymore, hum." Ye Chen was speechless when he saw this. "Okay, tell me what you want." Baraba stamped her feet, looking a little dissatisfied with Ye Chen's slowness. "Don't you still know what I want?" Ye Chen deliberately pretended to be confused. "How do I know what you want?" Belaba also blushed with embarrassment, and made another grimace in anger. "Bahum." Seeing this, Ye Chen also smiled and directly summoned the advancing vanguard. "I'm going back to the territory, shall we?" Seeing that Baraba didn't respond, Ye Chen walked away directly. When Belaba saw this, she stamped her feet angrily. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen drove the car back the next second and said softly, "Let's go, don't be angry." Baraba hesitated for 2 seconds, then reluctantly got into Ye Chen's car. Angrily, he punched Ye Chen twice, and then hugged Ye Chen tightly. "It seems that I want to integrate my body and mind into it." After returning to the territory, Ye Chen first threw the newly acquired Information Skynet template directly into the territory and used it to transform it. Byte. You use endless conversion on Information Sky Network, and the estimated conversion completion time is 1 hour. Information Skynet looks like a radar, which begins to transform after being wrapped in golden light. There are also seeds of spiritual fruits, which can be grown from monster flesh and blood to provide food for soldiers. Seeing this thing, Ye Chen was also a little speechless. It seems that it will be more difficult to acquire monster flesh and blood later on. But being idle is also idle, transforming together. Byte. You use endless transformation on the spirit fruit, and the estimated completion time of the transformation is 1 hour. Immediately afterwards, the treasure boxes collected on the battlefield were taken out and transformed directly together. This time, there were 200,000 monsters, and a total of 900 treasure chests were revealed. With a wave of the hand, they all enter the transformation state. After 3 minutes, Ye Chen also handed all the converted blind boxes directly to the little fat man. The reason why the little fat man is given twin command buckles is not only a little benefit for the little fat man. It is also to prevent the little fat man from opening the box first and then selling it to others. With the twin command buckles, the little fat guy will no longer worry about other people's special buckles. After receiving the 900 pieces from Ye Chen's transaction, the little fat man was very happy to go to the group to promote it, and showed off a wave of command buckles that he just got. However, when I said that this buckle cannot be opened in the primary desire blind box, suddenly a lot of people were dissatisfied. But there was nothing the little fat man could do. These blind boxes were given by Ye Chen. He said he couldn't open it. Then it definitely won't be able to open. However, Ye Chen saw this scene. But his eyes immediately lit up. Inform him to speak in the group. Who has mythical troops? Just let him collect information about the arms. Just give me a command buckle for free. As soon as these words came out, more boos. But some people's eyes lit up, busy going to report the person behind it. And at the same time, Baraba watched Ye Chen continue to transform. I finally remembered what kind of power that is. You actually have the power of the goddess of creation. Belaba was also very surprised to know this thing, even among their future people. It is also an existence that is extremely difficult to be born. Ye Chen actually has this ability. No wonder she came to this world. It turned out that Ye Chen had reshaped her. It's the creator god. Ye Chen corrected with a smile. So, Mr. Creator God, do you want to go out tonight? Belaba narrowed her eyes and said. Smelling Ye Chen's scent, Baraba knew what he was doing without even thinking. FKU. Seeing Ye Chen's embarrassed expression, Baraba also threw something to Ye Chen, turned around and left angrily. This is. Look at the thing in your hand. Ye Chen's eyes also lit up, I saw that it was a desire drive with a broken ID embedded in it. An hour passed quickly, and Ye Chen finally received the news that the transformation was completed. Byte. The transformation of Information Skynet has been completed. Congratulations on getting the Game Command Center. The transformation of the Spirit Fruit Seed has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining the Heim Underworld Fruit Seed. Chapter 41 Game Network, Take the Initiative. After receiving the prompt, Ye Chen also looked at the place where the Information Skynet building was originally located. The original appearance of Information Skynet was a huge radar. But now it has turned into a huge colorful game console. I just don't know what the command center of this game does. Ye Chen clicked on the information in the Game Command Center. Game Command Center. Quality, Red Myth. Grade 1/20. Required for upgrade, Ordinary Wood *10, Divine Source 150. Durability, 5000. Effect 1, Game Network. As long as you are in a small world, no matter how far away, all units in the territory, or other designated units, can communicate through the Game Command Center. Effect 2, Daily Tasks. All units in the territory, or other designated units, can receive daily tasks every day. After completing the tasks, you can obtain different rewards. Lords can issue tasks by themselves, but the rewards need to be provided by themselves. The higher the level of the Game Command Center, the higher the rewards of daily tasks. Introduction: with me, you don't have to worry about communication anymore. Not bad. After seeing the specific attributes, Ye Chen also flashed a hint of surprise. He immediately realized that this was what he needed. Ye Chen had already noticed this problem long ago. That is, if the arms are too far away from the territory, there will be a certain delay when the command is issued. Although there are heroes now, this problem still exists. Therefore, the Will of the Void chose to award the Information Skynet to the Lord as a trial reward. With this building, the Lord's orders can be instantly conveyed to the soldiers within a certain range. But it is also an information transmission building, and the capabilities of the Game Command Center are completely different from those of the Information Skynet. Even if the coverage of Information Skynet reaches the highest level, it will never be able to cover the entire world. But the Game Command Center can do it at level 1. Although this is only a gap between ranges, the effect is completely different. Especially when invading other worlds, this ability is crucial. For example, the current trial stage is actually invading other worlds. If there are no information transmission buildings, if the troops leave the territory too far, they will be completely disconnected from the Lord. Even the Demon Mother Tree can only contact the demon disciples within a range of 10 kilometers. If it exceeds a little, it will not be sensed at all. But now, after having the Game Command Center, the situation is completely different. As long as they are within a world, all units in Ye Chen's territory can communicate through the game network in the Game Command Center. Just after opening the game network, Ye Chen was also completely stunned. Because he feels, instead of calling it a gaming network, it might as well be called the military version of the Void Panel. Because in this game network, units can not only receive orders from the Lord, they have their own properties panel and chat system. You can view your own properties and chat at any time. It's like really becoming a player. It's just that with the current wisdom of the evil demon disciples, there is no way to use their own panels to communicate. However, the Game Command Center also comes with a solution to this problem. That is completing daily tasks. Before reaching the wisdom to be able to use the panel, the Game Command Center sends out missions that enhance your spirit. Completing spiritual tasks can improve the intelligence level of the evil devil. There is also the desire to absorb the damaged ID core, which can also improve the wisdom attributes of the evil demons born. With this kind of help, the evil demons will one day have wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also directly upgraded the Game Command Center to level 20. and called a jammer. Because the Lord can force the task to be sent. Therefore, there is no need for the evil demon disciples to receive it themselves. I saw a video of the jammer appearing in front of me. It is a very simple teaching of addition and subtraction within 10. After teaching, the assessment questions appear. The jammer hesitated. One of the answers was chosen. It's a pity. Wrong answer. But this also allowed this interference soldier to gain a little mental increase in attributes. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen directly assigned daily tasks to all the evil demon disciples in the territory. In an instant, all the demon disciples started to do the questions. The demon disciple who answered correctly received 30 points of spiritual growth. You must know that at each level of the evil disciple, the mental attribute can only be improved by 8 points. A level 20 evil disciple only has a mental attribute of 180. This is equivalent to gaining a mental attribute improvement that is less than level 4. As long as you complete a task every day, your spirit can continue to grow. Sooner or later, the evil spirits will be as smart as humans. Moreover, Ye Chen also noticed some special descriptions in this building. The Lord can issue tasks himself, and can also designate other units to receive tasks. Doesn't this mean that he can directly issue tasks to other lords? Will rewards be automatically distributed to other lords after completing their tasks? Thinking of this, he also edited a task and sent it to Tang Suero. In the Void Chat panel, tasks also exist in the form of panels. It's just that only other lords who choose to accept the mission can connect to the game network. Tang Suero was also a little curious when she saw the content of this mission panel. Ye Chen did something again. Only the task information on the panel. Please send a selfie blowing a kiss to Ye Chen. Mission reward, command twin belt buckle. Tang Suero remembered the scene where Ye Chen flew into the sky and glided. It's also a bright spot. Sent a selfie. Mission accomplished. The next moment, there was a flash of light next to Tang Suero's feet. A yellow box with an exclamation mark appeared at my feet. Opening the box, I saw twin command buckles lying inside. Seeing this scene, Tang Suero looked extremely surprised. Teleport props directly without going through the void panel. How is this done? After Ye Chen explained. Tang Suero was also a little excited. After learning, you can also receive daily tasks. She also connected all her troops to the game network. Go and receive daily tasks. But because the twin belt buckles need to be charged by killing monsters before they can be worn, we can only wait for the aborigines to attack before testing again. After this experiment, Ye Chen also understood the power of the game network. In this case, in the future, you only need to issue tasks to others, and someone will help him find what he needs. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also issued a mission to his 500,000 evil demon followers. Mission information: destroy all the aboriginal nests in this area, and destroy a lord named Su Minjiu. Because of the game network now, Ye Chen is not afraid of losing contact with his troops at all. Therefore, 500,000 troops were directly dispatched to encircle and suppress the indigenous people. Look for Su Minjiu by the way. He wanted to see where Su Minjiu could run. And there was one thing he didn't tell the other lords. If killed by other monsters, there will be no problem with the core ID. But if it is killed by evil demons, the core ID will be completely scrapped. Even if you use the blank core again, you can no longer dress. After doing this, Ye Chen then looked at the fruit seeds of Heim's underworld. Chapter 42, Heim Underworld Fruit. The two women have a relationship. A purple-black fruit with a lock-like root appeared in Ye Chen's hand. Heim Underworld Fruit Seed. Quality: unique. Growth time: 30 to 60 days. But, how to use this? Just when Ye Chen was confused, only the sound of the evil mother tree was heard. Master, just give it to me. I feel that after I eat this fruit, I will be able to give birth to this fruit. Seeing this, Ye Chen also handed the fruit to the vine in the sky. I saw the root system of the evil mother tree rolling down the fruit. In an instant, on those vines that could be seen everywhere, fruits with the same shape as before began to grow visible to the naked eye. At normal speed, it will probably take a day to grow. But Ye Chen couldn't wait that long and directly asked the evil mother tree to speed up the pregnancy process. Good master. The evil mother tree responded. The fruits on the vine grow in size like balloons. It took a full 10 energy, and the evil mother tree directly ripened the fruit. This is even compared to the consumption of an evil demon disciple. But equally, the effect of this fruit is also very powerful. Heim fruit of the underworld. Quality, rare. Effect, Heim evolution. After swallowing the Heim underworld fruit, flesh and blood units will gain the power of Heim underworld and mutate and evolve, and all abilities will be upgraded by 1 level. Note, after eating the fruit, if you cannot withstand the power of the fruit, you will become a monster without intelligence. Introduction, a fruit becomes a god, do you want to know? This is the same as in the Kamen Rider Kaibu TV series. If Helm's underworld erosion wants to invade a world, this special fruit must first appear. This kind of fruit is fatally tempting to flesh and blood units. Once the fruit is eaten by flesh and blood units invading the world, it will immediately be transformed into an foreigner. Then the invasion of the world will begin. And Ye Chen saw the specific properties of this fruit. He was also amazed. Because this thing can actually directly improve the quality of flesh and blood units by 1 level. If you can get those high-level monsters to eat this fruit, wouldn't this be able to directly transform into an army of outstanding foreigners? And the Outlanders are still controlled by the underworld of Helm. In other words, after the birth of this fruit, it's like adding an alternative method of recruiting troops. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also modified the mission. If the evil demons find the aboriginal lair, don't attack directly, but surround the aboriginal nests. Suddenly he had an idea. Since the overall strength of the lords in this area is too high, the void strengthening rules have been triggered. What if all the indigenous people in this area were killed? So what happens? However, this will not be known until the evil demons find all the aboriginal nests in this area. But this time, a new Tyrannosaurus Rex monster appeared on the battlefield. The mother tree is still analyzing and absorbing the energy of flesh and blood, so the matter of exploding troops has to be slowed down. But he felt that this time he might be able to extract good genes from Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition, this time Ye Chen also gave the damaged core that Baraba brought back to the mother tree. Perhaps, the day when special evil spirits are born is not far away. After doing this, there is nothing left to do in the territory. After cleaning up, Ye Chen also summoned the advancing vanguard and prepared to go to Tang Suero. But at this moment, a figure got into the car with lightning speed. What are you doing? Seeing this figure, Ye Chen was immediately speechless. How is this different from taking a female best friend to a girlfriend's house? Something will happen to my eldest sister. But Belaba didn't care when she heard this, and smiled playfully. Please remove the word ma. Ye Chen. So good at driving. I want you to drive this car. In desperation, Ye Chen could only explain to Baraba. He is the one who has a girlfriend. I won't listen, I won't listen. If someone is summoned by you, they will be yours from now on. You have to be responsible. Seeing that Baraba looked like she couldn't get enough of oil and salt, Ye Chen also had a headache. It is estimated that Ye Chen will leave this time. Belaba will follow secretly. Thinking of this, Ye Chen could only communicate with Tang Suero. I originally thought Tang Suero would be a little concerned. But unexpectedly, Tang Suero just replied casually. Okay, then you can bring her with you. Ye Chen didn't know whether this sentence was angry or not. But at least he said hello. We can only take Belaba with us. But now that 2 people have gone out, advancing the vanguard would not be appropriate. After all, Yechen has armor, while Baraba wants to blow the cold wind. So the two of them set off directly in the floating fortress. Half an hour later, the two beauties looked at each other. The atmosphere seemed a little subtle. Yechen also hurriedly introduced the identities of the two of them. But after a moment of silence, Tang Suero suddenly took out the desire drive, smiled and said to Belaba, "Miss Belaba, do you mind going out with me alone to chat?" Belaba didn't care. She took out her identity card and swiped it on her waist. "Since Miss Tang wants to chat, then I have no choice but to accompany you." Yechen, who saw this scene next to him, felt instantly uncomfortable. "Let's talk about it. What does it mean to use a drive to transform?" Just as he was about to stop him, the two women looked over and said in unison, "Don't interfere, this is a problem between us women." "Good, good. Such a tacit understanding. I am the outsider who co-authored it, right?" Yechen had no choice but to pull Belaba and say a few words, asking her to put some water in so as not to damage her. He is very aware of Belaba's fighting ability and knows that she has reached level 20 now, and Tang Suero may not be her opponent. Although the Lord had the ability to resurrect, he couldn't help but give a few more words. Belaba glanced at Yechen resentfully. "I know, I won't break your little lover." Then comes the signature hand-shaking transformation. As soon as the two of them completed their transformation, they moved towards the outside of the territory in unison. Yechen could only stand on the castle, watching the battle in the distance, somewhat speechless. Originally, he thought that duels were only between men. But I didn't expect that this woman's way of solving problems was so simple. Competing for his ownership? He hasn't agreed yet. Regardless of talking, Yechen still stared nervously at the fighting noise coming from the distance. They proved with facts that they were really chatting. The battle scenes are extremely shocking. Lasers and bullets flew everywhere. It lasted a full 20 minutes. Finally, the battle between the two ladies came to an end. Afterwards, the two women came back holding hands, talking and laughing. "Tang Suero, sister, your fighting power is amazing." "Belaba, sister, your performance is also very good, but there is still a little gap in level, otherwise I might not be your opponent." What the two of them were talking about was called making out. The contrast with the previous tit-for-tat scenes is huge. And Yechen saw this scene. There are also a lot of question marks popping up in my head. What's happening? Hit and hit. Why did we suddenly become good friends? Chapter 43 Tang Suero, are you still not satisfied with being your first wife? Tang Suero also knew it very well. Yechen now has such incredible abilities. The future will definitely be about soaring out of the abyss and soaring into the sky. It is not impossible to become the strongest lord in history. By that time, more outstanding women from all over the world will surely be attracted, including many who are even more outstanding than her. Like it is now. If Yechen didn't tell her, she couldn't care less about what happened to Yechen and her hero. Because she couldn't be by Yechen's side all the time. There is no guarantee whether Yechen will change his mind. Instead of trying to possess Yechen alone, it's better to find someone you recognize to be by Yechen's side. As Yechen's hero, Belaba obviously has greater advantages. If she hadn't grown up with Yechen since childhood, she didn't dare to say that she could compete with Belaba. After all, I get to spend time with such a beautiful hero every day. If there is no spark, Tang Suero herself won't believe it. It would be better to have fun. Accept Belaba directly. From now on, Belaba would look at Yechen. It also saves those unscrupulous women from approaching Yechen. And in the past 20 minutes, Tang Suero also got to know Belaba initially. It doesn't have the pretentiousness of Su Minjiu. And the strength is still very strong. Even with her engineering buckle, she was no match for Belaba. Not a bad woman. Then there is no problem. Therefore, after the battle, the two became good sisters. With Ye Chen's confused expression, he held hands and came to Ye Chen's side. Tang Suero announced with a domineering tone, "Brother Ye Chen, from now on, I will be your eldest wife, and Belaba will be your second wife. If you want to find other women in the future, you must get both of us agree." After hearing this, Ye Chen felt a little helpless. "No. Don't you two consider my opinion?" Tang Suero narrowed her eyes and said with a half-smile, "Why, didn't you always dream of becoming the harem king when you were a child? Now I will be your eldest wife and help you to control everything. Aren't you satisfied?" Belaba also smiled and echoed, "Yes, yes, Sister Schwetter is right. You, my little brother, have no right to refuse now. You have to be responsible for summoning my sister. I will be yours from now on." Ye Chen rolled his eyes immediately when he saw this. Well, what can he say if the heroes have been instigated to rebel? However, when I think of a 351-year-old lowly called Sister Tang Suero, I wonder how Tang Suero will react when she finds out. Then it's such a happy decision. Tang Suero said shyly, "However, Ye Chen still needs to spend more time with me during the trial, because I want to improve my talent as soon as possible." Baraba also nodded. She was Ye Chen's hero anyway, and she would definitely spend more time with Ye Chen than Tang Suero. It doesn't matter for a few days. Ye Chen was about to cry, but the two of them had discussed it in front of him. He didn't even ask for his opinion. But it doesn't matter. Is it possible that with his physique, he can still suffer a disadvantage? However, looking at the two people's closeness, Ye Chen also seemed a little speechless. Originally he thought that after bringing Belaba over, both women may be at odds with each other. But now, instead he became an outsider. Face this scene. Ye Chen could only smile awkwardly, and then began to materialize the evil demon's belt buckle. Although the cost of a disruptor soldier is 20,000 divine sources, but the benefits are also huge. The strength of ordinary soldiers at the third level is at least 100 times that of the full level 0. But after the evil demon disciples become interference soldiers, their strength can compete with ordinary third-level soldiers. With such a group of elites, Ye Chen could easily defeat a third-level lord. Time also passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time to eat again. At this time, the little fat man also sent a message. Someone contacted him. There are 3 people in other areas who have mythical troops and want to get the twin command belt buckle and the desire drive. I want to ask him how to trade. Ye Chen had already prepared a machine to collect information. A task was directly issued to the little fat man. As long as the little fat man forwards the task to those 3 people, you can directly use the equipment that comes with the mission to collect information. Until the mission goal is determined, rewards will be issued directly. See this new task panel. The little fat man also tried to click, only to find a different panel popping up. The little fat man was also shocked. I didn't expect this to be a mission system. At the same time, a machine for detecting data also appeared in Xiaopeng's hands. That's an artificial intelligence headset. As long as you wear it on your ears, you can follow the prompts to complete the collection of information about the arms. And the little fat man also saw that the rewards for completing the collection tasks were automatically distributed. But not everyone can have mythical arms. Ye Chen only gave out 3 rewards. If the little fat man collected it again, he would get another twin belt buckle. But the little fat man was not that stupid and chose to give up the mission directly. At the same time, the inspection machine also disappeared. Seeing this scene, the little fat man was also amazed. It seemed that Ye Chen had come up with something new. Forward this task directly to the 3 people who contacted him. Although currently the game's command center can only communicate within one world. But this mission system is different. When sending a task, the reward is actually already in the mission information. So even across the barriers of the world, rewards can also be issued directly. After forwarding it, Gu Xuanyan also felt very strange after receiving the task. What is this mission without the help of a void panel? The means of the mechanical tribe? Mythical military unit Phoenix. After collecting the military information according to the task, the headphones on her ears disappeared. At the same time, a box suddenly appeared at his feet, which caught Gu Xuanyan's attention. Is it really true that the rewards will be issued directly? Gu Xuanyan opened the box curiously, and her eyes lit up. There are indeed twin command buckles in this box. Thinking that today's monster attack has not yet come, Gu Xuanyan suddenly became excited. With this thing, she will be able to show off her power later. After the three people completed collecting information, Ye Chen also received the message that the mission was completed. The three types of arms are: Mythical level Phoenix, Mythical level Golden Behemoth, Mythical level Two-Winged Angel. There are now 6 mythical arms. There is still one mythical unit left to upgrade the Ark satellite, but it is impossible to make do with it. Although the highest level lord in the trial in human history is the 5th level. But that's the easiest common lord to level up. A lord with ordinary talent can even be promoted to level 10. He couldn't defeat a 3rd level mythical lord. Therefore, there is a saying that it is difficult for ordinary talented lords to become gods. Even if he becomes a god, he is still the weakest god. Therefore, Ye Chen was not in a hurry. Anyway, he has unlimited troops. Even if he doesn't level up, other lords can't defeat him for the time being. Therefore, Ye Chen asked Xiao Peng to contact him again. See if anyone else has mythical troops. However, the mythical arms are not a cabbage either. Someone who can possess mythical troops. Or it's just the talent that comes with it. Or just good luck. Or else he signed a military contract with the mythical race. Being able to encounter 4 mythical arms is already very lucky. If not, we can only see if we can get another type of soldier. Then convert it again. However, during the period when Ye Chen received the message, aboriginal attacks also came quietly. Under Yak's surveillance, the indigenous people had no way to hide. And with the twin belt buckles as an artifact, Tang Suero solved the battle in less than 10 minutes. Can be compared. Ye Chen's operation to acquire monster flesh and blood was not as smooth as before. After the spirit fruit tree was acquired, more than half of the monster flesh and blood purchased were reduced to only 50,000. The number of treasure chests is around 1,200. Transform them all, and then use the remaining villain points to transform them, and a total of 1,600 evil villain suits will be embodied. Ye Chen only had 5866 villain points left. But correspondingly, there are 2,003 interference soldiers at full level. And at this moment, good news came from the evil mother tree, that the genetic analysis of Tyrannosaurus Rex had been completed. This means that he can explode troops again. Chapter 44 Hardened Horny, Data Monster. Hardened Cuden. Quality, Rare. Type, Enhanced Gene. Effect, after strengthening this ability for the evil demon, you will gain the passive skill of hardening the horn, reduce physical damage by 20%, and greatly increase the defense ability. Introduction, I seem to have grown a shell. A defense gene, not bad. Seeing this gene sequence, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The muscle strength of the evil demon disciples is already extraordinary, and if this hardened horny gene is incorporated into it, even if those monsters have weapons, they may not be able to split the evil demon disciples in one blow like before. Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately instructed the demon mother tree to strengthen all the existing demon disciples and began to absorb energy to increase their strength. This time, 200,000 monster flesh and blood were collected from the battlefield, plus the 50,000 monster flesh and blood he purchased. After completing the strengthening of 1 million existing evil disciples, the remaining energy is enough to breed 3 million new evil disciples. In other words, Ye Chen's military strength will exceed 4 million tomorrow. What is this concept? Even the old lord wants to have such a force. If you don't fight in the endless void for decades, you won't be able to survive at all. And this terrifying amount, the amount of food required every day, is also a huge consumption. If it weren't for Ye Chen's troops not needing food, he didn't dare to make such a large amount. So much so that he doubted whether the will of the void could send out corresponding troops. It was only the 4th day, and Ye Chen's military strength had already exceeded 4 million. If the void sends 1 million monsters tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow he will have 10 million troops. Turn over this amount and wait until the 7th day for the trial. The number of his troops may exceed 100 million. 100 million mythical troops. Even if it's just level 0. This is terrifying enough. But the question is, can a trial world really send out so many high-level monsters? The answer came quickly, at 6 o'clock in the morning. Void will also issued another notice. It has been detected that the aboriginal forces in this area are seriously insufficient, and data-type monsters are now filled. Killing them can gain a large amount of experience points and upgrade stones, and the chance of obtaining treasure chests is increased. Good guy, this is the first time I've seen a lack of troops in the trial world. Could this be caused by the boss of the castle? It's possible. Yesterday, the castle boss's troops numbered hundreds of thousands, and today they seem even more terrifying. Even the will of the void can't withstand it. Wow, what kind of talent does the castle boss have? Why can he explode so many soldiers? It should be a myth, but I have never heard of such an outrageous mythological talent. I recently saw the castle boss's humanoid troops passing by my territory. I don't know what the castle boss is doing. Perhaps, the castle boss wants to take action against the aborigines in this area. Hey, that makes sense. No wonder even the will of the void can't hold it back and wants to add more data-type monsters. Haha, thanks to the boss of the castle, this data monster has been changed. It seems that there is a chance to rise to the 3rd level territory during the trial stage. Although there was surprise in the regional group, they were not as worried as before. After seeing the power of desire drive, they are not worried at all about not being able to hold on. Some lords even stopped using their troops. Use all resources to upgrade the crystal level. The higher the level of the crystal, the higher your level. In this case, let the troops guard the home, and then go out and deal with the monsters yourself. With the Lord's infinite resurrection ability, can easily defeat all monsters. This is an advantage that was never available in previous trials. This means they can achieve better results. Just compared to them. When the person involved, Ye Chen, saw this announcement, the response was huge. He suspected that the will of the void was targeting him. You must know that he relies on monster flesh and blood to explode his troops. Will of the void now fills data-type monsters. Doesn't this mean that after the monster dies, there is no flesh and blood left? This is a scam. But since the will of the void does things first, then don't blame him for causing trouble. He directly sent another 1 million demon followers out. Prepare to directly sweep all the indigenous people in this area. Since you don't give me flesh and blood, then I have no choice but to grab it myself. And at 8 o'clock in the morning, the trial attack also arrived as scheduled. And this time, Ye Chen was not the only one to be attacked. Instead, all the lords were attacked at this time. It seems that the will of the void has paid special attention to this area. However, even though the number of monsters this time reached 1 million, Ye Chen couldn't arouse any interest. Because these 1 million monsters are all data monsters. No matter how many come, not even the dregs will be left after death. This completely ruined his plan for unlimited explosives. However, without leaving any flesh and blood, Ye Chen no longer cared about the completeness of the monster. Cannon mode is all about direct fire. Under the suppression of 3 million evil demons, Ye Chen and Belaba, the battle was completely resolved in less than 5 minutes. As the last monster was bombarded and executed, The settlement prompt finally appeared. Battle settlement. Enemies, 700,000 level 15 data enhanced monsters, 300,000 level 20 data enhanced monsters. The result of the war, crushing. Rating SSS+. Reward, 8 million divine sources, 1 million stones, city wall construction template. As a full-scale attack will be launched on the 6th day. The reward on the 5th day of the trial is the city wall template. But looking at the huge army of evil demons in the territory, Ye Chen felt that the effect of this thing should not be very great. However, not using it is also a waste, so Ye Chen directly threw the city wall building into the territory. In an instant, huge walls rose from the edge of Ye Chen's 50,000 square meter territory, completely surrounding the entire territory. When the nearby lords saw this scene, their eyes widened instantly. Their attacks are not over yet. It's over with the castle boss. And the scope of the territory is so large. Seeing this scene, many lords took a photo directly and sent it to the group, regardless of whether they were still fighting. It immediately caused a violent response. Let me go. This territory doesn't belong to the castle boss, right? How many levels does this territory have to have? That's too much. This territory can't be tens of thousands of square meters, right? Be more confident upstairs and remove the word can't. Oh my god. The strongest novice lord in history is not so exaggerated, right? Thank you boss, I am so lucky to be in the same area as boss. The next moment, I saw the huge city wall shrouded in golden light. The surrounding lords were even more surprised. What on earth is this castle boss doing? Why is there such a layer of golden light on the city wall? But Ye Chen ignored the others' surprise. You can't do it just because others will see you. Why don't we just convert this city wall? However, these digitized monsters were useless to Ye Chen. But it is a treasure to other lords. In the trial world, you want to increase the level of your territory. In addition to the advancement stones obtained from treasure chests. Only after the 7th day can you obtain the advancement stone from the digitized monster. Only the longer you hold out against the final wave of monsters. In the end, the level of the territory will be higher. But now that you have the advancement stones in advance, you can raise the level of your territory in advance. Not to mention artifacts like the desire drive. The higher the level of the territory, the greater the benefits you will get from the monster wave in the end. After the novice trial is over, there will be few opportunities to make a fortune like this. Therefore, all the lords in this area are extremely excited to kill monsters. As long as they pass this wave, they will be able to upgrade their territory. At that time, not only they themselves will be able to reach the combat power of a first-order lord by equipping the desire driver. The level of arms can also exceed level 20. It's even easier to guard. After Tang Suero finished dealing with the attacking monster, she told Ye Chen excitedly. The upgrade stones she has now obtained are enough to upgrade her territory to level 3. Ye Chen immediately rolled his eyes. Follow Tang Suero's trend. After passing the trial, he will be at least a level 7 lord. Think about your own territory again. It's hard to get to the first level. I felt a little speechless. Chapter 45 Su Minjiu, the Daughter of Luck. You must know that for ordinary mythical lords, it only takes 2,000 advancement stones to upgrade to the first level territory. And what about Ye Chen? It's 100 times that of others. The first level alone requires 200,000 advancement stones, and there are also advancement conditions. When you reach the second level, the number of advancement stones required is even more terrifying, estimated to be 400,000. With such terrifying advanced resources, an ordinary person would have no hope of becoming a god in this life. There are only people like Ye Chen who have the power to create the world. Only then can we afford this kind of consumption. A villain point can materialize an advancement stone. This means that as long as he kills enemies, he can continuously obtain advancement stones. And in the endless void, the most indispensable thing is enemies. Thinking of this, he was also glad that he did not transform Tang Suero into a crystal. Otherwise, let's not call it level 3 now. Even if Tang Suero reached the first level, she still hadn't collected a fraction of her resources. Thinking of this, Ye Chen suddenly had an idea. Although it is very difficult for him to advance to the territory, but he can help others advance their territory. To create a historical record for the human race, you can get an advancement stone by killing these data monsters. That is to say, this time it's 1,000,000 monsters. A total of 1,000,000 advancement stones were provided to him. What is this concept? There are 3,000 lords in one area. These lords combined did not gain as much as Ye Chen alone. 1,000,000 advancement stones, which is a divine source value of 100 million. And under this terrifying accumulation of resources, it is necessary to upgrade a lord to level 9. It's very relaxing. As for after the 9th level, you need fragments of the heart of the world to increase the level. Therefore, level 9 is already the theoretical limit of the trial world. As for Tang Suero's rare talent, Ye Chen estimated that he only needed 500,000 advancement stones to upgrade Tang Suero to the 9th level. When the time comes, cooperate with the desire drive. Tang Suero's combat power will be the strongest lord under him. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also transferred 500,000 advancement stones to Tang Suero. Tang Suero. Tang Suero was instantly stunned when she saw the resources sent by Ye Chen. According to the records on Blue Star, in the trial world, the highest level lord in history is level 5. That lord only had an ordinary talent, and he reached level 5 by using 3,000 advancement stones. It is said that these advancement stones are for a certain boss to test the maximum territory level that the lord can increase in the trial. I just made it by buying advanced stones like crazy. Based on the calculation of 2 advancement stones per treasure chest, 1,500 treasure chests will be opened. This shows how difficult it is to obtain this advancement stone within 7 days of trial. But now, seeing the 500,000 advancement stones sent by Ye Chen, Tang Suero was completely dumbfounded. This is only the 5th day, 500,000 advancement stones. This means that Ye Chen attacked at least 500,000 monsters this time. And considering that Ye Chen himself also needs to use the upgrade stone, it's impossible to transfer everything to her. In other words, the number of attacks by Ye Chen's wave of monsters has exceeded 500,000, or even 1,000,000. Tang Suero couldn't imagine it at all. How big is Ye Chen's true military strength now? There are so many advancement stones, don't you need to use them yourself? Tang Suero was also shocked and became incoherent. I saw Ye Chen also replying somewhat speechlessly, just to advance to the first level territory, I need 200,000 advancement stones and the information of 7 mythical arms. I can't afford to upgrade. On the other hand, if you can rise to the 9th level and break the record of the human race, your face will be bright when you go out. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Tang Suero felt warm in her heart. She understood that Ye Chen was thinking about her. Although she only has a rare talent, if she achieves good results in the trial, she can still gain attention in the family and have a very large say. And the thought of becoming the highest-ranking lord in the history of human trials. Tang Suero was also extremely excited. Don't know how. It was obvious that she wanted to help Ye Chen at the beginning. But why do you do it? But it turned out that Ye Chen helped her instead? But when she thought of Ye Chen's terrifying number of troops, Tang Suero no longer hesitated. Then I'm not welcome. Ye Chen immediately smiled when he saw this. That's right. If you don't have enough materials and divine sources, ask me for it. I still have 600,000 pieces of wood that I have no place to use. Tang Suero. While the lords in this area were excitedly killing enemies and advancing to levels, the chat group in Jindu No. 1 Middle School was also extremely lively. After all, it is already the 5th day of the Lord trial, and tomorrow is the day when the human trial list will be unlocked. Everyone seemed extremely excited. AI Zings, how are you preparing, brothers? Tomorrow is the day of the official assessment. Are there any problems? Wei Liangsh, it is still a bit difficult to handle this elite level of talent. We have only recruited 200 units so far, but there should be no problem in passing the assessment. Zhu Yui, you are all so powerful, unlike others who only recruited 100 rare soldiers, woo woo woo. Wei Liangsh, you are good enough for Versailles, but I am a little curious about how the territory of Goddess Su is developing now. After all, she is the most talented person in Jindu No. 1 Middle School, so she should be developing very well, right? AI Zings, yes, Goddess Su, please come out and say a few words. When Su Minjiu received the news, she was very happy to take a photo of the territory and send it to the group. He said calmly, it's not developing very well, it's just that it has advanced to the first level of territory. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Jinshan No. 1 Middle School. AI Zings? What's going on, Goddess Su? Why has your territory been directly upgraded to the first level? I remember that upgrading an excellent level territory requires 1000 upgrade stones. Where did you get so many advancement stones? Seeing the reaction of the people in the group, Su Minjiu was also very satisfied and explained lightly. It's nothing. It's just that there is a big boss in our area. We don't have enough troops to kill the natives. So the Will of the Void sent data monsters in advance. After hearing Su Minjiu's words, the group in Jindu No. 1 Middle School exploded instantly. Killed until the natives were outnumbered, it couldn't be the castle boss from before, right? Oh my god! Why don't I have such good luck? Amazing, Goddess Su! You are truly a child of luck. You have outstanding talents, and you are so lucky to be assigned to the same district as the boss. You must be the strongest in Jinshan No. 1 Middle School. But this castle boss seems to have a bad temper. Goddess Su must be more careful. Su Minjiu, yet, maybe Le Wenkai accidentally offended the castle boss before. I have no grudge against the castle boss, so don't worry. But having said that, Su Minjiu was still a little confused. Obviously yesterday when I was grabbing the blind box of desire, it shows that there are more than 900 left. But when she grabbed it, it showed that it was sold out. But obviously everyone who was later than her got it. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her mind. But it was denied instantly. He is just an ordinary level talent. If he has any ability, please ask the castle boss to help him. The story of Le Wenkai being killed by the castle boss. It's possible that he made the castle boss unhappy. And I have never had any contact with the castle boss. There should be no problem. Suddenly AI Zing's words in the group attracted her attention. AI Zings, I don't know how our young master yet is doing now. I can't see that he has not been eliminated after leaving the group. What a pity. Wei Liangsh, it's not easy to know. Does anyone have any friends with him? We'll know if he's online or not. Zhu Yui, don't Tang Suero have a good relationship with him? Just ask and you will know. Tang Suero, you don't need to ask, my brother has not been eliminated, and has already killed the super god. AI Zings, Miss Tang, there should be a limit to bragging. How powerful can he be as an ordinary lord? Tang Suero curled her lips when she saw AI Zings. I'm too lazy to explain to you licking dogs. Ordinary talent? Have you ever seen such a powerful ordinary lord? And Su Minjiu. It's nice to be in the same area as the castle boss, right? You just don't know, when you know that the boss of the castle is Ye Chen. Can you still laugh? With Ye Chen's military strength. Wait until the rankings come out tomorrow. Number 1 on the list is definitely Ye Chen. I don't know what the expressions of these clowns will be when they see Ye Chen's name. Thinking of this, Tang Suero was also looking forward to it. And it wasn't just Ye Chen. She can also take the first place on one of the lists tomorrow. You will be scared to death by then. Chapter 46 Upgrade Stone Sale, Troops Exceed 50 Million. And this time, even though Ye Chen didn't get any flesh and blood from the monster. But he also thought of a solution. Since there is no monster flesh and blood in this area, there must be some in other areas, right? 500,000 advancement stones, which is the value of 50 million divine sources. Just package them all up for sale. One treasure chest is exchanged for 5 advancement stones. 100 divine sources are exchanged for 1 advancement stone. 100 monster corpses are exchanged for 1 advancement stone. As long as they are of equal value, exchange them all. As soon as the news came out, it's not just people in the area who are going crazy. People in other areas also went completely crazy. Although the price of advancement stones is high. But in the face of the huge advantages of territorial advancement, price becomes less important. Because in past trials, only when the void enhancement rules in those key areas appear, only lords have the opportunity to obtain advancement stones in treasure chests. This makes it possible to advance the territory. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom is in every trial. A group of people with potential will be grouped together. In this case, on the first day, lords have a chance to get advancement stones. But even so, there are still only a few lords who can advance their territory to the first level before the monster wave comes. But now, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill the natives of the trial world until there are not enough troops. Will of the Void directly sends data monsters in advance. This situation. This is definitely a first in human history. Although no one could understand how Ye Chen could do this. But that doesn't stop them from going crazy. Especially some lords with extremely high talent and quality. If it is a past trial, even if they have resources, there are not enough advancement stones to advance the territory. But now, Ye Chen's 500,000 advancement stones came out. Everyone went crazy instantly. Especially those lords in key areas. His eyes widened when he saw the news. However, it was a shock. Their movements did not stop at all. After all, if you advance to a territory, your next harvest will be even richer. Ye Chen didn't know how far the mission he issued had spread. Only 500,000 advancement stones can be seen on the taskbar, declining at a slow speed. If all goes well, expected within 4 hours, these advancement stones can all be redeemed. Although the process seems to be moving slowly. Not as fast as the previous times. But in fact, this speed is already terrifying. Because of the previous desire drive, Ye Chen set up a use now pay later arrangement. But now this advancement stone needs to be exchanged for actual resources. Although there are countless areas participating in the exchange at the same time. However, such a huge amount of resources still makes it difficult for all regions to digest. It was not until 5 hours later that the 500,000 advancement stones were finally exchanged. Among them, the proportion of Shen Yuan exchange is the largest. There are 40 million divine sources. The rest are 4 million monster flesh and blood, and 12,000 monster treasure chests. Ye Chen felt that this should be the number of treasure chests spread to the area so far. After all, a treasure chest is guaranteed to only contain 2 advancement stones. And Ye Chen just exchanges it for 5. Even a fool knows which one is better. However, when you think about all the areas added up, there are only so few treasure chests. Ye Chen also had a strange expression on his face. No wonder the highest lord in the history of human trials only reached level 5. The number of treasure chests is indeed a bit confusing. However, after finally checking the number of resources in the territory, Ye Chen was also shocked. If such a large amount of resources were seen by Su Minjiu, he would probably faint from shock. Ordinary iron block, 180,000. Ordinary wood, 386,000. Ordinary stone, 300,000. Shenyuan, 51.7 million. Villain points, 1,005,866. Monster flesh, 4 million. Monster chest, 22,000. And just 4 million monster flesh and blood can add 40 million evil demon disciples to Yechen, as well as the 20 million divine source rewarded by Belaba. And all the remaining divine sources were used up, adding another 5 million evil disciples and 25 million divine sources as rewards. Shenyuan has returned to around 45 million. I have to say that Belaba is indeed a rich woman, and this skill has a really strong economic impact on the territory. And then, Yechen had 1 million villain points and also embodied 10,000 evil demon belt buckles. Therefore, the number of interference soldiers also increased to 12,002. The remaining treasure chests were converted and sold again. A treasure box has 20,000 divine sources, and a 12,000 treasure box is 240 million. Seeing this, Yechen had to sigh. He doesn't look like a villain. Isn't this just a good person? Not only do you make money yourself, but you also lead others to make money together. Just the resources that I sold, and the desire to drive. It is enough to put this term of lords to the test. Become the strongest lord trial in history. Not one. Just such a rough calculation. Yechen's military strength has exceeded 50 million. Such a number of demon disciples. I guess not to mention this area. Even the entire trial world. He is sure that he can win. And now there are 2 days left. If the number of monsters coming tomorrow is still 1/5. Estimate the total value he gets from a fight. Maybe it can directly exceed 1 billion. This is why there is such a benefit in the world of trials. If you leave the trial world, not only do you need to obtain drawings and materials to build buildings, and there is no such great source of income. Except for those who lead the second generation, they can use family resources to grow rapidly. Ordinary lords can only rely on the resources converted from their territories to develop slowly. Yechen guessed that he would soon be kicked out of the Ye family. Children without family will have a miserable life. You have to make enough money this time. And just when Yechen was counting resources, the other lords are also extremely excited and preparing for everything. Less than 10 kilometers away from Yechen's territory, he looked at his own dragon turtles, a mythical army of more than 300. And the summoned legendary hero Ba Xia. Qin Yingjun was also extremely excited. Because his talent is the legendary level, Longzi bloodline. As the saying goes, a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, all of whom are different. This means that he summoned it. All of them are soldiers with dragon blood. And now his territory has reached level 2. It also has an artifact like twin belt buckles. He is very confident that he can enter the top 10 of the rankings. But thinking of Yechen, he also smiled bitterly. Even though he knew that the current strength of his territory was all thanks to the help of Yechen. But he also had to complain. How come the gap between lords and lords is so big? When I think of the 500,000 level up stones that Yechen just sold, Qin Yingjun couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He wouldn't have already reached the 9th level of territory, right? Chapter 47 Ranking Open, President of the Anti-BCH Association. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day of the trial. The attack began promptly at 9 o'clock in the morning. Just seeing the data displayed by Yaz, Yechen frowned. The number of monsters teleport is only 1 million monsters? What does void will mean? You know, today is a formal attack. According to the previous rules, shouldn't he send out more than twice the number of monsters as his strength? That is a monster worth 100 million. But what the hell is this million? Yechen was also speechless. But in fact, due to previous trials, there has never been a person with such terrifying military power as Yechen. Therefore, no one knows what the limit of the will of the void is to send troops. Now, Ye Chen is lucky enough to be the first person to know this limit. But he seemed extremely dissatisfied with this. Isn't this a disguised reduction of his reward? Face this monster. Ye Chen was not even interested in going out to fight. Directly let some evil demon disciples destroy these monsters. And this time it was solved faster than last time. It took 10 minutes for the evil demons to rush to the designated area, and the battle was completely resolved within 5 minutes. There is no way. Just those 12,000 interference soldiers. It is not an existence that those monsters can compete with. In addition, the number of evil demon disciples exceeds dozens of times. The monster on the opposite side didn't even have a chance to react. The two sides have just come into contact. The next moment, those monsters, directly and completely submerged by the huge tide of demon disciples. What kind of formal assessment is this? Isn't it too weak? Seeing this scene, Ye Chen also had a look of disgust on his face. But actually, during the formal assessment, it's possible to feel this way. Ye Chen is probably the only one left. The other lords were fighting hard against enemies several times their own strength at this time. If there is no desire drive exists. Judging from past situations, at least half of the people will be eliminated in these 2 days. And this is data that does not appear in the Void strengthening rules. After Void strengthened the rules, not even 1/3 was left. If another lord faced these millions of monsters, he would definitely quit the trial while cursing. For ordinary lords, it would be difficult for an ordinary lord to have a few full-level monsters in the formal trial. But here at Ye Chen, there were more than half of the 0-level fully enhanced monsters. Plus millions. With this kind of treatment, even a 9th-level old lord would scold me. However, just after the last monster died, a settlement prompt sounded in front of Ye Chen. Bite. Congratulations on completing the 6th day of the trial, the rewards have begun to be settled. Battle settlement. Enemies, 300,000 level 15 data enhanced monsters, 700,000 level 20 data enhanced monsters. The result of the war, crushing. Rating SSS+. Rewards, 10 million divine sources, 1.5 million ordinary iron blocks, arrow tower building templates, unlimited. This is the same knowledge as taught in school. The reward on the 5th day is the city wall, and the reward on the 6th day is the arrow tower. But it is different from the previous building. This arrow tower template is an infinite template. As long as the defensive buildings in your territory do not reach the upper limit, then you can keep building. Ye Chen took a look. Currently, the upper limit of defensive buildings in his 0-level territory is 1,000. The number of constructions is also 100 times that of ordinary lords. That is to say, he can now place a total of 1,000 arrow towers. Although this arrow tower has no practical use for Ye Chen, but for the form after transformation, Ye Chen was still looking forward to it. Because of the buildings currently transformed, it has never been lower than the mythical level. 1,000 ordinary arrow towers are of no use. Can build 1,000 mythical defense towers. This is extremely terrifying. Even if you don't upgrade, leave it there. That's also stronger than an ordinary full-level defense tower. Ye Chen thought about it. Then the advancing vanguard was summoned. Start placing transformation defense towers one by one along the city wall. He expected to wait until all the arrow towers were installed. The conversion of the city walls should also be nearing completion. However, just when Ye Chen had placed half of the arrow tower, a notification sound suddenly sounded in his ear. At the same time, a message appeared in front of him. The number of people who have completed the trial on the 6th day has reached 100, and the human trial list is now officially opened. Do you want to use your name, Ye Chen, to get on the ranking list? If no selection is made within 60 seconds, registration will be performed with the default name. Seeing this prompt, Ye Chen also thought about it. In each human race's Lord trial list, the top 100 places will be announced in all the worlds. Being on the ranking list means that there will be countless forces investing and wooing you. Therefore, all lords who can reach the top 100 on the ranking list will register under their real names. Make it easier for others to find you, and get more resources when the time comes. Everything is for the sake of becoming a god as soon as possible. But the resources Ye Chen needed were a number of days. Ordinary organizations cannot afford it. An organization that can afford it won't bet everything on him alone. Therefore, it is important for Ye Chen to attract sponsorship. It's a very stupid thing to do. Join any organization. Not only does it do him no good. On the contrary, once his secret is known to outsiders, it may cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for becoming famous, it was of no use to Ye Chen. When I think about the resources I will have to upgrade in the future, it all depends on those guys who have no eyesight. This suddenly exposed his strength. If anyone sees him, he runs away. Where can I find resources in the future? So this identity must be hidden. It's better to let others think he is weak. To know. High-end hunters always appear as prey. Thinking of this, he also raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly thought of something. Instead of using your real name, register as President of the Anti-BCH Association. Registration completed. The 1,235,127th human trial ranking list is being generated. Immediately afterwards, no matter which plane the lords participated in the trial, a message popped up in front of them. The ranking list of the 1,235,127th human race trial has been generated and the ranking results have been announced. Those lords who had finished the battle also clicked on the trial list with great curiosity. Although most of them don't have the strength to be on the list. But it doesn't stop them from eating melons. If someone in your area is on the human trial list, they can also brag a bit. And this time, because mysterious props appeared in the trial area, I heard that many lords have directly gained power connected to their territories. This makes them even more excited about who will be at the top of the list this time. Is she the princess of the Dragon Kingdom or the saint from the Temple of Light? However, when they actually clicked on the list and saw the results above, everyone's eyes widened instantly. I saw two different names on the two lists. But are you sure this data is serious? Chapter 48 Shocking Number 1 Data, Angry Su Minjiu. Enemy Killing Ranking 1. President of the Anti-BCH Association, Number of Enemies Killed, 2,250,860. How many? How many? The moment they saw this data, everyone subconsciously began to count the number, trying to confirm that they had read it correctly. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. More than 1 million? Many people think they have counted wrongly. Counted a few more times. Until my eyes were red. Only then was it finally determined. There is nothing wrong with this unit being 1 million. However, except for the lords who are in the same area as Ye Chen. Others wondered if there was something wrong with the ranking data. Maybe not 2,250,860, but 22,586. After all, the will of the void has existed for so many years. A mistake is normal. They would rather believe that the will of the void made a miscalculation. I don't want to believe that a novice lord can reach this level. But until they looked down, it became even more difficult to understand. 2 Tang Suero, number of enemies killed, 8,600. 3 Gu Suanyan, number of enemies killed, 7,500. 4 Bai Xinggui, number of enemies killed, 7,350. 5 Han Jun, number of enemies killed, 7,100. 10 Qin Ying Jun, killed 5,800 enemies. Obviously the data below is very normal, but why does the painting style of this first place feel like it is not from the same world as others? Are you sure the old lord's data didn't end up in the trial world? And the name is actually so strange. President of the Anti-BCH Association? Is this an organization? Faced with such data, most people suddenly feel that they can't find their brains. Perhaps only those in the same area as Ye Chen knew it. This president of the Anti-BCH Association. That is, the castle boss in their area. It definitely has the strength. Because as early as 2 days ago, they had witnessed the castle boss's troops all over the mountains and plains. There were hundreds of thousands of troops 2 days ago. Therefore, the Big Brother's current data. In total, more than 1 million monsters were killed. It's not surprising to them. What's more, the castle boss offered 500,000 advancement stones for sale yesterday. This further proves that the data is authentic and reliable. No problem. But when I think of this, they also looked at the next list with great curiosity. Since the castle boss is so rich, they all took the advancement stones and sold them. Then the level of his territory. How high will it be? Then open the next list. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. There is no name for the castle boss. What's going on? Just when they see the first place's territory level, his eyes widened again. What is going on? I saw the first row of the territorial ranking list, and it was the second place on the kill list, Tang Suero. But the level of this territory is definitely a little abnormal. 1 Tang Suero, territory level, 9th level. Seeing this number, everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. This number is even more exaggerated than the number of kills of the castle boss. He has not gone through the monster wave yet and has risen directly to level 9. Even a lord with ordinary talent would need hundreds of thousands of advancement stones to reach the 9th level. Not to mention the divine source and materials needed for upgrading. With the number of monsters Tang Suero killed, she definitely couldn't afford such a huge amount of advanced resources. And there is only one person who can come up with this resource. President of the Anti-BCH Association. In this case, the answer is very obvious. It was the castle boss who helped Tang Suero advance the territory to the 9th level. This Tang Suero knew the boss of the castle. Really hammered. No wonder an unknown person. You can directly surpass the Princess of the Dragon Kingdom and the Saint of the Temple of Light to get 2nd place. And Qin Yingjun, relying on his cooperation with the castle boss, it also squeezed into the 10th position. But why doesn't the castle boss advance himself? I saw that there was no name of the castle boss among the 100 people. Everyone also looked a little confused. Could it be that the castle boss is too talented? Too many resources required? But that's not right either. Currently, the 100th place on the territory level list is level 3. But it is also the 3rd level, and those with good talent and quality are ranked first. In other words, the castle boss only needs to reach level 3. You can enter the top 100 of the territory level ranking list. With so many advancement stones, even if you upgrade your mythical talent to level 3, it's more than enough, right? But why didn't he choose to upgrade? Instead, is it to help others advance? Thinking of the terrifying number of troops of the castle boss, a strange idea was born in some people's minds. Couldn't it be that the castle boss can't advance? He lost his ability to advance, so he had this terrifying ability to explode troops. In other words, the castle boss is similar to the Zerg, a lord who uses low-level troops to explode in large numbers to achieve victory. As soon as the idea came up, many people were also inexplicably relieved. If you can't advance, that means you can't become a god. In this case, it will be stronger in the novice trial. That's not unacceptable. Jindu number 1 middle school chat group. Seeing Tang Suero's name appear on the list, people in the group were also in disbelief. Even if they were beaten to death, they never expected that their school would actually produce a 9th level trial lord. Others could think that it was the castle boss who was helping Tang Suero. They are naturally not that slow. But after knowing this, they instantly figured out something. No wonder Su Minjiahu didn't grab a single blind box yesterday. But Tang Suero was able to grab a lot of them and sell them. It turns out that there is this relationship here. And the castle boss directly spent huge sums of money to help Tang Suero rise to the 9th level territory. This shows that their relationship is not generally good. Realize this. The people in the group started to get excited. If Tang Suero could help them say something, the group no longer has to worry about not having blind boxes to sell. For a moment, everyone in the group was congratulating Tang Suero. Wow, in the 9th level territory, Goddess Tang is so awesome. She brings glory to our Jindu No. 1 middle school. What an honor. The first 9th level lord in the human trial is actually my classmate. Goddess Tang, do you really know the boss of the castle? Can you ask the boss to sell more blind boxes to our group next time? Seeing this information, Tang Suero also raised her eyebrows and smiled. If only this group of people knew. This is the president of the Anti-BCH Association. It's Ye Chen. I don't know how they will react. But nothing. Since Ye Chen didn't use his real name, that means he doesn't want to be exposed yet. That's right. After all, the biggest role of this human race trial list is to attract sponsorship. When I think of Ye Chen's magical transformation ability, the transformed troops and buildings, the lowest level is mythical quality. Tang Suero also understood it very well. After all, a territory is full of mythical buildings. Joining any organization can cause uproar. If it were her, she would make the same choice. After all, no matter how much you invest, there will also be no mythical items invested in novice lords. Ye Chen is all mythical buildings and units. Naturally, no one else needs to invest. Is it just about resources? It costs 200,000 level up stones to advance to 1 level. There is no organization that can support such a bottomless pit. However, thinking of this, Tang Suero suddenly had a bad taste. Since Ye Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, then help him. Because Baraba had appeared in the group before, he was mistaken for the owner of the castle. Tang Suero thought for a while and directly posted a photo taken with Baraba to the group. Don't worry, students, I will try my best to get the blind box of desire for everyone. I saw that it was a scene of eating with Baraba. Exquisite cuisine, and beautiful views from the sky. You can tell at a glance that this is the perspective from that weird castle. Damn it! The castle boss is so beautiful. If I could marry the castle boss, even if I live in a mansion and have more money than I can spend in my lifetime, I would do it. Good guy, you don't want to suffer at all, right? Goddess Tang is also very beautiful. Not inferior to the castle boss at all. I am so touched, Goddess Tang. Then we will wait for your good news. Seeing this photo and Tang Suero's words, the people in the group were extremely excited. For desire drives. They have been looking forward to it these past few days. Desperately want to get. But unfortunately, blind boxes are only sold in other areas. Even people from that area. If it had been a few seconds later, it would have been impossible to grab it. Not to mention people from other areas. If Tang Suero hadn't brought out a few sets to sell yesterday, none of them had any chance of getting it. Now I heard that Tang Suero is going to get them a blind box of desire. Everyone spoke with great gratitude. As for whether you can grab it by then it depends on your own ability. Some are happy and some are sad. Others are happy. However, Su Minjiahu saw this scene in the group. It feels like my teeth are about to be broken. Chapter 49 Su Minjiahu sends troops, and all races fight. Looking at Tang Suero's dominating 9th level word on the list, Su Minjiahu's original excitement of ranking 98th was gone. This time, she had everything figured out. Why couldn't I grab the desire blind box yesterday? Why was Le Wenkai killed by the castle boss? It turns out that this is all because of Tang Suero. Tang Suero must have said something to the castle boss in order to avenge that trash. She is really awesome. So Minjiao was also a little scared. Fortunately, I knew this information before. Didn't meet the castle boss. Otherwise, I don't know how I died. But nothing. She has never seen the woman in this photo in Jindu City. That is to say, Tang Suero is just lucky. Meet the castle boss first in this area. Maybe he gave something to the castle boss. Only then did he gain the favor of the castle boss. In this case, there is a feasible possibility. Perhaps, she can explain it to the castle boss. Of course, she also understands. There is that BCH Tang Suero talking bad things behind her back. The castle boss would probably ignore her. But it doesn't matter. She happens to have something very rare on her hands right now. A rare data barracks template. I originally wanted to keep it for myself to use later. But now we can only deal with the castle boss first. Thinking of this, she also started to contact Qin Yingjun. In this area, except Tang Suero. Then only Qin Yingjun can contact the castle boss. I hope this little BCH Tang Suero is not next to the castle boss. And Ye Chen was transforming the defense tower. When he saw the message from Qin Yingjun, he was also stunned. Someone wanted to give him a barracks template. It turned out to be Su Minjiao. Qin Yingjun, boss, this person said that he might have a little misunderstanding with you, and I hope he can use this barracks template to clear up the misunderstanding. Ye Chen looked weird. Could it be said that Su Minjiao already knows his true identity? Wrong. If you know his true identity, it is estimated that he will not be given the barracks template. After thinking carefully, Ye Chen also guessed a few things. I guess I saw Tang Suero on the top of the list. I guessed that Tang Suero knew him. I felt a little scared. Just come here to give a gift. Keep yourself from taking it personally. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also smiled slightly. Looking at the barracks template in his hand. Dream Banshee Barracks Template, rare data. After placing it, you can summon a rare unit Dream Banshee. Absolutely neutral camp cannot recruit. Data Barracks, this is a special barracks that can be exploded on data monsters. The sources of other arms are from all heavens and realms. But the data barracks, like those data monsters, are generated out of thin air. It's just that the probability of this special barracks breaking out is very uncertain. Full of metaphysical color. Sometimes, even if you defeat billions of monsters, you may still get nothing. And sometimes, after just defeating a few monsters, it may appear in front of you. There are many benefits of data units, just like playing real games. First of all, the loyalty to the Lord is extremely high. But similarly, since they have no inner soul, these soldiers can only act according to the orders of the Lord. He has no ideas of his own and has extremely poor intelligence. Moreover, when these data units face the same data monsters, each other's damage will increase. Not only that, it is said that in certain special areas, these data units will be unable to maintain their own form. But even so, most lords still hope to get a data unit. Nothing else, just being obedient. It has surpassed many other arms. Ye Chen also transformed it directly. Since the will of the void now does not give flesh and blood to monsters. Fight data with data. It might give her an unexpected surprise. Bite. You have used endless transformation on the Banshee Barracks template, and it is being transformed. The estimated transformation time is 3 hours. I just don't know what kind of arms it will transform into this time. Ye Chen looked at chat. I almost forgot about Su Minjiao. But considering that Su Minjiao still doesn't know his true identity, Ye Chen also decided to play with her. Tell her that I am very satisfied with the barracks template she gave me, so I decided to help her defend her territory and ask her where the coordinates of her territory are. The little fat man also asked according to Ye Chen's wishes. But Su Minjiao was obviously a little distrustful and said tactfully, "Forget about defense. If you can give me a special buckle, I would be very grateful." Ye Chen thought for a while and sent a beat belt buckle over. "Of course, the one with a signal transmitter." "Okay, now the barracks template deal has ended. When Su Minjiao is found, it's time to settle the score for that outstanding lord's heart." Su Minjiao also smiled when she received the belt buckle. Since the boss of the castle can give her a special belt buckle, this means that he won't target her anymore. Thinking of this, Su Minjiao also breathed a sigh of relief. "But when I think of Tang Suero," she snorted unconvinced. "It's just a matter of luck. However, she is only a rare talent after all. Even if the level of the territory is raised to level 9. She also couldn't create too many troops in a short period of time. It will be at the Tianjiao competition. I don't know who won yet." But just when people in the trial world were confused, there was also a huge commotion on the internet in Longguo. What kind of data is this? Did Void will make a mistake? On the 6th day, the 9th level territory, is this really a data that a novice lord can achieve? Who is Tang Suero, from which family? Why have I never heard of her before? Also, who is the president of the Anti-BCH Association? Is this data serious? I heard that a special prop appeared in the trial world, which can allow the lord to gain the ability to connect with the territory. Really or not, doesn't this mean that those who have not passed the assessment can also connect to the territory through this thing? I have a friend who wants to ask, where can I buy this thing? At this moment in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, 5 blurry figures were hanging high in the sky, overlooking the scene below. "Everyone, what do you think of this data?" one of the figures asked. "It's still unclear. Even those mythical talents with huge side effects have never shown such abnormal data." Another responded. "If all this is true, perhaps our human race will once again welcome a supreme existence." The third figure said thoughtfully. "However, all the races in the world will never sit idly by and ignore it." The fourth figure said coldly. "Humph, when did the universe really allow the rise of our human race? If they dare to attack our people, I will kill all their younger generations." The fifth figure said angrily. "Calm down, such an action will trigger a war among the heavens sooner or later." The first figure reminded. "I suggest that we might as well apply directly to the will of the void to allow humans to participate in this void battle." The second figure suggested. "Is this really appropriate? In the last great battle, all races targeted our human race and sacrificed countless lords. The price was too heavy." The third figure said worriedly. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "There is no choice. If that person really has destiny, participating in the great battle may help him become a god as soon as possible." He paused, and a mysterious object appeared in his hand, and, the appearance of this thing this time may help our human race gain a great advantage. Several other people looked at Desire Drive, their eyes gleaming. If all the human lords can be equipped with this thing, maybe there will be a chance. It's just that this thing seems to have something to do with this president of the Anti-BCH Association. As long as you find this person, you can continuously obtain this equipment. In this case, then I agree. I agree too. Just when the outside world was making a fuss. At the same time, within the trial world, as the golden light dissipated, Ye Chen also received a message. Byte. The city wall template has been converted. Congratulations on obtaining the Mirror World Wall. Chapter 50, The Wall of the Mirror Realm. Boss, are you serious? Looking up into the distance, the city walls there are shining with countless dazzling lights under the sunlight. The surface of these walls is extremely smooth, like irregular mirrors, reflecting the colors, light, and shadow of the surrounding environment. Seeing the properties of this city wall, Ye Chen's eyes also lit up. Directly choose to upgrade the city wall to level 20. The final properties are as follows. Wall of Mirror Realm. Grade 20/20. Required for upgrading, 10,000 advancement stones. The Lord Crystal needs to be advanced before it can be advanced. Quality, Red Myth. Effect, Dual Form. Mirror Wall has 2 defense modes. Mirror World Form. The wall of the mirror world will absorb all damage and open the mirror world to enter. Enemies can directly cross the wall as long as they step out of the scope of the mirror world. Friendly units in prism form can also directly enter the mirror world, and their attacks can pass through the mirror world to hit the enemy. Current mirror world distance, 5 km, durability 1 million. Prism form, the wall of the mirror world, all damage received is reduced by 50%, and 20% of the damage from enemy attacks is reflected at the same time. If an enemy is killed by the reflection, 1% durability is directly restored. Durability, 1 million. The mirror wall restores 1% of its durability every minute. Introduction, enter me or FK me to pieces. Seeing this attribute, Ye Chen also called him awesome. He felt that there would never be a city wall more powerful than this in the world of lords. This city wall has 2 unique defense modes, which are amazing. Currently, the city wall is in prism form, which can reduce 50% of damage and reflect 20% of complete damage. These 2 effects alone are enough to make the enemies attacking the city feel deep despair. Reflects 20% damage. This may sound like a small amount. But if you add 1 million durability, this seems very scary. For those troops with thick blood, they may be able to bear it. But for long-range troops with high attack and low health, this is a nightmare. I'm afraid if I get hit, I'll die first. And after being reflected to death, the mirror world wall can actually recover 1% of its durability. This is too scary. 1 million durability means that if an enemy dies, 10,000 durability will be restored. If you are facing a lord with violent troops, the lord opposite would probably be dumbfounded. Why, after fighting for a long time, almost all the soldiers were dead. But the wall on the opposite side is still full of blood. Whoever sees this scene is confused. And with the upgrade of the city wall, perhaps this proportion of counter-injury will continue to increase. He has feelings. This city wall will definitely become the most troublesome existence in the world. Another form also interested Ye Chen very much. Although this form does not have the defense and reflection effects of the prism form. But it made Ye Chen feel even more excited. Because he found that the durability of the 2 modes is not shared. This means that if the durability of the prism mode is almost exhausted and you switch to the mirror world mode, the durability will be reset to 1 million, Ye Chen analyzed. This is actually equivalent to the city wall having a durability of 2 million. Moreover, friendly units can freely enter and exit the mirror world. And can attack enemies outside the mirror world. If I hide my troops in the mirror world, Ye Chen rubbed his chin, if the enemy cannot break the city wall, he will never be able to reach my troops. The number of enemies that melee troops can damage is very small, but if you switch to long-range troops, it will be completely different. This wall will be transformed into a fortress of fire. And it's still the kind that can't attack fire units. Although Ye Chen doesn't have long-range firepower units yet. But he believes that everything will work out. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also entered the mirror world. I saw that the scenery inside the mirror world was exactly the same as outside the city wall. But this is understandable. After all, isn't the mirror world just a copy of the normal world? Thinking of this, Ye Chen also thought of Kamen Rider Dragoon. All monsters and knights in Dragon Knight have the ability to travel through the mirror world. I don't know if it has anything to do with this city wall. Next, Ye Chen called a few evil demon disciples in. Because it is a false world. Evil demons stand on the soil of this world. Experience points cannot be gained either. At the same time, the ability to recover is also lost. In this case, normally there is no need for the evil demon disciples to stay here. Anyway, his territory is big enough. After 2 days, the Heim underworld has now expanded from the original 5,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters. It only takes less than 10 days to cover all the 50,000 square meters of territory. After doing this, Ye Chen also started his daily operations as usual. Sell advanced stone resources, transform treasure chests, materialize evil demon belt buckles, and finally explode soldiers. After this operation, the total number of evil demon disciples has reached about 95 million. There are 22,002 interference soldiers. At the same time, Ye Chen sold a large number of advancement stones and desire blind boxes. The competition on the trial rankings is also very fierce. Previous territory level rankings. You only need to upgrade to level 1 territory to easily board it. But now, the 100th place is almost approaching the 4th level. Probably after the monster wave trial. Want to be on the leaderboard? The minimum level is level 5 territory. Especially the 9th level territory of Tang Suero at the highest point. It is like an unshakable mountain. No one like Ye Chen appeared. It means the lord of the trial world in the future. No one will ever reach this level again. And when he thought of this, Ye Chen also made a decision. Now that's all. Then simply be a little crazier. Let the lords of this term be tested. It has completely become an insurmountable myth in the trial world. Currently, his military strength has reached 95 million. Achieve a small goal. And before the monster wave, the number of monsters his lord attacked was only 1 million. That is to say, only a small number of troops are needed to deal with the attacking monsters. So aren't there so many remaining troops that are free? As a result, an idea was born in Ye Chen's mind. You should know that those eliminated lords will not lose their status as lords. But you will lose your territorial heart. That's right, the heart of the territory is the reward that can be connected to the territory after passing the trial. The heart of the territory that has just begun to awaken is just a seed. Planted in the Lord's crystal, it will not mature until it passes the 7th day's trial, and finally merges with the Lord. Choosing to quit, the heart of the Lord is equivalent to dying for the Lord. Losing the heart of the Lord means that the Lord himself will have no fighting power. Once you lead troops out to explore, if the Lord is destroyed, you can only rely on troops and heroes. Scenes like this often happen in the endless void. This also makes those lords who do not have the heart of a lord feel helpless. After today's attack on the 6th day, 1/10 of the people in the regional group were missing. In other words, about 300 people were eliminated. This is why desire drives exist. If it had been a previous trial, at least half of the people would have been wiped out on the 6th day. The 7th day was also a similar attack difficulty. But now Ye Chen's troops are strong enough to sweep across the entire area. There are more than 2,000 lords left, if he divides his troops. Each person can also be assigned tens of thousands of troops. With this terrifying configuration, Ye Chen is fully capable of helping all the lords in this area pass the trial. However, Ye Chen's ambition does not stop there. His ultimate goal is a wave of monsters. According to the rules of the Will of the Void, the more monsters you kill in the monster tide, the final reward will be higher. But how long can this wave of monsters last? No one has given a definite answer. And this time, he is going to challenge it. This is the so-called limit of the monster tide. Thinking of this, Ye Chen also directly informed the little fat man. Have him tell everyone in the area of his plans. Of course, this is not free. The Lord who accepted Ye Chen's help, 50% of the final trial reward will be given to Ye Chen. Everything is directly signed into the Void Treaty. There is no room for regret. Even though Ye Chen didn't like this reward. But he feels that it is better not to let people develop the habit of free prostitution. When the lords in the regional group saw the little fat man's notice, their first reaction was not excitement. But there are some doubts. Want to help the lords of the entire region pass the final trial? This sounds like fantasy. Boss, are you kidding me?